Pleasant good morning and welcome to day two of the 4-day championship, the West Indies 4-day championship. This game between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Happy Eagles. So to say good morning to all you viewers, wherever you may be viewing us this morning. As we get ready for play here on day two, it's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force starting their first innings 7 without loss in reply to Guyana's 324 all out. I am Qadir Mohammed. Alongside me is Keshav Bahadur Singh. Keshav, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Kadir. All is well. Definitely thankful to be here on this lovely day at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We've had such good weather yesterday and this morning as well, and certainly a great days of play in terms of the Guyana taking all the wickets from it. 324 all out here. Just checking back the scores to confirm with Leon Johnson making 62, Anthony Bramble 56, Kevin Sinclair 69, and Kemo Paul 46. I think there were two partnerships of note, Kadir, that actually kind of took the score away from Trinidad because they were certainly dominating at a point. And when Bramble came in with his aggressive nature, followed by Kemo Paul, back to back, they were scoring, I believe, the strike rates with on or around 100 thereabouts, and they were certainly taking the attack to the Trinidad bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. That partnership really took the sting out of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. But having said that, Keshav, on day two here, as we know at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's one of the better days for batting, and the sun is out in all its glory. And we expect the pitch to be, the moisture. There will be some early morning moisture, as we know. But I think once the Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solizano, the not out batsmen, are able to get through that first period, I think scoring should become a bit easier, and application of the crease is hugely important. As we see the on-field umpires, Leslie Riffer Jr. and Mr. Wright from Jamaica, making their way out to the middle. So 7 without loss. Keshav, Keegan Simmons yet to score. And Jeremy Solizano 5 not out. So, what are your thoughts heading into this morning's play?
Well, ideally, Trinidad and Tobago would love to pass that first innings score by Guyana. Just chatting with Jeremy Solizano in the warm-up, he stated that the pitch seems excellent for batting, and as you rightfully noted, day two at this Brian Lara Cricket Academy is one of the infamous days for scoring a lot of runs. So Trinidad would have known that and been thankful that they would have taken all of the wickets from Guyana yesterday to allow them this opportunity to have a full day of batting. So Solizano noted that once you see out the new ball with the bit of movement that you get here and the moisture in the pitch, it should be very easy for them to just take advantage of the gaps in the field and go about their day in terms of getting a structured inning. So I believe that Trinidad will look to at least set a dominant total past that first inning score and see if they can, get some big scores from their opening batsmen to set up the innings nicely.
Definitely. So it's going to be Niall Smith. He's going to be operating from the northern end. He's going to be taking the new ball. Just one over yesterday. That over was bowled by Kemo Paul. So Niall Smith with brand new ball in hand. And he's going to be coming up against Jeremy Solizano, who had a boundary of the very first delivery of the Red Force's innings. So he's on 5 of just 2 deliveries. And Jeremy Solizano in his 50th first-class game here today. And certainly he would want to mark that momentous occasion with a good score and a really telling knock, in reply to that 324 that the Red Force are looking to overhaul. And if they're able to do so, build a lead heading into the 3rd and 4th day of this game.
Yeah, Solizano has always been a picture of patience for Trinidad and Tobago at the top. And I mean, for such a young batsman, he has certainly shown his maturity over the years. And in his 50th game, he would certainly want to get 50 at minimum and push on to 100 and get that milestone, as he had his chance with the West Indies team, but unfortunately was injured. And, it was really sad that he didn't get to fully explore that opportunity, because I was so happy to see him reach there after all of his hard work in the regionals and for Queen's Park. And, it seems like he has been around for so many years and he still has some years to play cricket as well. So looking forward to him here, as well as young Keegan Simmons, who has been scoring a lot of runs for Central Sports
Yeah.
in the Trinidad and Tobago club division. So Niall Smith here with the first delivery of the day.
So it's Niall Smith bang on target to start with. And so for the Guyana Harp Eagles, 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, straightish mid-off, mid-on, forward short leg, and a man back at fine leg. So a relatively attacking field from skipper Leon Johnson to start with, and he's looking for wickets, hunting here. Niall Smith operating beautiful conditions. Another good delivery from Smith, just a tad bit of movement away from Solozano, but well watched by Jeremy.
Yeah, some nice early movement there from Smith, and with the field setting, he'll certainly be looking to bowl in that corridor of uncertainty and see if he can get the batsman to be unsure whether he has to come forward or backward, and probably get the edge either to the keeper or one of those fielders in the slip cordon. He also has to make sure not to over pitch here, because many gaps for Solozano to go through with one of his famous cover drives.
This time he's a bit straighter. And Solozano is just pushing this one out to forward short leg, where Matthew Nandu is under the helmet. And Keshav, you know, the weather has been so wonderful, you know, throughout yesterday, the entire of yesterday. And I was looking at the forecast for the couple of days, the following days, and it's all sunshine. So that's very good news.
Oh, and he's dropped in there, and it's a no ball at the same time. So everything happening with that delivery.
Yeah, no ball.
Just
A
as
good
we
delivery.
mentioned, yes, Kadir, in terms of that line and length, as you see in the replay here, pitching in an excellent area, bringing Solozano forward for the drive and going very quickly to the slip fielder. Granted, he had to dive forward, but it seemed as if it would have been a relatively straightforward catch had he stayed a bit lower. Solozano would be most grateful for that life there. And as you said, in terms of the weather, I mean, these batsmen should make the most of it and want to bat whole day in these conditions.
First runs on the board for Red Force this morning, and Solozano pushes one into the offside and gets up the other end. But Niall Smith is getting a nice bit of movement. He's stealing that ball away from the left-handers. And once he can operate in that corridor, he's going to bring those slip fielders into play at some stage.
And he'll definitely be excited at the prospect of 2 left-handers in an opening pair. I mean, we have seen in modern day cricket, many clubs and as well as international teams have a left and right pair to make it a bit difficult, but we'll see how he fares here.
Okay, this one just holding its line. Well watched by Keegan Simmons. I know Keegan Simmons is eager to get some runs under his belt. He's been doing well for his club, as you mentioned, Keshav Central Sports. You know, so he's in a bit of form, and he certainly wants to carry that form in this game and make a good contribution. It's very good conditions to bat, must be said.
Another no ball here from Smith, so overstepping in the earlies, which is something you usually don't see from these fast bowlers, but probably just has to measure his run up again here. And as you mentioned, the conditions on the pitch, just having a look at it earlier, pitch is definitely very green, has a nice sheet of grass on the top, and all of the players seem to be very excited in terms of the batting prospects here. So Simmons would certainly want to make a good score, because there's a lot of pressure as well in terms of that opening spot, with many batsmen in the local circuit making runs at the top there. Simmons' own club teammate Kamal Puran, in fact, scoring a double century and then following that up with another century. So certainly all of these players are knocking on the national selectors' doors and putting their hands up. So these batsmen certainly have to make sure and stake their pick.
Yeah, most definitely. So that's the end of the first over here. The end of 2 overs. Red Force at 10 without loss. Niall Smith with a couple of no balls in that over, barring that very testing first over to start with. And it looks to be right up front. The pace of Ransford Beaton from going to be operating from the southern end.
Just as we know the score in the Queen's Park Oval with Barbados against Leeward Islands. Barbados 298 for 8, resuming play this morning with Shane Dowrich on 120 not out, and with him is Kamari Boyce on 8 not out. Also in the other regional game, Jamaica versus the Windward Islands, there were a lot of wickets yesterday in that day's play, Kadir. Windward Islands initially making 217 all out, with Justin Greaves getting to 50 and Alec Athanaze making 81. And then Jamaica in return, 98 for 8 after just 22 overs.
Yeah, a lot of wickets falling there in Guyana. Ransford Beaton with his first delivery, a short wide one. A loose nut to start with from the big fast bowler Ransford Beaton. Another short rising delivery from Beaton.
So good pace and carry to the keeper.
So Ransford Beaton in his 36th first class match has best bowling figures of 5 for 43 and an overall economy rate of 2.9. Let's see how he goes here. Beaton, and we know he has a bit of pace about him. Short delivery, and
is that another drop catch, Kadir? It looks like from the reaction of the Guyana players, it happened so casual that. Let's look at it in the replay here.
Well, pulled uppishly, and
it went straight to Virasamy Purmall, it looks like there. And again, dropping it very, very easily.
Well, a very soft chance, you have to say. You know, a short delivery, and there's acres of room through mid-wicket. And somehow, Solozano was able to just find Ransford Beaton. Virasamy Purmall, who's stationed at mid-on. So a life for Solozano very early on here.
He's certainly living a charm life after that edge in the first over from Niall Smith. And the second opportunity, I think that one, nothing too wrong with the shot in terms of the ball being pitched a bit short and that entire side of the field being open, but seemed to have hit the toe end of the bat and just didn't get any power on it at all, skying it right there.
This time Beaton is operating in a very good area, operating just back of a length in that corridor of uncertainty, as we call it. So Solozano is gonna have to really dig in here. He's gonna have to put all of these chances behind him. He's still at the crease. You know, luckily for him, the drop chance of Niall Smith was a no ball. You know, but then that chance to Purmall just a short while ago, he's gonna have to forget that. As a batsman, you know, those things tend to remain in your mind. Somehow you need to just put it behind you and focus on the next delivery. So that's the end of over number 3. A maiden to start with from Ransford Beaton, 10 without loss. The score is TNT Red Force in pursuit of 324. Keshav, a long way away still.
Yes, definitely a long way away. And as we saw yesterday, I mean, there are a lot of runs to be scored out here, but batsmen just have to take their time, apply themselves, and settle in first. I think Solozano, as much as the ball could have been there to hit, sometimes he just needs to take his time, get his eye in before playing those shots, and just measure the pitch in terms of how the bounce and the carry through is at this point.
This time, stifled appeal from the Harpy Eagles. Niall Smith is getting appreciable movement early on with that new ball. Just getting it to leave the left-handers this time a bit too straight and hitting Simmons a bit too high to be judged LBW, but again, good areas from Niall Smith. Very, very good delivery.
Well left at this time here from Solozano.
Yeah,
Simmons.
well watched.
It seems to be a good pairing with Beaton at the other end because he seems to have been moving the ball into the left-handers, and here we have Smith moving the ball away. So just keeping the batsmen thinking and on their feet, and they have to be very mindful of this movement here because Smith has a very nice fall through. So the ball tends to pitch and just skids off the surface a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. You seem to kiss the surface and slide through.
Yes, as we see, Beaton was sort of banging the ball into the pitch, trying to exert his pace, and Smith just allows his action and the natural seam of the ball to carry it through because it seems a bit slow when it leaves his hand, but from the moment it hits the pitch, certainly skids through and slides off.
Yeah. Yeah, two different type bowlers, Niall Smith and Ransford Beaton. Beaton more into the surface. And Niall Smith, lovely shape on those deliveries. And this time, Simmons is just tucking this one off the hips and able to come back for an easy 2. Smith just getting a bit too straight on that occasion, and Simmons gets off the mark. That's going to be a relief for him, certainly.
Yeah, most definitely getting off the mark in any form of cricket. It can be a T10, T20, 50 overs, but especially 4 days cricket when you know you have all the time in the world to bat and to make a big innings. You want to get started in the right manner and confidently.
Yeah. Another good delivery from Smith. Full on this occasion.
Spectators catch there and the slips coming off the ground.
Just from the look of that replay, Niall Smith, he's not running in that quick, but right at the point of right at the coil where he just before he delivers, he's putting everything into it at that point. You look at him run up here, he's not really sprinting in. But right there, that grunt is putting everything into it. A good over from Smith comes to an end after 4 overs, 12 without loss.
And we know that the one-day international between South Africa and West Indies has not had a ball bowled as yet, Kadir. Match delayed by rain, unfortunately, and continues to rain there with the cover still on. So doesn't seem like it'll be likely to get any play in that much anticipated start there. Was looking forward to seeing Shai Hope take up the mantles. Obviously Nicholas Pooran stepping down and looking to focus more on his game in terms of his batting and his wicket keeping. Shai Hope, all the qualities of a good leader, and has been a steadfast batsman for West Indies in that ODI format throughout the years.
Yeah.
So certainly would have looked forward to see the team there with Aki Hussein, Yannick Karaya, a lot of the Trinidad and Tobago boys outside there representing.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate that we're not able to get any play over in South Africa.
What were your thoughts on the Test series, Kadir?
I thought we showed no fight, you know. Unfortunately, we just gave our wickets away. I was not pleased at all with the showing of the batsmen. Apart from Blackwood in the first innings, the second innings of the first test, and few and far between the performances of the batsmen. Thought we were just blown away by the pace of and the skill of Rabada and Nokia. Short delivery from Beaton. Well line.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with those sentiments expressed because, there doesn't seem to be any sort of passion and desire again in terms of West Indies trying to fight to reach to that fifth day of cricket. And I mean, there's a lot of commentary on the ground from fans where they say that West Indies at this point in time seems to be a 3 or 4 day side because to reach to that fifth day is a miracle at some points based on how the batting has been crumbling and also the bowlers have been allowing other sides to get a big tag. And that's a wicket there.
Oh, huge
Big
appeal.
but
Nothing doing
umpires
from umpire
unmoved
Leslie
here.
Reefer.
The entire team in disbelief here, Kadir. Let's see that replay.
Gonna have a look at this one again. Back of a length delivery. So Lozano looking to punch. And immediately the keeper and the entire slip cordon went up. Nothing doing from umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. Not enough conclusive evidence from here as to if it really took the edge.
It certainly looks extremely close.
It must have been close.
And especially from the reaction of the fielders, they were certain that they had their man, but umpire unmoved at that instance. And as we note, the umpire's decision at the end of the day is final in this format. No reviews allowed in this regional 4-day championship. So again, we from up here would have a different view from them on the field. And just as we were discussing prior, the umpires have such a difficult task at times, so it's very easy for a lot of us who watch through the screens and through the televisions and so on to make our calls in terms of what should have been done and how the decision should have gone, but very tough for them out there in the moment itself. And that's a wide delivery here. Beating the stray in the last 2 balls seems to be a bit hampered by that decision or lack of decision in terms of not getting the wicket. But he just has to keep pushing on here, when these things happen in cricket. Both of us having played the game as well as knowing and watching the game, you can see how demoralizing it is when persons get a decision that's against them and you are so confident that you would have had the wicket based on whether it was a LBW or caught behind or anything to that extent. But the strength is to keep pushing and to just do your best each delivery.
Yeah, that one just pitching and just. But yeah, Beaton really running in here, really giving it a good effort. Runs for Beaton, season campaigner, the Guyana team. Certainly giving it his all. Very testing time for the opening batsmen, Solozano and Simmons. The opening pair of Ronsworth Beaton and Niall Smith have not made it easy. Not much loose deliveries.
No.
And as a batsman, you tend to go through these tough periods, a tough time where you just need to weather the storm, weather what's being thrown at you, and it seems to get a lot easier as long as much as you spend time at the crease.
And Solozano with his third charm there in terms of that last appeal for caught behind. So after a nervy start, certainly he'd want to just take his time and just try and go about his innings in the way he's accustomed, not playing too many rash shots and not letting those instances phase him.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about the mental aspect of the game as well, and the ability of these batsmen to focus for long periods. And as we see the sun coming out now, blazing, all of these different factors that may not seem too critical at any point in time, but they do certainly weigh heavily on the minds of these players.
Short delivery from Smith. Very attacking field, and rightly so from skipper Leon Johnson. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point. A man at mid-off. Mid-on, a forward short leg and a fine leg. But the 2 fielders at mid-off and mid-on are relatively close in, looking for any uppish drives. The entire cover region is open, so they're asking Keegan Simmons, you want to score, you need to take a risk and go through there. I like this from Johnson. Another no ball from Niall Smith, pushing that front crease.
Yeah, seems to be having a bit of difficulty with his run up. That's a third no ball thus far in his third over.
Yeah.
And each of the no balls have actually been very good deliveries. One of them getting the edge of Solozano, and a couple of them leaving the batsman or having the batsman fending. So just needs to work on keeping that foot behind the line or on the line at most.
Very good area again from Smith. This is very good new ball bowling from Niall Smith. He's at the both batsmen. Judgment needs to be good from Simmons. Rightly so. 2 from 18 deliveries. Solozano 6 from 19. Making it very difficult for both these batsmen. Another good delivery and a quick single. Shy of the stumps from Paul. And no backing up from Versami Pomal. Runs into the boundary, so 4 overthrows. And welcome runs for the TNT Red Force. A bit sloppy in the field, I must say, Keshav.
And that's the pressure of taking quick singles, because even in this longer format of the game, we have seen a lot of these batsmen put the field under pressure, and Kimo Paul there, seeing the chance for a run out. I mean, in most instances, you would encourage the fielder to throw at the stumps, but Paul not backing up as he should have there, and the ball just running away to the boundary for 4 overthrows. So good idea from the batsman there to take that quick single in the gap.
Full wide delivery. Solozano wants nothing to do with it. Lets it go by.
I think the England team, Kadir, has certainly been one of the best examples in accelerating run scoring in Test cricket, because they have shown, I mean, some of these innings we've seen from these batsmen and their strike rates, multiple, at least 3 or 4 batsmen scoring 50s or 100s each time they play, and their strike rates are at least between that 80 to 100 mark, almost around a ball. So yeah, Brendan McCullum has done wonders there, being their batting coach, and essentially imparted his own style onto the entire team.
Yeah, so a change in the field. The forward short leg comes out. He's gone back there. Deep backward square. Smith changing up the angle. Deciding to come around the wicket. So a different tactic from Johnson.
Yeah, usually with this sort of change in the field, bowler might tend to go a bit shorter, but also can deceive the batsman into thinking he would expect a shorter ball and still pitch up that Yorker line delivery.
Yeah, double bluff. Yeah, nice shape away again. Another Niall Smith over comes to an end. After 6 overs, Red Force and 19 without loss. It's going to be beaten again from southern end. Just having a word with Skipper Johnson. Just to make sure both are on the same page.
Beaton would want to look past that last over there where he was convinced he had the wicket of Solozano. But just needs to keep working hard, getting in those deliveries.
Guyana.
So forward short leg comes back in for Keegan Simmons. So 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid off, no mid on. There's a man at square leg, fine leg, and a forward short leg. So a lot of gaps in the field. A lot of open, a lot of acreage, Keshav, but it's not easy to really get bat on ball at this stage. Bowlers are bowling good. They're bowling in partnerships, which is good. And as a batsman, well, as a batting pair, you bat in partnerships. So just to see how this new ball burst, this opening burst from both Smith and Beaton, and then hopefully things get a bit easier. There we see Niall Smith having a chat with one of the coaches.
Yeah, we noticed that strong wind blowing across the ground, same way as yesterday as well, as we saw the Trinidad and Tobago flag as well as the Guyana flag flying very proudly at full mast there next to the scoreboard.
Yeah.
And we're being blessed with some soca music in the background, Kadir, from the late Blacks. Let's see if we'll have a good turnout here in terms of the fans coming out to support. I know it's a working day in Trinidad, so would be difficult for a lot of persons to tune in, but thankfully we have our stream here and we can take in this cricket and appreciate it all around.
Yeah, definitely. Good pace and bonks from runs for Beaton.
I know that the performance analyst for Guyana, Mr. Keshava Ramphal, who works closely with West Indies as well, he was actually the analyst for Jamaica Talawas when they were successful in that last tourney. So stated that he has been working with these bowlers and certainly trying to find ways how to improve their own game as well as targeting batsmen that have been in the circuit for a while. So it's always good as we see these international teams. Domestic teams need to certainly adopt that approach as well, you know. Go full strength with the analysis, try to think out your batsman, think about them before you even reach to the game. So from the time you are ready to bowl from ball 1, you have a plan in motion that you can set up where you can get that batsman out based on his own weaknesses and your strengths.
Yeah. Good delivery again from Beaton. And that's where your own personal hard work comes in. You know batsmen, with a lot of analytics and what have you these days, a lot of footage and so on. Bowlers are going to come at your weakness, but this is where, you spend your off days or what have you working on those weaknesses, or even for that matter, just working on your strengths, and you really need to counteract whatever's being thrown at you. Another good delivery from Beaton. Oohs and ahs all around. As Simmons was living a bit dangerously with that leave. Have to say, good judgment. Pitch started to come back. Good delivery again from Beaton. So at the end of 7 overs, it's 19 without loss, and we're going to make way for the pair of Gordon Pierre and Mr. Anil Lakan.
Yeah, good morning to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean as well as the world. Good morning, Anil. A bright sunny morning down here in Taruba.
Yeah, pleasant good morning to you, Gordon. Excellent weather for cricket, nice lush outfield, and the Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers are really running in, bending their backs here, trying to get whatever swing or seam on offer that's available at this Brian Lara Cricket Academy track.
Well, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have weathered the early storm here from this fast bowling pair of Smith and Beaton. Earlier on, we heard the commentators talking about 3 chances. In reality, you have to explain one of the chances was over no balls. It was not a chance.
Well, obviously, once there is a no ball, the only mode of a dismissal would be via the run-out route. No other modes of dismissal will come into the equation. So just to clear that up, I know a couple of our listeners were adamant that, they were very worried indeed, in terms of how that conversation was going. So just to clear that up a bit, to the wider viewing public, that the only mode of dismissal and the only time a chance is given when a ball, when a catch goes down, if there's a appeal for leg before, other than the umpire raises his hand, then it stays in the affirmative that it's a not out decision and not a chance.
Right.
So just to clear up those things, Gordon.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, though, the Guyana Happy Eagles opening pair has definitely put the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team opening batters under some pressure. They have not looked comfortable, both Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solzano.
Well, if you ask me, Gordon, it's going to be an acid test for both these openers. There's still a lot of live grass on that surface, and it's important. This first hour play is very, very important indeed in order for both these opening batters to see out the opening bowlers as well. So at this stage, really, is for both the fielding team and the batters to continue to do their assessment in terms of what the pitch is offering.
Well, traditionally, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch is a batting paradise on the second day. But it has not gone exactly to the script, but I think that has to do with a bit of moisture in terms of the covers coming on and staying down, and they would have swept the pitch just a slight. And of course, it's one of the more greener covers that I've seen here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, I must admit, having looked at the surface yesterday morning before the start of play, Gordon, it was very intriguing indeed to see the amount of grass that was left on the pitch. But having looked at 2 sessions of yesterday's play, I'm adamant that this pitch continues to be a very good cricket pitch. There is something on offer for the bowlers, and the batters, they get value for money as well in terms of their stroke play.
Well, we saw that yesterday. The Guyana Happy Eagles, they started off a bit tentative, getting to 33 for 3, and then to lunch at 60 for 3. After lunch, though, that partnership between Bramble and his skipper Johnson really flourished in the first hour after lunch.
And that was due to 2 things, Gordon. One, I felt that our bowlers, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers, the home bowlers, right, at some point in time, they started bowling on both sides of the wicket, and that enabled, the Guyana Happy Eagles batters to really get away. In that session, 21 boundaries were scored, and that just gives you a clear indicator, really, as to how much the rate of scoring that the Guyana Happy Eagles. So basically, the first session when the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force The second session definitely was dominated by the Guyana Happy Eagles, and they continued to flourish in that third session. Mind you, I also like to highlight the fact that there were a couple of catches that went down as well, which did not really help the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So all of that contributed. Had that catch been taken by Tian Webster at first slip or Brian Charles at 165 for 5, you know, no one knows how it could have turned out. But we've got to really applaud the manner in which the Guyana Happy Eagles weathered the storm and was able, at the end of the day's play, to post a formidable total.
Well, it's Niall Smith. He's finishing up this over, finishing well there, getting a maiden. So he's keeping the pressure. The bowling pair definitely applying some pressure. The Trinidad and Tobago opening batters, though, they continue to stay in the wicket.
Yeah, so you can see clearly that there's a plan by the Guyana Happy Eagles. They're going to bowl the corridor and ask the batters to come at them. They're not going to give anything away. And they're bowling that 5-meter length, hard lengths. And with the odd occasion, they're throwing it up, inviting the batters and them to have a go. And possibly what they're looking for, the plan is clear, Gordon, in that they want these TNT openers to be playing away from their body when it's pitched up wide outside the line of the off stump. But both Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Salazar, they've shown good resolve thus far, and they're showing that they are technically prepared for this battle.
Well, this morning here, they've been able to face the opening barrage. There's punching that one through the cover region. It's going to roll pretty close to the boundary. So they'll get 2 runs there, breaking the sequence of dot balls.
So Keegan Simmons just rocking onto the back foot and caressing that ball off the back foot through that that cover area there. And 2 handsome looking runs there for Keegan Simmons.
Yeah, that'll do his confidence a world of good. He's not looked confident thus far up against the opening pair. So, of course, as a batter, you like to get the ball coming off the middle of the bat. And Beaton responds with a short ball. Simmons just going under it. He's been scoring heavily in the domestic season here in Trinidad and Tobago locally. So you want to carry that form into the regional contest.
Indeed, he has been very prolific indeed, coming off 100 in the last encounter that he played.
So generation next here for Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the opening batters. These 2 young men here would want to put up their hand and say that they are the next generation, first of Trinidad and Tobago batters, and of course they'll be looking towards the maroon.
Well, I tell you what, Gordon, there are a lot of other guys who are breathing down their neck as well. So you have the likes of Vikash Mohan, who is in the setup as well, who is part of the 13. You have Kanil Puran scoring heavily as well. So, you know, these guys and them, they really have to put their hands up, you know, and stake their claim to be part of the setup.
And they're just prodding away outside the off stump, fourth stump region, going a bit good carry through to the keeper. So the wicket showing that it's a good wicket to both bowl on and bat on.
Yeah, so it's healthy. It's healthy in terms of, you know, when these guys scoring prolific, very heavily at the domestic scene. Okay, it really creates a good headache for the selectors, you know, to keep them going in terms of, you know, managing and having a look at where the next crop of players is going to be coming from. And I'm telling you, the National League now, the National One League, you know, we've seen some fantastic performances, you know, at that level.
Yeah, so Joachim, the bowler, getting 10 wickets in an innings. A bit of a history making there.
Well, I tell you what, Sunil Narayan, he's gone with 33 scalps in three games. So, you know, it just tells you that, you know, he's like fine wine. Gordon, the older he gets, the better, you know, the better he is.
Well, Beaton here coming around the wicket, looking to change the angle of attack. He realized that the left-handed batters are just leaving that ball outside the off stump, which seems to be going across them. So you want to bring it back in with the angle and then probably shape it away, forcing them to play. So let's look at a very keenly contested battle here between Simmons and Beaton. And that one came back a long way with the angle. Definitely going the other way. It came into the left-hander there.
Yeah, what Beaton did on with that delivery, he went wide of the crease and trying to use the angle to get that ball to shape back into Keegan Simmons. But Keegan Simmons showing that poise and that technical awareness, just transfer his weight and kept it out.
Well, that brings the end to the 9th over. So at the end of 9 overs, it's the Guyana Happy Eagles in response to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 324 all out. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in response to the Guyana Happy Eagles 324 all out. They are 21 without loss. There we see the scoreboard. Solzano, he's on 6 and Simmons on 9.
So very important for the TNT Red Force team to try as best as they can and weather this early onslaught by the Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers. Now we see a very talented young fast bowler in Kimo Paul come into the attack. So there's absolutely no let up from the Guyana Happy Eagles bowling attack.
Yeah, he's going to be bowling at just about 140 clicks per hour. He's definitely going to be having it up there, right up there, and he's going to be forcing the batsman. It's not going to get any easier this morning here. And he's down the leg side there. Just clipped off the legs.
But I'm surprised that he didn't start up this morning. But I'm sure the think tank of the Guyana Happy Eagles, they would have had a leg by, that ball pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Went down to that short fine leg position.
Yeah, I think the thinking was really to get the ball. There was probably something in the pitch. So for those who depend more on swing, Paul, he's going to be really running in. Last season he had a very good season with the ball.
And he does have the ability as well to get up to approximately 145 clicks.
Yeah.
So by no stretch of the imagination, he's medium fast. He's going to really, release those thunderbolts.
Well, a very attacking field here by the skipper Johnson.
Yeah, 3-slipper gully, a backward point, short mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg.
Good shape there. Again, shaping in and then straightening away.
And that's where the test is, Gordon. When that ball pitches in line with the stump, and at the last moment it starts shaping away, then what happens? The batters are playing the original line, and when the ball starts to go, their hands tends to follow the line of the delivery.
So let's look at this battle. Just on the pads, just clipping it off the pads, and they're able to just get a single out to the mid-on region.
So Keegan Simmons continues his vigil here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Excellent cricket pitch indeed. A nice layer on the green live grass on the pitch. The outfield is lush green indeed. And I'll tell you what, this is the first cricket match being played at this venue for approximately 4 months.
So it's Paul. And that's a no ball. Nice push by Solozano. He's able to get 2 runs. No ball there by Paul. Just overstepping.
So Kimo just seems to be wanting to take the opportunity to pitch that ball to try and hit the seam, as much as possible to see if he could get that deviation, either in or away from the batters there, Gordon.
Well, after the initial delivery when he came around, he seems to be attacking the stumps. He's bang on target there. Forcing the batsman to play. If it's one thing that you had against the opening pair this morning is where they allow the batters a lot of opportunities to leave it alone. you know. And of course, on a good batting wicket such as this, the longer the batter have to just leave it alone and see what the wicket is doing, get acclimatized to the pace, the ball coming on, the better it's going to be for him.
But very important as well, Gordon, that Kimo Paul and this quartet of fast bowlers that the Guyana Happy Eagles has employed in this game, that they make the batters play as much as possible, especially with this new cherry. Once this ball goes soft at some stage, it's going to become a lot better and a lot easier for the batters to negotiate.
You're seeing Paul here making that extra effort to force the batsman to play. And just as we're saying, he's come closer to the batter. He's forcing him to play at every delivery. So that brings the end to the first over from Kimo Paul this morning. It was a very testing over there to both batters, cutting him in half.
Yeah, that was a jaffa, as we say in local parlance there. You know, pitching and just leaving him at the last moment. But Jeremy Solozano, he will have put that behind him now. That's history now. His focus is going to be what's coming next.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen there at the southern end. If you're going to see Beaton continuing or if they're going to make a change, it seems like Beaton is going to continue.
Well, Beaton, Ransford Beaton, he had a lot, Ransford Beaton, he had a lot of challenges in terms of his bowling action. He seems now to put all that behind him and really looking to stake a claim, at the higher level.
Oh, yeah, again, going past the inside edge, cutting the batsman in half. So the tails of the Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers are up. That were pitching outside and coming back in.
Yeah, I felt that Keegan Simmons there was a bit loose outside the line of the off-stump. He should have just got into line and just, see that one out, rather than to play that extra flamboyant extra cover drive.
I think the angle, that new angle is giving them just a hint of problems, because it's forcing them to play when they don't have to play. It's going to be close. And they're safe. Good backing up there behind the stumps at the non-strikers end.
But excellent running and communication from Jeremy Salazano as well. Jeremy, recognizing that Keegan is struggling a bit against the likes of Beaton, took that opportunity immediately and took off. And, telling Keegan, I will take matters into my own hand here. You just stay away for a bit. And it's really good cricket all round in terms of assessing what's taking place.
Again, forcing the batsman to play. Jeremy Solozano, of course, he would have the unfortunate distinction of making his test debut and not being able to complete that test debut. It seems like ages now, but the last time that we went to South Africa before this one, he was struck on the helmet.
Yeah, he was struck at forward short leg in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, he was removed from the test match via the concussion rule.
So Beaton coming around the wicket, forcing the batsman to play. Every delivery, it's been bang on target. He's getting movement in to the batter. I think it's more angle than anything else. But he's definitely forcing the batsman to play now.
Well, what we've seen now in the last 10 minutes or so, both Kimo Paul and Beaton, they've taken a more direct approach in terms of their bowling wicket to wicket. And with the pace that they're going at, you have to be really on the money in terms of your defense.
Just there, they get the commentator's curse. He's wide outside the off stump. No shot offered.
But Trinidad and Tobago at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, Gordon, they wouldn't be too worried at all. They would want to get through this first session unscathed. And if they're able to do that, then the middle and lower order could really take the opportunity to overhaul that Guyanese first innings total, or possibly get as close as possible.
Well, I think in a modern game, we have forgotten the real rule of the openers. The openers in the not too distant past their main job was to take that shine off the new ball. But in the modern games with Adam Gilchrist and the likes, the Oopmas were so ultra aggressive that we think that Oopmas need to score a quick 50 and really get at the bowlers, unsettle bowlers. But that's not really their job in terms of when you look at it traditionally. Their job is just to see out the moving ball, the ball with a little bit of bounce.
Well, I just want to just continue on that point, Gordon, in the fact that in the instance where I think it's all about the conditions and what the conditions allow. You don't go on a green top and be slashing or driving from ball one. So I think it's all about the conditions, assessing the conditions, and being prepared to play in collaboration with what is present.
Keeper Paul is going to continue from the northern end.
And I want to take the opportunity to say a special good morning to head coach Mr. David Furlong. Hope that you're feeling well at this time, sir.
Beautiful delivery there by Kimo Paul.
All of Trinidad and Tobago would like to wish you a speedy recovery, and
Yes.
hopefully you'll be able to rejoin the TNT Red Force team at the earliest possible time.
Most definitely, the very important part of the Trinidad and Tobago setup, Mr. David Furlong. He has done a human service for local cricket, particularly at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, but within recent times at the helm of the national cricket senior team. So Paul, they're drawing him forward.
And what I like about Kimo Paul in the spell, Gordon, is that he's not being predictable. He's going hard lengths, but ever so often he's allowing that ball to do the work off the pitch by giving it some pitching it up, possibly in that 4-meter mark. So it's just taking it up a bit further, inviting that drive from these TNT openers.
Well, Skipper Johnson strengthens the slip quotient as he goes back to 3 slips and a gully. As Paul steams in. And then he just goes a bit wider. Good concentration though by Simmons to realize that there's just another player behind his back on the offside, and he just comes across, shoulders, arms.
Well, it's clear that the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're going to be bowling the channel, Gordon. And once they continue to bowl the channel, it means to say mentally both these openers will have to be prepared at some stage, okay, to continue this vigil in terms of leaving those balls that are wide outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah.
So they're gonna test them. They're gonna test their mental fortitude in terms of these batters by bowling the channel. If you wanna come after us, so be it. But we're gonna stick to that plan, bowling just outside in the corridor of uncertainty.
This morning I was saying to my fellow commentator Kadir that bowlers, especially fast bowlers, they like to think they can bowl out batsmen, but there are some tracks and some conditions that you have to just find the spot on the pitch and do as the great Curtly Ambrose would have done. Just keep on plugging away there, on and above the off stump. Of course, you want to force the batsman to play just a little bit more and not get the opportunity to leave as many alone as is happening now. But you definitely don't want to think that every ball can be a wicket-taking ball.
Well, the object of what we're seeing now, what being telegraphed by the skipper, it's clear that they're going to play the patient game.
Drawing him out there.
Over.
So that brings the end to maiden over. As we look at it again there.
So so Kimo Paul, he's a shrewd tactician. He's been at this level for a very long time. So he's a very crafty bowler, if I may say so, Gordon. And every opportunity in terms of using the surface, right, I'm sure he's possibly, I wouldn't be surprised going forward. He's pushing them back. He's bowling them the line of the corridor. My question to you now, Gordon, when does that quick, short delivery comes? Because we're seeing that the batters just having a tendency just to be getting their weight forward onto the front foot a bit. But as we speak, there's going to be a change.
I was just about to ask you that question. When you have such a good spin attack as Kevin Sinclair and Veersamy Pomal in your lineup, When are you going to bring them in after the fast bowlers were doing such a good job? And I think, well, before I ask the question, it has been answered.
Well, the question now is the ball is not spinning. So more than likely is that what Kevin Sinclair is going to be dependent on is a lot of drift and possibly with the ball holding its line. Because we saw Brian Charles operate from the fire end yesterday, and he was beating the outside edge, but not with spinning deliveries, but the ones that were just going on.
No, you know, we're saying that this track is more a track that you think that the seamer bowlers will be able to get wickets. But we saw yesterday the leading wicket taker, the old veteran in terms of Imran Khan claiming 4, also Charles claiming 3. So the spinners, they were able to get something out of the track and get some results. So I think it's a bit premature for us to think that the track isn't actually gripping and spinning.
Well, I think Skipper Johnson, I think the thinking would be here. Both opening batters are left-handers, and that's kind of like ideal for the off-spinner to get into the game.
That's a beautiful shot there. Go pretty close to the boundary. Up comes the slide. Out comes the slide. So Solozano there. A nice punch. Just getting back there and punching it to the cover region.
Yeah, Sinclair just a bit short outside the line of the off stump and was played elegantly through that backward point region for 2.
He's bang on target. He had a pretty good knock. In fact, he top scored yesterday. So his confidence will be up. Oh, and he got something to turn there.
Well, I'm sure the equation of the foot marks are going to come into question, possibly not at this early stage, but more so I would think that in the final session of today's play going on, you know, those foot marks are going to play an integral part.
Let's look at Sinclair here.
Oh, lovely.
But I tell you what, this pitch with the amount of live grass on it, Gordon, is going to hold up for all 4 days. So we're not going to see much difference in terms of the behavior. Possibly going into the 3rd and 4th day, it may keep a trifle low.
It's back again beautifully to the backward point region. This time the fielder will only retrieve 4 good-looking runs to Solozano there. It was short, he rocked back and was able to guide it past the man at backward point and
So
down to the boundary for 4.
So this shot will definitely do Jeremy Solozano the world of good, and it will give him a lot of confidence as well. And that's what you want to see from your opening batters, weathering the storm from the opening bowlers, and when the spinners come on, you know, they're able to really transfer what they've been doing earlier on, you know, whatever shots they weren't able to play earlier on. Now with the spinners, if they're off link and line, you know, they could cash in.
Well, it's Kimo Paul. He's going to continue here. He's continuing with the ploy around the wicket to the left-hander. He's got 3 slips, Golly. There. That one just shaping back.
So Kimo Paul using all the angles available to him, going wide of the return crease here and trying to get that ball to angle back into Keegan Simmons. But what we are not seeing is we're not seeing swing on offer. It's more subtle movement of the seam. So it's more seam movement than swing.
The Yorker there, well dealt with.
And, you know, someone of the like of Kimo Paul, the way he operates, you know that there's a clear thought process in terms of the 6 balls that he wants to deliver. So whether he wants to pitch up at the top of his mark, he's very, very clear in terms of what he's going to execute.
Now, Anil, as we look across the Caribbean, the game first with the West Indies versus South Africa, the first one day international, the first ODI. It's been rain delay, and I think by now it should be abandoned. Yeah, it has been abandoned, so no play in that one. We saw Shane Dorich putting up his hand and probably putting some pressure on Joshua De Silva for the wicket-keeping job. His glove work, it's well played. His glove work has traditionally been solid. You know, Dorich, what has really forced him out of the West Indies. Yeah, Barbados 322 all out, and Leeward Islands in reply. They're 15 for 2. I'm not sure how many Dorich made. Yes, he was not out on 124, so 124 from 200 balls. So he's applying some pressure. And there's another no ball. This morning, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they've definitely overstepped. It seemed to be a problem, especially from this end. They had a couple by Niall Smith, and now you're seeing just about 4. And now you're seeing
I'm just looking at it, Gordon. I just think like with the likes of Kimo Paul, just possibly overstriding, looking for that extra piece, and going over that front line.
That one moved away appreciably off the seam. Was angling. Now, Anil, in my batting days, I was more a batter, loves to get at the bowlers. How do you face up when a ball goes past the outside edge and you come back to face the next delivery?
Well, I guess like every good batsman, you just take that out of your thoughts, and your preparation has to be for what is following.
Well, it's Kimo Paul coming to the end of this over. That one going through. So at the end of another Kimo Paul over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in reply to Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 30 without loss, and it's going to be a double change as we make way for the spin twins, can we call them that, or the opening batters of Qadir Mohammed and Kisharu. So they're coming to replace us.
So we're back after the drinks break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's Trinidad and Tobago Red Force after 14 overs, 34 without loss. Getting through that first hour, very testing one. Getting to 34 without loss. And Kevin Sinclair is going to continue the attack from the southern end. Ball just a 1 over, none for 6. Good delivery from Sinclair to start with after the drinks break. And after the drinks break, Keshav, you have to refocus and recalibrate. After a break, always tends to bring some sort of, I don't want to say a wicket.
We don't want to call
some
anything too
sort
soon.
of a lapse of concentration.
Indeed, as much as the break would be relatively short, sometimes that simple difference in terms of just taking your eyes away from the ball for a couple of minutes or so might lead to that lapse in concentration, as you said. But I believe the batsmen have done well to fare, the opening spell of Niall Smith and Ransford Beaton, who were both very aggressive in their bowling. Nice line and length, good movement, both in and out of the batsman. So they've done well to reach to the stage, and we'll see how they fare against the spinners. That first over from Sinclair, Solozano seemed pretty comfortable in terms of anything that was a bit short and turning away from him. He was able to capitalize and either cut it to the boundary or just play it to the left or right of fielder so he can get a single. But Sinclair will also be relishing his opportunities as two left-handed batsmen at the crease. It's never a bad time to give away a boundary or two if it is you get the batsman playing shots. So maybe some changes in flight, some changes in the drift of the ball with a strong wind we see on the players' backs. All of these factors could certainly lead to an interesting combination here.
Ahead, most definitely. No single for Solozano there. So a maiden over from Sinclair comes to an end. Solozano 14, Keegan Simmons 11. And both these batsmen have weathered that storm, as you mentioned earlier on, Keshav. It was a very good testing opening burst from Niall Smith and Ransford Beaton, both soaking up 49 for Solozano and 48 for Simmons in terms of deliveries. So at this stage, both batsmen, after soaking up that amount of deliveries, would definitely want to cash in and not want to give away their wickets at this stage. It's still a long way to go in terms of trailing by 290 runs. So both these batsmen definitely want to cash in after soaking up those deliveries and seeing off that difficult period to start with.
Yeah, for sure, Kadir, in terms of having done all the hard work in the initial stages, you want to capitalize, you want to carry on your innings, you want to make as much runs as you can. As I was doing some research recently in terms of the international teams, England, Australia, India, New Zealand, these teams that are on top of the rankings in most of the formats, they talk about setting smaller targets when they have a big target to face. So Trinidad and Tobago here trailing by 290 runs. They could look at the first milestone in terms of coming down under 300 and then look to come down under 250 and set smaller goals so that they can work towards that rather than look at the big task of getting all 324 runs to get first innings points. And Kimo Paul has taken over very well from the opening pair as we see that replay. Nice delivery there. Just passing the outside edge of the batsman. So both of them will certainly have to be on their feet, as some good pace from one end as well as the spinner Sinclair from the other end. And then we have the veteran Veerasamy Permaul, who will be waiting in the wings to get his chance as well.
Yeah, definitely not going to get easier. A lot of testing bowlers on show for the Happy Eagles. Kimo Paul in operation. Yeah, stifle appeal. Definitely sliding down. Yeah, Kimo Paul operating here. There's Veerasamy Permaul, who's yet to bowl in this innings. And certainly batsmen are going to have to be honest, going to have to be thinking quick, making good decisions. And just look to bat and bat long.
Excellent delivery there. Getting them to come forward and drive
Yeah,
That one
thrown
passed to
into
the
a
umpire.
false shot.
Indeed, very good length and moving away at the last minute.
Yeah. Very good delivery again from Kimo Paul. And you know that angle from around the wicket as a left-handed batsman. You always seem like it's definitely with the angle it's coming back into you. You know, so you always feel like you have to play. You know, and then with that shape once it hit the seam and goes away, always a difficult proposition to withhold or to withstand. You know, definitely it's a mental something. You know, you have to be. I think the thing is you have to know where your off stump is. One
It's
of
all
the
about
biggest.
that composure and that understanding because the bowler coming around the wicket as well would create a different angle and then the mechanics of the ball moving with either the swing or with the wind or even sometimes off the surface itself depending on the seam of the ball when the bowler pitches it. The batsman has to be very mindful, which is why, you know, sometimes we look at cricket and we think it's an easy job out there
Yeah.
with the batsman, the bowlers, the fielders, the umpires, everything all around, you know, and it's really a lot of concentration, a lot of mental strength in addition to the physical fitness because if you don't have the fitness, then your mental will certainly waver when it comes to those decisions. And most times that's what causes loose shots or misguided shots, drop catches, misfields, very, very small moments where you might be a bit tired or fatigued and your brain would not be functioning as best as you would like it to. So that's why we tend to see some of the fittest players always doing good. As Sinclair comes here, nice use of the feet. There's a mix-up at the non-striker end, but thankfully, again, a misfield, allowing the batsman to get back to their crease. But
How long more
some
Yeah,
hesitation.
miscommunication there between Simmons and Solozano. Luckily for Simmons, Kimo Paul fumbled. All's well that ends well.
Oh, lovely. Look,
Solozano
look,
moving his
look,
feet
look,
to that
look,
delivery and playing it
He's coming, he's
just to
coming.
the right of Kimo Paul. So Simmons seemed to have taken that as an incentive to look for the single as Solozano was already somewhere down the pitch, but sent him back immediately. And again, good use of the feet there. Seems like he wants to increase his aggression here, Kadir, against Sinclair with this couple of advancements in this over thus far.
Get shaky.
Thing is, both batsmen, Keshav as well as bowlers, are bowling well. Both batsmen are, you know, one particular bowler is able to bowl six deliveries at one particular batsman. They're not able to rotate the strike.
Get it.
Again, no single for Salazano. I think the key might just be to just try and pick some gaps. Just try to rotate the strike, get off strike, and just try to change it up a bit. You know, at this particular stage, it's just been
Oh, lovely.
just to see off these bowlers.
Yes, the good thing is there's not an extravagant amount of turn in the pitch because I was chatting with Brian Charles in relation to the couple of wickets that he got yesterday. Good bowling effort from him and Imran Khan as well, with the spinners reigning for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in that first innings. And Charles was noting that he wasn't getting much turn on the pitch and not much purchase, so he had to vary his angles, as in sometimes he was bowling closer to the umpire, sometimes he bowled a little bit further away from the umpire to just vary the trajectory of the ball and how it landed, how it was basically drifting into the batsman, because he also used the breeze to his advantage as well. So good to see him using his intelligence there and thinking, well, and that one is flicked down the legs very nicely for four there. Excellent shot by Keegan Simmons. That's a wayward delivery from Kimo Paul, as we see here.
Yeah, this time straying on the pads and clipped away by Simmons. Good presence of mind. Able to pick up 4. So, second boundary of the morning for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Remember, they resumed on 7 without loss this morning after 1 over. They've progressed to 38 without loss. And Paul is not happy with that effort. He's been bowling well so far, just that one bad delivery made to pay by Keegan Simmons. And again, he's back where he's been all morning. Kimo Paul. Simmons goes up by 50 now from 56 deliveries. And if you take a look at the field, Keshav, there's 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, mid-off, who's very short, well, a short mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. There's a lot of gaps in the field. This time, Keegan Simmons driving uppishly, and he has to go, caught in the gully by Kevin Sinclair, and Kimo Paul strikes. So this long vigil by Keegan Simmons comes to an end, drawn into a fall shot, and Red Force lose their first wicket with a score on 38.
Yes, big breakthrough for Guyana. Happy Eagles there. Kimo Paul containing the batsman initially and then using his guys and his intelligence to just outsmart Simmons at that point in time. First delivery in the over, a wayward one, getting 4 runs. Second delivery, maintaining that line and length, going outside the edge. And then third delivery, pitching it up for the drive, which encouraged Simmons there to go forward. I mean, after already getting 4 runs in the over, no need to really push at that ball, knowing fully well, and you would just literally calling out the fielder's career. And you would assume that the batsman would have had sight of this and known where the fielders were, so you'd have wanted to hit the ball in the open gaps. But unfortunately, that one going uppishly, going straight to the field, and a good catch and slip. So this brings to the front the captain, Darren Michael Bravo, who will certainly be looking to put a big innings on here for his team and to lead his country forward.
Yeah, certainly a job to do for Captain Bravo as he strides to the crease at a crucial number 3 position. And he certainly is coming off the back of back-to-back hundreds in his previous game against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. That was, of course, in Antigua, where he had that 100 in both innings. Second innings, 100 not out. So definitely in a bit of form. Certainly would want to cash in on a good batting track. Lovely sunshine, beautiful weather to bat. Beautiful weather for cricket, I might add.
Certainly some lovely conditions we have here. I mean, no Bravo will be relishing this opportunity to stake his claim and probably get back into that West Indies team, as his first delivery is off the mark already with a quick single. And good understanding there between Bravo and Solozano, as Solozano seemed to have taken off from the moment Bravo played that shot. So not wasting any time here, Bravo.
Yeah, and if you look at the way he just tucked it into the leg side, immediately was able to get off the mark. And just to go back to that point where batsmen were just playing the ball straight to the fielders, he was able to just angle his bat into the leg side and took off for an easy single. And you know, this is the thing with Darren Bravo. I mean, his experience is one thing. He brings a lot of experience with it. But again, he has this problem as well with rotation of the strike, as we've seen previously. Even playing for West Indies and Trinidad for that matter. He had that problem with rotating the strike. So it's nice to see him just get off the mark first ball and just into the gap to really get his innings going.
Yeah, the use of the wrist nowadays in modern cricket is so important, because just angling the ball to the left or right of the fielder can give you that extra second for you to take that single. And most times, as we see, the batsman put the fielders under pressure, where traditionally the fielders used to put the batsman under pressure. So now, you know, it causes a lot of misfields, a lot of close chances for runouts as well. But in many instances, it leads to the batsman getting a single and rotating a strike, which in turn just keeps the scoreboard ticking and allows them to essentially gain dominance in the field.
Yeah, definitely. Rotation of strike is certainly frustrating for bowlers. There's one thing bowlers don't like is batsmen just able to get a single every single ball or just to get off strike. So going to be Ransford beaten, coming back into the attack, replacing Kevin Sinclair. Solazano soaking up all of 57 deliveries for his 14 so far. Definitely would not want to be giving it away at this stage. 40 for 1 the score here after 18 overs. Red Force still trail by 284.
I think Solazano certainly has to make a 50 after those chances he got, you know. And he will be telling himself that as well, because he would know how much he has worked to reach this stage and wouldn't want to give it away at any point in time.
Lovely inward movement from Ransford beaten.
Interesting decision here by the captain, Kadir, in terms of giving Sinclair a few overs and back to Beaton. Beaton with a good first spell. Running hard, gave us all, lots of pace. Good carry to the keeper. Very close call for a near dismissal, caught behind of Solazano, but not given by the umpire in that instance. So probably looking for the fast bowling point here, but just a matter of strategy in terms of attacking Solazano. Oh, and that one is close to the short leg. But it could also be a ploy against Darren Bravo as well, which we know he's not too comfortable against the pacers as well as the shorter deliveries. And Beaton, being one of the quicker bowlers in the Guyana lineup, can certainly pong those deliveries in and test Bravo, as we immediately see a change in the field here.
Yeah, change in the field. Man from third slip is going into sort of a leg slip. That's Kevlin Anderson. So there's two slips, a gully, no one at cover. So there, well, actually Kimo Paul is going into a wideish mirror for a sort of a cover. So he's going into cover. There's a mid on. There's a deep backward square, fine leg, bat pad, and a leg slip. Immediately a short delivery from Beaton.
Just as we said, Kadir, on spot there on Sabita with a short delivery and that aggression towards Darren Bravo. Two fielders from the offside will move there into the leg side in terms of Bravo coming on strike, as we saw the third slip coming onto the leg slip, and then the shorter fielder in that region. But also the short square leg moved to that deep backward position. So enticing him to either play that pull shot and hoping that he gets one aerial.
And this time he just glances it into the gap and picking up for Darren Bravo. Very good leg glance.
It seemed like excellent placement there between the gap of the keeper and the leg slip, knowing fully well that the leg slip was placed for that specific delivery, but
Precision,
precision and execution by Darren Bravo.
Yeah,
Seems very
excellent
calm
play.
as well, doesn't seem to have allowed us to phase him. I'm sure there's a lot of chatter around the bat. You know, he's a prize scalp in regional cricket, with the shadows of the Prince of Port of Spain, Brian Laro, here.
Short delivery again, and this time Bravo is back and cutting and in the gap and picking up back-to-back boundaries. Here, ploy, the short ball ploy, not working at the moment for the Happy Eagles. A lot of gaps, and there was an easy gap for Darren Bravo, picking up 4 more.
Yes, that one too short and too wide, allowing Bravo to freely swing his hands there because no fielders deep on the outside boundary. So he'd want to bolt his field here, as it seems to be attacking the batsman more than letting the short balls be on either side with too much width.
Yeah, that one just too short and wide. Nothing delivery. Short delivery again. Fuller this time. Or fuller delivery this time. And Bravo. What an expertly timed cover drive pulled up just inside by Paul. Bravo able to come back for 2, and with that, 50 comes up for Red Force. 51 for 1 after 19 overs. Kisha, we see 2 short deliveries and then a pitched up delivery. Good looking by Darren Bravo.
Dan Bravo seems to have come to the crease here with a lot of confidence, and he'll be carrying those hundreds, even though, you know, there was a break in the 4-day based on the schedule and so on. He would have that confidence from those previous games, and it would allow him to come to this game here and just continue that rich vein of form.
Yeah, definitely want to carry his form through for TNT Red Force. Kimo Paul to continue. 6 overs, 1 for 17 so far. Previous over was successful for him, picking up the wicket of Keegan Simmons. Back over the wicket this time, Paul. Solozano just shouldering in arms. But I like the intent from Bravo. You know, he was not caught on the back foot looking for another short delivery. His weight was well placed and he was able to come forward and drive it beautifully, picking up that 2 runs. He's moved on to 11 from 5. So Lozano 15 from 60 deliveries. He's been there from the start.
A very positive mindset from Bravo. As you can see just in that equation there, 15 from Solozano, 60 deliveries, and Bravo 11 already just from 5. But it's not a race, as that one is fuller, and it seems to have played on here. Solozano wants the second wicket for Guyana Happy Eagles. Trinidad and Tobago losing Solozano with an inside edge as that delivery was pitched up, encouraging him to drive and just taking the inside portion of the bat.
Innocuous here. Oh, inside edge, unlucky for Jeremy Solozano. That ball was coming back in, took the inner half of the bat and went back onto the stumps. So Solozano's long vigil comes to an end. He has to go for 15. TNT Red Force lose their second wicket with a score on 51. Both openers going for 15. Keshav and
In
TNT Red
consecutive overs
Force
as well, in terms of from this end with Kimo Paul getting that first scalp of Keegan Simmons and now getting the scalp of Solozano. But as we noted the ratio in terms of the run scoring, there was no real need for him to play that shot at that point in time. I mean, yes, the ball was pitched up, and yes, it was in the range for him to come forward with a drive, but no harm in leaving it alone if you're not as confident. But sometimes, you know, these inside edges can just be the bad side of luck in this instance, and having had 3 lives so far, Solozano unfortunately not getting a 4th one.
It's actually 2, as one was off the no ball.
Indeed.
So Red Force in a spot of bother here.
3rd time's the charm then, as they say.
2 senior batsmen, most senior batsmen at the crease. Jason Mohammed.
Keep going, KP.
Jason Mohammed, very experienced campaigner, is Jason Mohammed. Joins Darren Bravo, and this is a very crucial phase of the game for the TNT Red Force.
Right
As
arm
they've
over
lost
4
both
deliveries.
openers, back-to-back overs.
Mohammed being one of the most experienced batsmen in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup. And with Bravo alongside him at the crease. As you said, a crucial point in time in this innings for Trinidad and Tobago, as they want to rebuild here from the start that they had with Solozano and Simmons initially.
So Kimo Paul picks up his second wicket, 2 for 17 so far. This one down the leg side.
And this is the first introduction of a right-handed batsman we are seeing in the Trinidad innings, Kadir. So from that delivery alone, you know, Paul would have been angling everything across the left-hander, and might be a bit of difficulty for the bowlers to just readjust their lines with the right-left combination.
Yeah, right-left combination in for TNT Red Force. So Jason Mohammed in his 91st first-class game. High score of 220, an average of 29.5. Short delivery, and Mohammed has to get out of the way. And notably, Keshav, we take a look at Jason Mohammed's pad. It's a bit smaller on top. Top flap is a bit smaller than the one that Darren Bravo has.
Almost resembles a wicket-keeping pad in terms of the size, but it still has the likings of a normal batting pad. So interesting to know the reason for that there. Could be related to comfort.
Tentative push by Mohammed. Kimo Ball certainly with his tail up. He's really running in here. Yeah, Mohammed didn't have to play. Maybe he just pulled his bat inside the line.
And you know with fast bowlers, once they get one wicket, the adrenaline starts pumping. And after that, they can bowl 5-6 overs on a trot. Give you a very dangerous spell once that momentum gets flowing.
This
one
time, Mohammed
straight
is just
down the legs
working
and
this
flick.
time. And just Mohammed gets off the mark with a boundary. Runs a signal by umpire right. They're just straying on the pads and just clipped off. Tickled really by Mohammed to get himself going. 55 for 2. The score here after 20 overs as we make way for the pair of Gordon Pierre and Mr. Lakan.
Well, Adil, a very, very crucial point in passage of play here. The two most experienced batsmen in the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, Jason Mohammed and Darren Bravo at the wicket. The two openers, should we call it two quick wickets? The two openers back in the hutch. So this period of play just before lunch, I think this final 30 minutes is going to be crucial in terms of the outcome of this game, especially the first innings.
Well, as for starters, both Jason Mohammed and skipper Darren Bravo, they will want to see out this entire first session without being dismissed. And I think that's going to be the first objective in terms of our Red Force perspective.
Well, they've both gotten fours. Jason Mohammed off the mark with fours, and Darren Bravo has scored back-to-back fours. So it's going to be a very important passage of play. We see Beaton. He's looking to continue here from the southern end. They have bowled short to Bravo. What do you think they're going to continue doing here?
Well, they know that from previous encounters, Darren Bravo does not really like the ball when it's above that waist height into the rib area. So I'm sure at some stage they're going to pepper him. But at this stage, with the ball still doing as much as it's doing off the seam, they will still want to try and get him out, nicking into the slip area.
Well, they've got a fine leg, or should we say a squarish fine leg, and a backward square, as well as the slim it on. So they definitely have the field set for that short. And there it comes. On cue. Just getting out of the way. Darren Bravo there.
So excellent technique there. Just getting low on that occasion there. And one of the important things in taking evasive action would be your ability to pick that length up very, very early indeed and make that adjustment.
Yeah, and you got to keep your eyes on the ball as well, because sometimes you can pitch short and don't really get up, but you want to keep your eye on it. That one getting up into the midriff region, but it's well played there by the skipper. He's full of runs in terms of the regional competition. I heard in the local competition he's coming off a double duck.
King Pierre, 2 innings, but that when you look at that, it comes to nothing.
Yeah.
What matters now for Darren Bravo and the TNT Red Force team is that he continues that rich vein of form in this regional championship.
Yeah, coming to this round of matches, he was the leading run getter. Oh, and that's a beautiful drive, not a man move. Classic off drive. He just got on the front foot and pushed it through the cover region and down to the boundary for 4. Look at the replay.
Yeah, just transferring that weight onto the front foot and elegantly playing that ball through the mid-off far boundary. But this is testament Gordon, someone of the like of Darren Bravo. He's a big occasion player. He loves the battle at the highest level.
Coming into this game, he had scored 261 runs at an average of 87.
Yeah, and he scored back-to-back hundreds as well.
Yes, he's definitely coming there just outside the off stump. He just leaves it alone. So looking ominous, Bravo. He's already found the boundary on 3 occasions.
Very ominous indeed. But it's very early. It's still early stages in his innings thus far. I'm sure that he'll want to continue that vigil until the luncheon interval, and then really look to cash in, in the second and third session of this second display.
Yes, definitely. Short.
And he's
A
out.
loud appeal, and he's out. So the short ball has worked. The plan has worked. Beaten. They're getting the wicket. Just digging it in. Yes, just coming off the glove into the tie pad and taking the catch there at the short leg region was Nandu. So Matthew Nandu takes the wicket. The skipper goes. Bravo goes for 15. The Red Force slip to 59 for 3 and in trouble at this point.
So it's like even Stevens, when we look at what transpired yesterday morning in the first session, Guyana Happy Eagles losing 3 quick wickets, and then they were that magnificent partnership, that took them really.
It's even Stevens if you're looking at the scoreboard in terms of 59 for 3, but it's not even Stevens when you got the big man, Darren Bravo. Remember, at 60 for 3. As the score was at lunch yesterday, they had their skipper, Leon Johnson, who was batting and looking in good form. So it's, although the scorecard remained the same, the value of the wicket, it's definitely a big wicket there. But coming into bat, it's Jet Gooley. So it's Gooley who's going to come in here at a very important stage of the game. I think the game hangs in the balance. Remember, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're replying to 324 all-out made by the Guyana Happy Eagles.
So Chad Gooley striding out to the middle, Guyana Happy Eagles, and you could definitely see from what transpired in that over Gordon that the Guyana Amazons Happy Eagles, they did their homework.
Well, let's keep a Paul. Into Mohammed there, just pitching that one outside the off stump. So the plan working here, and of course, fast bowling points. Plenty here for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Their 3 wickets of all have come to their pacers.
Yeah, and important when you are in a tournament where a 0.1 of a fast bowling point, is evident in terms of how you finish at the end of the tournament. 0.1 could give you the title. So with the Guyana Happy Eagles prying out all 3 wickets via fast bowling, it will help their point standing.
Definitely, this game a very important game in terms of the standings, in terms of the championship. Trinidad and Tobago looking to break that drought. It's a drought that has stretched a long while for them in terms of the 4-day regional tournament. They'll want to definitely get the championship this year. The Guyana Happy Eagles, they've definitely piled on the championships within recent times. They'll be looking to continue their good form. He's no ball that's beautifully driven down the ground. Jason Mohammed showing the full face of the back. Textbook shot. It's through the mid-off region and down to the boundary for 4. A no ball also by Paula.
So lovely off drive there from Jason Mohammed. still, very still indeed when he executed that off drive. And that's the hallmark of a quality player, Gordon. Just length on that delivery. It was of a half volley nature, but still you've got to make good connection in order to get the result. And he did all those things, you know, in order to get that boundary.
Let's look at the comeback ball here from Paul. That's a good delivery, forcing the batsman to play. So the Guyana Happy Eagles showing not only technical ability, but tactical ability. You saw a shot as soon as Darren Bravo came in. They had the squarish fine leg, the man at backward square, also the short, the man at silly mid-on. So they definitely has done their homework. They're bowling to a plan. It's flicked off the legs. And that's going to race away into the fence for 4.
So excellent start by Jason Mohammed, but I think he's helped by some poor bowling from Kimo Paul. That ball just angling into his legs. It is meat and drink for a player of his quality. Jason Mohammed just uses wrist there, played at the last moment.
You know, sometimes your meat and drink, your strength, it can be your weakness. Because if you look carefully, you're seeing a slip, leg slip there. So there's a leg slip for that shot played in the air just around the corner. So it's one of his strong regions, but they're thinking that probably they could get something to go to hand.
Well, I'm sure that Kimo Paul is looking to strangle Jason Mohammed in that area, in that rib area. I think that's the reason for having that fielder at that.
I think, though, while I'm agreeing with you, I think that if they were looking to go at the rib region, they'll also have the man at silly mid-on. You know, the man is not at silly mid-on, the man is around the corner. So they're saying that he loves to play that shot. We know that that's one of his pet shots, if you can call it that. But he just plays it probably in the air.
But that fielder is placed there for the short delivery, not the one that's angling down the leg side, Gordon.
And he's just flicking it. Good work in the field there as that over comes to an end. At the end of 22 overs, it's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There's 68 for 3.
Yeah, the TNT Red Force in a spot of bother at this stage, yeah, losing 3 quick wickets. And I must admit that Kimo Paul has bowled an excellent spell indeed. And to get rid of the likes of Jeremy Solazano, what he did extremely well, he kept bowling around the wicket to Jeremy Solazano, and all of a sudden he decided to go over the wicket, change the angle, and what contributed to Jeremy Solazano's dismissal, he was playing away from his body, and that ball angling across him hit the inside edge, and it was curtains.
Well, it's Beaton who's going to continue here from the southern end. He's going to face Gooley. Gooley facing his first delivery.
So a lot is going to depend on the likes of Ched Gooley.
Well, he's gotten an opportunity here. You want to take it with full hands, with both hands.
Yeah, Ched Gooley, you know, one of the most exciting players around the region.
So Beaton going back to his original plan, just outside the off stump. The field remains with the man at silly mid-on.
So you could see, if you look at the comparison between TNT Red Force seamers, you know, these Guyana Happy Eagles fast bowlers, they're much quicker than what the TNT Red Force had.
Yeah, definitely they're bowling some clicks above what was presented by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Shapey, good shape there. Gooley just getting forward, leaving it alone, shouldering the arms.
Gooley, as we know, trying to make his name, trying to establish himself in this TNT Red Force setup. And, you know, it'll be important not only for the TNT Red Force team, but for Jed Gooley himself, you know, to do justice and to pay, you know, to pay the selectors, you know, by, you know, performing at a level that they know that he's capable of.
Beaton coming in. And there is just working away at there, that corridor of uncertainty just outside the off stump.
Because as we both know, Gordon, someone of the likes of Jed Gooley, he's highly rated here in the West Indies, and not only from a Trinidad and Tobago red post standpoint, but I think cricket lovers around the region, they will want to see this young man come good.
Yes, definitely, the importance of the white ball game has definitely raised his reputation and his ability to score quick runs. But it's a totally different kettle of fish here. His team will want him to spend some time at the wicket. They'll want him to bat through until lunchtime and then come back after lunch and put on a big innings, a type of innings that is against probably his natural nature. But of course, that's what makes a good test cricketer or a good 4-day first-class cricketer, the ability to change your style, to
well, it's all about adaptation, Gordon, in terms of the format that you're playing. And I honestly think that he's got that adaptation skills in order to perform at all three levels.
Well, most definitely, here in the Caribbean, we've pigeonholed a number of players, calling them a white ball, whether it's T20 or ODI players. So I'll definitely be joining to back Jed Gooley to come good here. But of course,
well, what I know of Jed Gooley, is that he loves batting. He hits hundreds and thousands of balls when they becomes, and this young man has really grown from strength to strength, and it's only a matter of time, if you ask me, before he really ink his name somewhere in the selector's notebook.
Well, what better time to do that than today? Your team needs you now. And also, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So today, let's taste him. He's faced a whole over 6 balls and yet to score a run. A maiden there by Beaton.
So both openers, if you ask me, doing their job. But I think from a TNT Red Force standpoint, the think tank would have liked from one of those openers to really go on and get a big one. Unfortunately for them, haven't done all the hard work against some excellent seam bowling. They perished in very short time indeed.
Yeah, I think when you talk about doing their job, I think they would have started to do their job. But in terms of getting the completion of the job is not only to take the shine off, but also to carry on, to bat on, to get that 50, that big 100, to bat a long period. We have not reached lunchtime as yet, and they're already back in the hutch. And not only the 2 openers, but the important position of number 3 is also back in the hutch. So I think that although they would have spent some time, they would have frustrated the bowlers early on. It's about, this is not one-day cricket. This is about first-class cricket. And if you can bat all of the 4 days, you should bat all of the 4 days. So getting success in the first hour or so is...
So we're going to see the reintroduction of Niall Smith from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
So skipper Johnson, he's really ringing the changes and keeping all his seamers as fresh as possible.
It's down the leg side. Let's look at the signal from the umpire. And it's a bye. So nothing on it at all. Just losing his radar there. Smith going down the leg side.
And I had the experience, a couple of years ago, working with and alongside Niall Smith.
And another dog is on the field. There was one yesterday. I'm hoping they're not saying that the game has gone to the dogs.
He was our overseas pro at the Barpo United Sports Club, and under Coach Amit Forgini, he had really progressed into the regional setup, and it's really exciting to see someone like Niall Smith, putting his hand up and really getting to this level.
He's teaming in. Oh, that's a good delivery, good shape. He's also gotten good bounce and carry through to the keeper there. So some encouragement there. Gooley yet to get off the mark.
So what we're seeing here is classical test match bowling lengths here, Gordon. You know, if you notice, there's absolutely there's little or no feelers in front of the wicket. All the feelers are, you got 3 slipper gully, a backward point, a short mid off, short leg mid on, and a fine leg on the boundary.
Smith there again, that probing length.
And the field will also dictate, Gordon, you know, the lengths that are going to be bowled. It's no secret that the ball is going to be bowling, they're going to be hitting hard lengths. With the occasional sucker punch delivery, which is full and wide, asking these batters and them to play away from their body and possibly bring the 3 slips and that gully into play.
Well, the senior man, Jason Mohammed here, he's come down and had a word with Gooley.
Well, I'm sure that is of a technical, tactical nature as well, because they won't want to be spending too much time, you know, before the luncheon interval, having to face an extra over. So I think from a team point of view, I think it's important, you know, to ensure that they get through this over.
That's a beautiful shot there by Gooley. The only running is to retrieve, and he's off the mark with a classic cover drive. Well played.
And that's Jed Gooley at his best there, Gordon. Just, you know, he's a tall man, and all he got to do was really reach out to it, just length on it, and it sped away through that cover point position. So an excellent cover drive from Jed Gooley, you know, just oozing with class there, Gordon.
Yeah, he didn't try to overhit it. Just put the right leg down the pitch and eased it through the cover region. They're just flicking off the legs. He'll get 1.
So there seems to be a clear plan, because it's now 5 slip in position.
Well, they definitely think that he's a bit vulnerable outside the off stump. So that one's moving away from him.
Well, Niall Smith would be a disappointed man, because having just posted 2 more slips in position and pitching on leg stump, which really allows Jed Gooley to get off strike, I'm sure that, you know, Niall Smith will be, you know, not happy at all with that delivery being lined up on leg stump. And you know, it's important, Gordon, as well, as a bowler and as a fielding unit. When you have a plan set in place, you want to ensure that everybody is in sync with it. And more often than not, you want to keep that player who now comes to the crease, who is struggling a bit, as much as possible. You want to keep them on strike.
Yes, most definitely. Oh, he's outside the off stump.
Over.
Good finish to the over there by Smith. At the end of 24, it's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in reply to the Happy Eagles. They're 74 for 3. They've lost the wickets of Solezano. They've also lost the wickets of the skipper, Darren Bravo, and Keegan Simmons.
And both openers going to Kimo Paul. We could see that, you know, the role of Rushton Beaton, I must admit, you know, is one of an enforcer role, where Skipper Johnson is asking him to really come in and, you know, bend his back and really let go of these batters. And so I'm sure the likes of Beaton, his role in this team is really to be the enforcer, Gordon.
There's going to be a change at the southern end. It seems to be spin is going to take things up. Sammy Pemal is going to take up the attack from that end.
And for Sammy Pemal, you know, is no stranger to regional cricket. He has done everything that I've asked of him at this level. Unfortunately for him, he just doesn't seem to find favor with the regional selectors, Gordon. You know, on a more permanent basis, I must admit.
Yes, most definitely. Spinners have always found it difficult to cement their places in the West Indies team for any extended period. Sammy Pemal no different. And you have to join the queue now as his spin mate Muti has done quite well, but he's bang on target there.
So he's known, his alias name is Ghana. Very aggressive individual. Whether he's batting, bowling, fielding.
Yes.
Lovely off drive from Jed Cooley there. Just leaning. There's no spin on offer. So once you get close to that delivery, you can execute your drives.
Yes, he's there. He's definitely coming and already he's found his length.
So I'm sure for Sammy Poma's role in this team, in this attack here, would be really to try and plug up one end and allow Skipper Johnson to rotate his seamers and keep them as fresh as possible. Because there is still a lot in this pitch for the seamers.
This one keeping a bit low there. Definitely went through. A bit on the low side.
Wicketkeeper Bramble just seems to be struck.
As we approach the lunchtime interval here, scores in some of the other matches. This one playing in Providence, Guyana, the Windward Islands versus Jamaica. The Windward Islands, of course, they scored 217 in their first innings. Jamaica scuttled out for 101. And Windward Islands, their second opportunity at the crease. They are 79 for 2. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, the Queen's Park Oval.
So I think there's just about enough time to get one more over in before the luncheon interval.
So there we see the scores up there.
So the Guyana Happy Eagles, their over rate hasn't been fantastic to say the least. In the 2 hours of play, they've only managed 24 overs. And I'm sure, you know, they will want...
25.
Right, they've only managed 25 overs,
24.
24 overs thus far. They will get in 25th over.
Turned away by Mohammed for 2 on the leg side. Yes,
So they will be falling 5 short of the allocation per session.
Yes.
And you can understand why, because they
They've
had
used
4
their-
seamers.
Yeah, they've used their faster bowlers this morning. Barbados versus Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval. Barbados, they were finally bowled out for 322. And the Leeward Islands, in reply, they're in a spot of about 55 for 5 after 15.5 overs. Of course, Shane Dorrich, the skipper of the Barbados team, he was not out on 124. And there, Mohammed again just turning it off the hip. And if Smith continues to bowl that line, Mohammed is going to be meat and drink for him. He's just going to be turning it into that vacant area there, square leg area.
Well, Jason Mohammed is taking advantage of acreage of space on the leg side there. Niall Smith going wide of the crease, trying to get that in swinger working with that angle back into the right-hander. But unfortunately for him, he started it a bit too straight. So Jason Mohammed just has all the time in the world to just use his wrist into that square leg region and is able to get a brace. But this delivery is better line, just all about the off stump. Jason Mohammed rocks it to the back foot, plays it out to that short mid-off position. There's no run. TNT winning the toss yesterday and asking the Guyana Happy Eagles to have first strike. They amassed a mammoth total of 324 all out late into yesterday's play. TNT had to face just the solitary over.
Well, it's Smith. It's on the legs. I think that will be off the pad. So it's gonna be signal leg by. It is.
So that leg by takes the score on to 79 for 3 now.
Yeah. So as we approach the long time interval, the scores thus far. The first three batters have all been dismissed for 15. So Jeremy Solzano, he was bowled by Kibo Paul for 15. Keegan Simmons, he was caught Sinclair, bowled Paul also for 15. And then the skipper Darren Bravo, he was caught Nando, bowler Burton Beaton for 15 as well.
No ball.
And goalie just able to run through for one there.
So now Smith just overstepping the front line there, possibly just overstriding in that final delivery stride.
I think that's a bit clear. It's become a bit careless by the Guyana Happy Eagles. They've conceded too many no balls for me.
Well, sometimes, bowlers, having a look at the surface in terms of the greenery on the pitch, it could just encourage you possibly to run in a bit quicker than you normally do. And it can possibly put you off in terms of your landing in that final stride.
All that being considered, you can't, at this level, I don't expect you to be bowling that amount of no balls. It's something that you got to go in the net and correct it as quickly as possible, because a no ball is a run.
It is, and sometimes, remember, bowlers are not robots, and at some stage, sometimes they struggle, in terms of their delivery, the delivery stride. So one has to take all those technical components into the equation as well, Gordon.
Yes, of course, and being a former bowler myself, I'm definitely going to agree with you on all points, except that you need to get that out of your arsenal. At this level, and of course, in this modern game, you can't be afford to be bowling. Niles would have bowled, I'm not quite sure how many, but it would have been a number of no balls. Well, that's the end of the over. We'll look for the signal from the umpire. And yes, definitely we've seen the bills being taken off. So at lunch here on the second day of the third round match between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Happy Eagles. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force responding to 324 all out from the Happy Eagles. They're 81 for 3 at lunch. In this first session here, they lost the wicket of Keegan Simmons for 15, Darren Bravo for 15, as well as Jeremy Sodzado for 15. So the not-out batsmen at lunch is Jason Mohammed on 16 and Jet Gooley on 6. We're going to the break, or when we come back.
So just to summarize what transpired this morning, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team losing 3 wickets for the addition of 74 runs. I must admit that both Jeremy Salazano and Keegan Simmons, when they look really set to go big, the introduction of Kimo Paul had a telling effect on this TNT Red Force batting lineup, really showing us, the quality in terms of his prowess as a fast bowler, mixing his lengths really well, and more often than not, changing the angles. And I think that was one of the areas, the areas that he bowled so consistently, really where these TNT bowlers, batters, to a point where they scumbled to him. But at lunch, TNT 81 for 3. I'm sure the think tank of the TNT Red Force, they would have possibly liked to be in the shed with just possibly 2 wickets down, but it is what it is. So we're going to say we're going to take a break, and we're going to be back with you just in about 35 minutes to resume the second session of play between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Taruba in South Trinidad. We have the Guyana Happy Eagles. They're up against the Red Force. The Red Force batting today in reply to the Guyana Happy Eagles. 324 all out. They're 83 for 3 just after lunch here. They've lost the wicket of the experienced skipper Darren Bravo, as well as Jeremy Solizano, as Anna Keegan Simmons. I'm going to pair together with Mr. Anil Lakan. Good evening, Anil.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to you, Gordon. Pleasant good afternoon to all listeners, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but the wider extension in the Caribbean. And also, I'd like to say a special good day to all the Guyanese supporters back home in Guyana as well. So a tense contest here, is taking place at the moment here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago facing a daunting task of having to overhaul Guyana Happy Eagles' first innings total of 324. At lunch, they closed on 81 for 3. But I must admit, it's a huge task, is in front of both Jason Mohammed and Jed Gooley. Most important, Gordon, you'd want to see a partnership being built here at this stage.
Well, to start after lunch here, we see it's Gooley. He's facing up Versami Pomalt, and he just guides it down to the third man region. And he skips through for 2 runs, so he's off the mark after lunch. So Jed Gooley, he's definitely want to put some runs on the board. His team needs him now. He's there with his experienced partner in Jason Mohammed. So these two will look to cry Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as close as they can to this 324 runs.
But very important to remind our listeners as well, Gordon, the task at hand in terms of both these players. The first hour after in this session is going to determine where this game goes, Gordon.
Yeah, they definitely. This is a very crucial point of the game. It's after lunch, after the interval. These first few overs, I think both Gooley and Mohammed will look to get themselves back in, get accustomed to the pace of the wicket, and set themselves for a big one. They'll want someone to bat through. That's a beautiful shot there by Gooley. It races away for 4. A glorious shot there by Gooley.
Yeah, glorious extra cover drive indeed by Jed Gooley, just striding out to that ball from Versami Pomalt, and that raced across this lush Brian Lara Cricket outfield here in Taruba, South Trinidad. So Jed Gooley starting off with a bang here, just after the resumption of play. But it's great to see that, Jed Gooley, he's showing that intent that's required, to keep that scoreboard taking over, Gordon.
Yeah, he'll definitely want to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Just 74 runs scored in the first session today. 3 wickets lost by the Red Force. So Pomalt. Gooley just playing down that one. So 6 runs conceded in that over as Gooley finishes on 12. The score going up to 87 for 3. So a good start there for Gooley just after the interval. He's able to get 6 runs from that Pomalt over. As we see the scorecard there, Jeremy Sozzalo bowled by Paul for 15.
So what we would have recognized in the first session, it was predominantly dominated by the seamers, Gordon, with just the spinners bowling a handful of overs. Now we're seeing at the start of the session where Versami Pomalt was given the opportunity to start proceedings. What do you make of that move by skipper Leon Johnson?
Well, I think they're going to introduce a spinner to hold up one end, and the seamers will continue to strike from the northern end, as we see Niall Smith to continue. And he's bang on target there. Mohammed just getting behind it and pushing it up on the offside.
So Niall Smith bowling 6 overs in his initial spell. this morning in this morning session. So Niall Smith would be pretty fresh in terms of what has transpired thus far.
Yeah, he'll be fresh. He has been conceding some no balls though, so you'll want to correct that as soon as possible. I think high in his mind though, will be getting something in the wickets column. And he's just outside the off stump. Mohammed just going across, leaving it alone. And it's into the hands of the wicketkeeper.
Well, I know you're very accustomed to doing football commentary, so you're no stranger to the goalkeeper. But what I really like about this Brian Lara Cricket Academy pitch, Gordon, there's consistent bounce, and it's really refreshing to see the ball, going through at a decent height into the mitt of the keeper.
Yeah, definitely. There's good bounce, good carry. We saw the short ball working to dismiss Darren Bravo. Oh, flashing outside the off stumper. Jason Mohammed there.
Jason Mohammed eyes lit up because that's his signature shot, that square cut. But it might just be ill-advised at this early stage of the resumption of play.
Well, you heard the whole Red Force dugout. Tell him, don't throw it away. That was the shout from the Red Force dugout. Don't throw it away, Jason.
Well, one would hope that Jason Mohammed getting a start now. They would really want him to kick on to something really huge.
And there's turned off the hip there. He's able to get a single down to the fine leg region.
But that delivery from Niall Smith, that was a booming in swinger. That one was really tailing in sharply into Jason Mohammed. He had to take the bottom hand of the bat and just allowed it to hit the inside edge. Just looking at it again. So this one tailing back in, and I must admit, had he not gotten contact, it would have been a loud appeal for like before.
It would have been close. There we see Smith going around the wicket to the left-handed goalie. Probably just looking to shape it in with the angle and then get it straight away to the slips.
So Niall Smith is bowling with 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, short mid-off, mid-on, a short square leg, and a fine leg on the boundary.
Yeah, and just as we predicted it, that one just pitching and straightening there. Not going down with the angle down the leg side, but straightening with his natural, what would be an in-swinger to the right-hander, but an out-swinger to the left-hander.
Yeah, so excellent delivery from Niall Smith there. That one just holding its line, and that's when it becomes very tricky for the batters, especially when it pitches. And you, the bowler, not sure what it's going to do. So you could just imagine for the batters, they've got to look at that ball until it's under their eyes before they make that contact.
It's a beautiful shot, well timed. It's going to go pretty close to the boundary, but they're able to get 2, and they're running on the throw. Good running between the wickets there.
So excellent running there from Jed Cooley, just easing that half volley through the extra cover region there and getting 3 runs. And, it's good to see that, the TNT batters, TNT Red Force batters, they're keeping that tempo, they're showing that level of intent. And that's important, especially when you're chasing a mammoth total, by the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Well, you're seeing a healthy partnership there. 32 runs between these two, 32 valuable runs here. As we see a bit of the scorecard, Jason Mohammed on 17. He's the leading run getter thus far.
So the seamer is doing the bulk of the scoring, but now we see Versami Permal. He's going wrong the wicket to Jed Cooley. This one is worked. It's caressed down to long on. So the score moves up by 1. It takes the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on to 91 for 3.
So Pumal just changing his angle there.
Yeah, just possibly trying to go across the left-hander with that arm ball that would pitch and go across the left-hander. So definitely, Pumal is looking at bowling that line, that channel just outside the line of the off stump. Now there's not much spin on offer, so more than likely he's going to use the angles and subtle changes of pace, and try and defeat the batters.
See whether there's not much spin. I saw some Sinclair getting some spin earlier. And there's another quick single. So good running there by the batters. You're seeing them applying some pressure on the fielding side.
Come on, Ghana.
Work, Sammy.
Rotating the strike, forcing the bowler to have to change his angles, to change his point of delivery. And that's straight down the ground. A long run across, but he'll be only running to retrieve it from the boundary ropes. That's beaten. Beautiful shot there by Gully.
But I tell you what, Gordon, that's savage Gully at his best there. There's absolutely no measure, measure for error on this pitch. And once you offline all length, these batters on them are good enough to take full toll.
Well, you're seeing some intent, and I think today mirroring a bit of what we saw yesterday, where only 60 runs were scored in the first session, and 3 wickets falling when the Guyana Happy Eagles batted. But then after the luncheon interval, I think it was a purposeful plan by the skipper of the Guyana Happy Eagles, that's Leon Johnson, to go on the attack, him together with Anthony Bramble, and they pushed back the Red Force team.
And sometimes when the pitch tends to be a bit challenging as well, Gordon, it might just be the best ploy to take that measure of attack sometimes, to put the team, the fielding team on the back foot.
He's on the back foot, just pushing it up on the onside. No run conceded. So 6 runs again from that over. So
that takes that at the end of over number 29. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 97 for 3. And that run rate is just hovering around that three and a bit there, Gordon.
3.34 overs, 3.34 runs per over.
Which in a 4-day contest, is quite acceptable.
Yeah, the run rate was never a problem in both innings that we've seen thus far. Just over 3 for Trinidad and Tobago, close to 4 runs and over 4 the Guyana team. But the run rate is not really important. I think what is most important is the occupation of the crease. We saw in the games that the West Indies senior team played in South Africa, that was a problem. Many times the bowlers brought us back into the game and we were unable to just spend quality time at the crease. Oh, he's bowled him. Oh, no ball. What? A call there by umpire right.
Cho, the last ball is not the ball is me. You get another wicket.
Look at it again.
In comes Niall Smith.
See, every time I touch his ball,
Goes wide up the crease. And it's that booming in swinger again. And I'm asking myself here, Gordon, if the ball is reversing here now. I'm just questioning myself here if the ball now has started to go the other way. It seems to me that it's reversing, and if it is indeed reversing at this stage, with just about 29 overs bowled, that could be a huge challenge.
I think before we deal with the reversing, Anil, I want to deal with the no ball. I've been telling you that all morning, that Niall Smith, there's no excuse at this level for a bowler putting his foot over the front crease. And there we have it. And to add injury to insult, he shot up on one leg. Jason Mohammed pulls him behind square for a glorious 4. I have been telling you that. I've been singing it. It was a beautiful shot there by a la Gordon Greenidge, or even the master himself, Brian Lara, up on one leg and swizzling it around. I've been saying it all morning, now into afternoon, that you cannot be afford. You see, that's the difference why the Australians are so good. They will bowl 1, 2 no balls all day, and they are quicker than you're going to see here. And that happens from the regional level, from their first class level, where the bowler pride himself. Look at that beautiful delivery.
But what
In swinging.
a reprieve for Jason Mohammed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's been poor.
Well,
by
the history would have shown Gordon
Smith.
that when the ball is tailing back into Jason Mohammed, is an area that he's improved tremendously. But we've seen with the last 2 delivery, with that ball arcing back in between bat and pad, he wasn't in a good position. He was falling over, trying to negate that delivery.
Yeah, he plays around the pad, around that front pad. So he's always up for LBW decision, really. When he's not in form, it's difficult for him. But he'll be hoping that with that reprieve, he'll be looking to push on.
So we're seeing that he's trying to make that effort to go back and across and get into line with that delivery rather than just trying to stretch out and play.
Yeah, it's something that he'll have to work on. There's a saying that they say in the farmland, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. But of course, if you want to improve at this level, you want to find your errors and work on improving them. That's very close, but it's gone down the leg side of the pad. So it's going to be 4 leg byes, signaled by the umpire.
Well, because I just in comes Niall Smith, and this ball is definitely doing a great deal at this stage. And from all that we're looking at there, it just seems to be reversing.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be reversing. Now I can deal with the reverse swing. The ball is moving a lot. And what is happening? There's a cloud cover. Of course, you would know with a cloud cover. In fact, the last time 360 was on air, there was discussion about why the ball reverses swings when there's a cloud cover, and it all has to do with the convection of the hot air from the ground. And so that's why when there's cloud cover, you tend to see the ball moving around just a bit more than when the sun is out.
But what I think also the Guyanese team has done really well is to keep one side of the ball in excellent condition as well. And that is aided by a very lush outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So the ball, in terms of how well it's kept, I think the outfield has also helped in that regard.
Yeah, of course, it's all about the science of the matter. Keeping one side, he's flicked it off the legs, but straight to the man down at fine leg. So that brings the end of an eventful over. Trinidad, the Red Force, they are on 107 for 3. They've crossed the 100 marker.
So the 100 coming up for TNT Red Force in that over Gordon. But that will only take the first box in terms of where they want to be, at the end of the day's play. So I'm sure that, the TNT Red Force, if they don't get to that total of 324 at the end of today's play, they will definitely be, a lot closer to the target that, getting there.
Well, it's going to be Pumol to continue with his left arm spin.
So he's going to be for Sammy Pomol, left arm orthodox bowler.
It's going to be coming around the wicket to Jason Mohammed.
So he's bowling with a slip. This one is bang on target. So he's bowling with a slip, a short turn man, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and feel on the deep backward square boundary.
Playing it up on the outside. The on side, sorry.
Stay on it, stay on
Mid
it.
on.
Kimo Paul in hot pursuit,
You go there, Sammy.
making an excellent save there at mid on, ensuring that there's no rotation.
You're too full, G.
So
Come on,
building
come
some
on.
pressure here.
The Versamic
Sammy!
Paul just seems to be bowling a bit fuller than his teammates will want him to.
Oh,
Long forward. Mohammed is showing the full face of the bat
lovely,
to the
Sammy.
bowler.
That's you, man.
But Jason Mohammed
I
will
love to see
want
that
to
forward
ensure that he
defense,
takes
Sammy.
full advantage of that
Right.
reprieve, Gordon.
Yes, most definitely. His team needs him here. And from the leg side, a loud appeal. And they're gonna get back for the second there. It looked like it was Sinclair who took his time to come off
Sammy.
the boundary there at the
Keep
backwards square. So the two batsmen able to cross.
So a loud appeal, looking at it again. Loud appeal for like before,
Go, G.
but that's definitely angling down the leg side
It
there.
also, I think, it came off the glove.
Oh. That's you, that's you, that's
If you watch it, oh, it's two leg by the signal though.
So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 109 for 3, with Jason Mohammed on 23 and Jed Gooley is on 20.
Yes, so they've gotten a start here as the other three batsmen that were dismissed before them. They look to push on here now. Of course, this ground at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, known for being a batter's paradise on the second and third day.
But also, Gordon, it has over the years, assisted the spinners as well. But with this pitch having a evenly layered of live grass on it, it's going to be extremely hard work for the spinners as well, because there's no side spin on offer. What you got to do is really use your variation, your angles, in order to try and pry out wickets on this Brian Lara surface.
Well, it's a medium pacer. Smith. And that ball is moving around appreciably. If you see the replay of that, you'll see that ball swinging both ways in the air. Look at it. Just curling away when it pitched.
So it's definitely reversing.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a tough call here, Gordon. These guys and I will have to show a lot of resolve, possibly what they could possibly do to negate that reverse ball swing, and possibly Jason could take the opportunity of possibly taking a step out, further out to reduce, the angle.
Well, it's Mohammed facing up against Smith. Yeah, that's a good delivery. Coming off the center of the bat.
And obviously, with the ball doing as much as it is at the moment, Niall Smith will be very well advised to continue bowling wicket to wicket.
Yes, Smith has been doing a decent job. My major problem with him has been that front crease. Well driven and well fielded off his own bowling. I think more in self-preservation. He wanted to save those knees. Got the hands down.
But extremely well played by Jason Mohammed, trying to play the ball from where it came from, straight back down the pitch, and that's an extremely good sign from Jason Mohammed, trying to play as straight as possible, getting the maker's name out to the ball.
So Smith steaming in. He's on the legs and it's flicked away. It's gone fine for 4. So milk and drink there for Jason Mohammed. Smith just string into the pads.
But I must tell you, Gordon, I'm a bit worried, if I may say so, because with the ball arcing in as sharply as it is, playing across the line of those deliveries, two options, come into play immediately. Two modes of dismissal, and that is the LBW as well as the as being bowled down. So Jason Mohammed has got to be really, really careful in negating that in swing.
Well, it's his strength really, playing across the line. You saw when he had now come to the wicket, a leg slip was put in place. But Smith will have to start, the ball is swinging in. He'll have to start a couple inches outside the off stump, allow the ball to do its stuff. There again, just leaning over on it. The call is 2. They're going to take on the arm. He doesn't even contest it. There it was Paul who did the feeling. In fact, Burton. Beaton, sorry, did the feeling.
So a good positive start here by the TNT Red Force batters here in the second session of play, really seizing on every scoring opportunity.
Yes, the partnership, they're just going over 57 runs from just 69 balls, so a very good partnership there.
Yeah, very brisk indeed.
Just pulling away there is Mohammed. Something just getting into his eyes. Don't know if it's some sweat or a particle getting into the eyes.
Yeah, it could just be that sweat from his brow just came just past his eyelids there. And when you're facing someone of the likes of Niall Smith, you need to be totally focused. There must never be any distraction whatsoever in terms of when you're setting up.
Yes, most definitely. You don't want to have any perspiration getting into your eyes.
So a good contest here at the Bramla Cricket Academy with bat and ball.
And here's Mohammed again and using the full face of the bat. So that brings an end to another Niall Smith over. At the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 116 for 3. Mohammed not out on 29, and Ghuli not out on 31.
So just about 32 overs bowled, but we would have seen that approximately 25 of those overs would have been bowled by the seamers. So the seamers already have had a good workload in order to, in the first session, going into the second session.
Well, I think the plan seems to be a simple one for the Guyana Happy Eagles. It's let a spinner hold up an end, and the pacers operate from another end. Pomal just waiting as we see Jace Mohammed. He got the towel out and would have done some wiping of the face, etc. as he readies himself. But he'll not be on strike. It's going to be Ghuli who's going to be on strike. He's striking the ball well. 21 from 31 deliveries. He looked to continue here.
Gets stylishly into line. Is Jed Ghuli, plays it back to the bowler. I would like to say a pleasant good afternoon to both his parents as well. and his entire family, who supports him tremendously. No matter where he plays, they are always present, Gordon.
Yeah, the family so important to the success of these young players.
So Pumal just bowling a tighter line to Jed Guli.
Yeah, just keeping things tight.
And this one is eased into the cover region. So the score goes up by 1. It takes it to 117 for 3. Jed Guli moves on to 22. And Jason Mohammed is on 29. So Versami Pumal bowling to the right-hander with a slip. Short third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fielder down at the backward square, on the backward square boundary.
Yes, so that over coming to the end at the end of 33 overs. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are on 117 for 3. As we see that scorecard there, starts at the top, 15, 15 and 15 for Solzano, Simmons and Bravo. And now it's Mohammed and Guli to come next. Charles, they'll not want to see him out anytime soon. Both Mohammed and Guli going at just about 67, strike rate of about 67.
Yeah, so that's
60 plus.
Yeah, so that's healthy in terms of the format of the game, Gordon.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bowling change here at the northern end.
So skipper Leon Johnson is going to ask his senior fast bowler to come and make a breakthrough for him here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be looking for a breakthrough here. Now, in the game at Providence in Guyana, the Windward Islands in their second innings, 123 for 2. Alec Atinez, he's 35, not out, as well as Hodge, he's on 73, not out. So turning the screws on the Jamaicans there, and Atinez banging down the door for selection.
Yeah, he has been having a prolific season, and I think it's only a matter of time, Gordon, before he gets the nod.
And it's gone up in the air. And just like that, Keeper Paul returns and gets the breakthrough. Guli goes 422. Me. It was a short ball. He went for the pull shot. I think the cameraman was put off there. He was looking to square leg when the ball went mid-off.
So TNT Red Force losing a wicket here at a very critical juncture of the innings here. Absolutely no reason to play that shot, Gordon. Kimo Paul, as you know, he's very skiddy, and that delivery, he did bend his back a bit more. So having not gotten the pace, of Kimo Paul, Jed Guli perish, unfortunately, by an ill-advised pull shot.
And I think too, it was the first delivery back for Paul. So I think Guli should have just allowed himself the opportunity to see him to reacclimatize himself. But it's going to be Webster who's going to be coming in now. He's had a good season thus far. He'll want to continue with the bat here today. So Tiana Webster, who's going to come to the crease here. A very, very vital breakthrough there. That partnership was developing. It had gone past 50. It was looking ominous. They were scoring the runs at a good clip as well. And just when the game looked to be swinging back the way of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the bowling change by the skipper Johnson reaps the reward, and Keeper Paul with some good figures of 8 overs for 30 8.1 overs for 30 runs and 3 wickets.
Yeah, so a telling blow here by Kimo Paul. Really bending his back and getting the rewards here. Jed Gooley unable to negotiate that short pitch delivery, trying to take him on, and only scumbled, only being able to get that ball to mid-off. Definitely, Gordon, he was beaten for peace.
Yeah, he went to get it outside the off stump too, as well. That ball was going across him, so he had to not only beaten for pace. I think the direction of the ball was going across him with the right-hander bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. So he went to fetch it. It was the first ball back from Paul. And Paul there, he's bang on target. Immediately he's responded. His captain has asked him to get a breakthrough. He's done it. And he's looking for more here.
Yeah, you could see, Kimo Paul is a kind of business-like cricketer. He likes to be in the thick of things. And whenever he's given the opportunity, he likes to make a mark.
Yeah, so applying some pressure here. Paul steaming in from the pavilion end. And a short ball. Just telling Webster, hello?
Yeah, just reminding the likes of Tian Webster that I do have in my armory.
Yeah,
That vicious bouncer.
definitely just waking him up.
So that will get Tian Webster's legs moving, I must admit.
And then he goes outside the off stump and well played by Webster. He just goes across, watches it into the hands of the wicketkeeper.
So still a lot in the surface for the seamers. The ball is still jogging around. There's consistent bounce. And as this game goes on, one important factor we must take into consideration, Gordon, is the fact that this pitch is getting harder and harder.
Yes, most definitely. You think it's evening out, it's flattening out. But because of the grass, it may just begin to do something for the faster bowlers. And there he is, bang on target. Webster into line.
But it's not a pitch, Gordon, where you could blast people out in terms of pace. It's that kind of surface where there's just enough for the bowlers.
Yes, most definitely a good cricket wicket here. And Webster coming forward, showing good technique, pushing it up on the offside. It brings the over to an end, the end of another Kimo Paul over a wicket maiden, that one. So at the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 117 for 4.
What's required now is for both Tian Webster and Jason Mohammed, to build a partnership and possibly take this partnership, into tea. So,
well, it was a good partnership between Gooley and Jason Mohammed. But just when you were looking for that partnership to push on and really, as you look at the Trinidad and Tobago scorecard, the 4 batters who have batted thus far have all gotten starts. They've all gotten to the teens. You Gooley getting to 20, and you 22, and you would have think that they should need to push on. Continue after this delivery. It's a problem that you're seeing at the regional level, and it's been translated into the West Indies senior team, where they're not able to push on and give you those big knocks. We saw in Zimbabwe, Chanderpaul going on to a double century. We also saw Brathwaite going on to a century. But you're not getting those big scores from the batters. They're getting starts. They'll probably get a 50, so Reefer getting a couple 50s in South Africa, but not going on. And that is where you want your batters, especially your top order batters, your first 5, your first 6, to definitely give you those big scores, those hundreds. It's the standard that we must set for our players when they play regional first class cricket. Pomaldo continuing. Doing enough in the field there to just cause Jason Mohammed to send the non-striker back, Webster back. As Pomaldo looking to finish off this over here. He's gotten 5 dot balls thus far.
But more importantly, he would want to keep Jason Mohammed on strike, which he has done. And what that does is basically give Kimopol the opportunity to put his plans in place, bowling to the likes of Tian Webster.
Yeah, it gives him the opportunity to bowl to the new batter, to apply some pressure. And this is what the fall of a wicket does, the breaking of the partnership. They were going along merrily and breezily. And then Kimopol, the ball was thrown to Kimopol. And now we've got back-to-back maidens, also a wicket maiden. So the pressure beginning to play. And you know, it goes into the batter's mind. He thinks that he needs to do something. Webster's faced 5 balls, yet to get off the mark. And Paul there, bang on target. Webster though would be happy that he's getting, at least he's playing the ball in the middle of the bat. You know, even though he hasn't gotten a run yet, but you, as a batter, just coming in, you want to be middling a couple first.
Well, Tian Webster is the kind of guy who likes to field bat and ball, and he also likes to take on the bowling. Now, this is a different situation. It requires a lot of resolve.
Short ball there, just going down the leg side.
With senior batter Jason Mohammed out in the middle with him, a lot is going to be depending on both these batters.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Webster, he's been having a decent season. He's gotten a couple of 50s.
Well, I must say that, you know, I am very, very impressed indeed with Tian Webster. He's worked tirelessly on his fitness to get to where he is now. And, you know, he's such a talented kid. You know, every time you look at Tian Webster, you know, he's got all the ingredients to be an international cricketer. And one will hope that, you know, this season will be, you know, the springboard for him to look beyond just regional cricket, but more so, you know, looking at, you know, playing at the highest level wearing the maroon colors.
Well, what better way to start here than to put your hand up for your team here? Good fielding there. The fielders have been backing their bowlers here in the field for the Guyana Happy Eagles. You're seeing they're just keeping the batter on strike, not allowing him to get off the mark, keeping that pressure on him.
So it gives Kimo Paul the opportunity to stitch a lot of balls when bowling to Tian Webster.
Ball swing good on the bat. No runs yet for Webster.
So Webster just trying to get a piece of the pitch here, playing the ball just under his eyes as late as possible. With the ball just seaming around a bit. It's important to play that ball as late as possible. But I'm sure he's going to be feeling the pressure. He's now scoreless after 9 balls.
Just going down the leg side there. So can Kimo Paul here just finish off this over?
And how often have we seen in in the past where guys got strangled on the leg side and nothing delivery, just trying to wick it down into that square leg position, and they further catch the wicket keeper.
Finishing off the over there. So at the end of that one, it's the Trinidad Tobago Red Force in reply to the Guyana Happy Eagles 324. They are 117 for 4. So 3 maidens on a trot.
So it's just evident, that Versami Purmal, he's doing exactly what Leon Johnson, his skipper, wants from him. Create that pressure of dot balls and using the enforcer himself, Akimo Paul, to attack with full force.
He'll definitely be looking to apply the pressure.
But Jason Mohammed has been stuck on 29 for quite a while.
Yes, they're applying pressure. They're bowling well in pairs, hunting in pairs, pack hunting. They don't need to do anything silly though, for me. It's just a passage of play that you gotta play out. You gotta face up to it.
And it requires a lot of mental toughness as well.
Yeah, so important, the mental part of the game. A loud appeal. And then he's able to get off strike. It's gonna be a leg by. Loud appeal there. Nothing coming from the umpire.
So it brings Tion Webster into strike for the first time against Versami Pomerol.
So
and he teamsly plays that one back to Versami Pomerol, who says thank you.
Webster goes.
A very soft dismissal indeed by Tion Webster.
At one moment there, it looked like a bomb ball to me because it was so calmly taken. He just popped it back and he goes without scoring. Let's look at it again. Yeah, he just popped it back. My goodness me.
So a very soft dismissal indeed by Tion Webster. And the Guyana Happy Eagles, they are really in the driver's seat as we speak. They're picking up important wickets at important times in this innings, but it brings out the wicketkeeper batsman in Amir Jangu out to the middle.
So Amir Jangu, he'll have to go out here and put down a masterful knock here.
Well, what's required at this stage is a rescue effort from the TNT batters. Someone would need to raise their hands up and say, are we going to bat with Jason Mohammed for the rest of the day? And that's what is required.
Yes, definitely.
I can understand, the seamers getting the wickets, but you don't want to present wickets to the like of Versami Pomerol. You don't want to be giving up wickets on both sides. And when you do that as a team, you're really opening up yourself to being bowled out.
Yeah, most definitely. So Django to face up against Pomerol.
Well, as we know, Ami Django, he's a very aggressive player indeed. And we just have to wait to see how he approaches innings.
Mohamed
Come on,
Django.
Sammy, come on!
He's played 28 first-class matches.
Now
He's
run,
scored
Sam.
1,339 runs. His batting average is 27.89.
Oh, lovely. Don't run, Sammy.
He want to at least double that average today.
Well, I'm sure from a personal perspective, being a wicketkeeper batter, he'll want to take that at least maybe possibly in the range of 38 to 40 at 27.89 is really not much to write home about. If you have your ambitions to play at the highest level.
Yeah, well, the journey of 1,000,000 miles begins with the first step. So he'll want today to be the first step towards really rectifying that average.
And what a time it would be, to come good as well in the context of what's happened after the resumption of play after lunch.
Yes, definitely. They seem to be stuck. In fact, at the last over, the only run conceded was a leg by. So it was a maiden again for a wicket maiden for Pomol.
So that's 4 maidens on the trot.
Oh. It's going to be close. Good running between the wickets there by Mohammed. He's off strike. So it's going to be Django to face up against Paul. Paul has his tail up. He's running in.
Here, Django. Middle. Right arm over there.
So Kimo Paul is going to continue.
Django want to get off the mark. We saw Tian Webster facing a number of deliveries. I think it was 12 deliveries for his duck.
So Kimo Paul bowling with 2 slip, a gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on the boundary. Excellent start from Kimo Paul. Asking a lot of questions of Amir Django, just angling that ball across the left-hander.
Two things have impressed me with Kimo Paul here. Both his consistency and his fitness. He's already bowled 10 overs. He's into his 11th over. His team has only bowled 37 overs, so he's bowled a high percentage of overs.
25%, almost 25% of the overs, a bit over 25% of the overs, he is taking the responsibility to deliver.
Yeah, in fact, closer to 30% of the overs he's bowled. Just strangling the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. How impressive is that? Not often you see a fast bowler, taking the ball and bowling for continuous overs. And he's also claimed wickets. So he's not only just held up an end, and he's bowled at a fair rate of knots as well. Here's a short ball. We remember that it was a short ball that got goalie out. So he's showing some aggression. Bravo also went a short ball, but that was bowled by Beaton coming down. But Paul is showing that he's not just going to just be running up and putting it on a spot and you could just push your front leg down the track. You got to keep your eyes open.
But one thing for sure, Kimo Paul, he's going to keep you honest.
And that's a short ball. He's able to pull it down, able to control it. So he's off the mark there.
So Amir Django is the kind of batter who will want to take him on as well.
So that's the first runs of the bat for quite a while. Well, the second, Chase Mohammed getting a single in this over. But Paul will want to finish this over strong.
A little bit airy-fairy there from Chase Mohammed.
Yes, I think with that over that Kimo Paul over coming to an end. There's going to be a change in the commentary booth as we bring back the fantastic opening pair of Kadir Anna Keshav. It's always tongue twisters. So they'll replace
Come point. To mid wicket.
A pleasant good afternoon to viewers wherever you may be viewing this broadcast from. As TNT Red Force 120 for 5 after 38 overs. Amir Django just come to the crease. Just one. Jason Mohammed 13 not out. Risami Pomal to continue 7 overs, 1 for 13. Keshav, a very good stranglehold here by the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Yes, indeed, Kadir. Guyana has come back strong. I mean, they finished strong in the first session, to be fair to them, getting 3 wickets and 3 premier wickets from the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, as well as getting these 2 wickets after lunch interval. So, with Pomal, the veteran, into the attack and Kimo Paul going well, it surely seems to be Guyana with the advantage at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, Pomal, all of his experience, over 500 first-class wickets, you know, really keeping the pressure on. And what he's done is that he's been bowling so tight from his end that his Kimo Paul from the other end has been taking the wickets. Kimo Paul already 3 for him, and really taking the sting out of the TNT Red Force batsmen. A couple of big names to go. Darren Bravo, Jit Cooley. Handsome looking shot from Django. Beautifully driven through the cover region for 4. Releasing the shackles a bit with that shot there, Keshav.
And Django is somebody who certainly is confident with the bat. We know that he played with the Leeward Islands for a few years and also has been around the local cricketing scene for some time. So he is no miser with the bat and he can make runs when he needs to. So the question is, can he apply himself here and really dig deep and battle long for Trinidad and Tobago, bearing in mind that we are still in the session before tea and already 5 wickets have been lost. So it's ready to stick together with Jason Mohammed here and put a real innings as he sweeps this one to the boundary for 4. Seems to have slipped when he played that ball there, as he's now getting up from the ground and dusting off the bit of turf. But again, a lovely sweep shot there. And I think one thing, Kadir, is Django has played a lot of T10 matches at this same facility where he has actually stood out in the Dream 11 T10 Blast. So his knowledge of the pitch and the conditions here has probably allowed him to have this aggressive nature as he has just started his innings.
Yeah, definitely. Back-to-back boundaries for Django. This one swept from outside off stump. Safe shot. No one in that mid-wicket region. On the boundary at least. So, acreage of room out there. So, Django moves up to 9. And, you know, Keshav, I know the situation requires a partnership, definitely, first and foremost. But when you look at the wickets that have fallen before, Tian Webster going for no score, and Jit Cooley was trying to be positive. But I think at this stage, you know, Guyana, yesterday when we looked at Bramble and Kevin Sinclair, they were positive in their approach. This time again, Django is playing this one off the hip, can't get a run. Yeah, they were positive in their approach, and they stitched together some 80-run partnerships, which came in relatively quick time and sort of took away the game from Trinidad and Tobago. And I think at this stage, maybe, just maybe, you know, a guy like Amir Django could just go about this smartly, play his shots, be confident, be positive, and try and apply back some pressure on the Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers.
I agree with that as well, because even in addition to Sinclair and Bramble, Kimo Paul also came in and contributed a quick fire innings as well. And with those 3 batsmen going on or about to run a ball, you know, it increased that scoring rate and allowed Guyana to reach over the 300 mark on the close of yesterday's play. and at the end of their innings. So I think Trinidad should take a note from that. And once the ball is there to hit, you can hit. But as we see from that delivery, Guyana has been bowling excellently. So must give credit where it's due. And that delivery from Kimo Paul, who is certainly bowling on the trot, getting some nice shape away from the batsman there, and Jason Mohammed just putting away the bat at the last moment as if to indicate he didn't really want to go after that ball. But the initial shape was certainly geared in line towards his stumps, hence needing to protect it at that point.
Yeah, Kimo Paul bowling fantastically well. And if you look at the bigger picture, Keshav, this is very good for West Indies cricket. A fit and ready Kimo Paul. We know how good of an all-rounder he is. Very, very experienced, as he's played a lot of franchise cricket. He's played test cricket for West Indies. So it's always good when you have a fit and ready Kimo Paul. It's always good to have him in the mix. And it's always going to do well holistically for West Indies cricket. 3 for 32, his returns so far, coupled with a 46, and this one is edged and it goes through the slip cordon and goes into the boundary for 4. Another fall shot induced by Paul. As we take a look at this delivery, pitched on a good length, started to shape away and just out of the reach of Imlak at second slip. 4 runs nonetheless for Jason Mohammed.
We'll be most grateful for those runs there in that manner, despite the bit of luck afforded. And as you rightly noted, Kimo Paul has been doing a great job for Guyana in his first-class career between 2017 to 2023. 28 matches, 49 innings, bowling average of 18.91, economy rate of 3.18, and notably he has 6 4-wicket hauls and 4 5-wicket hauls. So he has been doing this for some time in terms of his role for Guyana and being a wicket-taking bowler, and at the same point in time contributing with the bat and in the field as well.
Definitely, this one a rising delivery. Jason Mohammed has to ride the bounce of it. Does well, kept it down.
One thing about Kimo Paul as well, I think from the onset of his career, after he was another member of the ICC Youth World Cup winning squad, many saw him as sort of a limited overs type of player. He was very good with aggression, athletic on the field, and smart with his bowling changes. So to see him in this 4-day format continuing, whereas many players these days have the opportunity to easily get, opportunities to go in the IPL, the PSL, the Dubai leagues, the English leagues, Australian leagues, wherever there's T20 cricket, players can go, as well as we see in United States and Canada. They have several leagues popping up where local and regional players have been going. So for Kimo Paul to be really pushing through here as that one is pitched up and just driven into the offside for a single, played defensively by Mohammed there and coming through for one. So I think that's commendable, Kadir, in terms of the amount of dedication Kimo Paul has shown to the longer format.
Yes, definitely. And it's going to be drinks here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So after 40 overs, the TNT Red Force are 133 for 5. As the players go for a drink, we'll take a short break and be back with you. Hey, welcome back after the drinks break. We're back at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's day 2 of this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Guyana Happy Eagles. Remember, in the first innings yesterday, Guyana Happy Eagles made 324 all out. And in reply to that, TNT Red Force starting this morning at 7 without loss. They've progressed so far to 133 for 5 after 40 overs. So they've added some 126 runs so far for the loss of 5 wickets. Batsman to go this morning first. Keegan Simmons, he had to go caught off the bowling of Kimo Paul. And Jeremy Salazano, he went bowled Kimo Paul, then Darren Bravo. He was out with the score at 59, sorry. Then Jason Mohammed and Jid Guli was able to put on a partnership. Guli went with the score on 117. And then Webster, a short while ago, with the score on 118, he went for no score. So it's Jason Mohammed and the wicketkeeper Amir Django at the crease. For Sami Pumol, so far 8 overs, 1 for 21.
That delivery keeping a bit low there. And Jason Mohammed doing well to just avoid that ball going straight onto the pads, because granted that would have been almost plumb if it hit him dead on.
Yeah, that's the thing with Versami Pumol. He's a wicket-to-wicket type bowler. Very, very smart, skillful left-arm orthodox bowler. He's been around the circuit for quite some time. As I've mentioned before, over 500 first-class wickets. This time, Jason Mohammed is sweeping. Just a single. Shamar Joseph, the substitute on the field, does the fielding.
Interesting to see this matchup again here with Purmall and Django. Last over, Django with a couple attacking shots, which were a refreshing sight to see, given that Trinidad and Tobago had a bit of a slow start with the openers this morning, and really need to pick up some of the run rate here, while at the same time not losing any more wickets. So it's really a good opportunity for Django to showcase his talents, whereby he can respect the good deliveries and put away the bad ones, while helping Trinidad and Tobago to get to those small targets.
Yeah, just a matter of going about it smart and building a partnership together with the experienced Jason Mohammed, who's 36 not out. So far, they've put together 16 of just the 26 deliveries. And
What I've noticed from Django with those forward defensives in the last couple overs, his back leg almost each time seems to go straight to the floor. You know, as in he's ensuring to cover all bases. He's not allowing that ball. You know, one of the first techniques you learn as a forward defensive in cricket, and your coaches always tell you, cover that ball, make sure your eyes are on the ball, and the ball cannot pass you at any point in time.
Yeah.
So, you know, he looks like he's getting himself in that mood where he's keeping his eyes on the ball at each point in time, and that's so important for any batsman in any form of the game.
most definitely. Well, it's going to be Kimo Paul once more. 12 overs, 3 for 37. Really the chief destroyer so far for the Guyana Happy Eagles. This one is coming back into Mohammed. Loud appeal and nothing doing from umpire right. Let's take a look at this one again, Keshav.
Seems to have pitched well, but a bit too high there. I think from the replay we could tell it hit Mohammed on or around the tie pad. But then again, Kadir, his pads are shorter than usual, so it was an interesting matchup there, because Mohammed with a sort of special manipulation of his pads there. I'm sure it is within the legal requirements of the game, but you know, noticeably a bit smaller than the usual adult batting pads.
Yeah, it looks as though he had them custom made. probably his thigh pad and the top of the flap maybe coming together and making him uncomfortable, so he's custom made them. It's first time I've seen them though. I've noticed it in the North South Classic. Yeah, I've noticed him batting it with it in the North South Classic. So he's something that he's comfortable with. Another good delivery again by Kimo Paul, forcing Mohammed to play. Very, very good stuff from Paul.
He really hasn't given much room for the batsman to play any kind of loose shots, you know. Maybe one or two deliveries in the entirety of his spell would have strayed towards the leg side of either the right or left-handed batsman. But his consistency has certainly been something to take note of here. You know, pitching the balls in the right line and length, at least 3 to 4 balls for the over, and having a batsman either playing and missing will always leave that element of doubt in their minds when they play the next shot.
Still a shorter delivery, and Mohammed felt like he missed out, tongue the leg side. But what is noticeable too, Keshav, is that he's not been predictable with his lines and his lengths. Yeah, and he has that element of that short ball, which is always in the back of the batsman's mind. So he's been very smart about his work so far. Hence the reason why he's picked up those 3 wickets. Another good delivery again by Paul. And the Guyanese players really buoyed by this effort so far. Very vocal in the field. And everyone supporting. Really, really big effort from them. Realizing that they're sort of on top and looking to keep that pressure on the Red Force batsmen.
And Guyana's goal will definitely be to try and bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago team before they could reach that follow one. I mean, granted, it's, I think, around the 170 or 180 mark. And if they can achieve that, it will be definitely amazing for the team. But hopefully Trinidad and Tobago can at least avoid that target and then push on to at least reduce the deficit. I know earlier we were speaking, Kadir, about the small targets, you know, and I think it's something that is very important in worldwide cricket as well. As we see here, 134 for 5. If these batsmen can set themselves a target of reaching to 150 without losing another wicket, and then you go on from there, 175 without losing a wicket, 200 without losing a wicket, small milestones of 20 or 25 odd runs, and that way you're not putting too much of external pressure on yourself in terms of the entire total of 190 being how much you are trailing by. But you know, you can set yourself and just keep building, and before the end of the day you'd have over 250, 300, and if you just continue amassing those small partnerships.
Right on cue, Keshav. So a bit of an in-out feel here for Pumal against Django. Just a one slip in Leon Johnson. Backward point, cover, mid-off, forward short leg. Catching mid-wicket, long on. Man at short, fine leg, and the man out at deep mid-wicket. So in-out feel, realizing that Django might just be looking to get after Versami Pumal. Short delivery that Django just back and pushing this one to the man at long on.
And you notice there's a long on for Django already, even though he's only faced 16 deliveries, because these players would be very well aware of his attacking prowess, and the field has changed from Mohammed, going back to a bit more attacking, and the fielder coming up into the 30-yard circle. So good use of tactics here by Johnson, and slight changes in the field for each batsman to just suit their strengths in terms of the bowling and how they want the batsman to play into their hands.
Quick single. Kevin Sinclair not able to gather it, and Mohammed able to come through relatively unscathed for a single. Moves up to 37. But I like that. Putting pressure on the fielders, not allowing too many dot balls to be bowled at you. And just to switch up things, that right hand, left hand combination. And this time Django is driving, gets the edge, and out of the reach of Leon Johnson, and it's going into the boundary for 4. Chancy shot by Django. Edge taken, and it flew to Leon Johnson.
That's an example there, Kadir, of yes, we want Django to be attacking and to play his shots and aggressive, but again, pick and choose the right deliveries, because that one seems to have been flighted. It just hung in the air that extra second, and would have pitched in that area where Django couldn't have driven the ball as he would have liked along the ground or even aerial over the fielders. That one there pitched up in a similar area and well defended by Django this time, again with the back leg on the ground as we see.
Yeah.
Work, Sammy.
He's making a conservative effort as Pomal is spinning that ball back into him. So he's making a conservative effort not to let that ball beat him on the inside half of his bat. Straight at this time from Pomal, well watched by Django at the end of the over. Over in which the Red Force were able to get 6 runs after 43. 140 for 5. Not much to write home about for the Red Force batsmen so far. Jis Mohammed, 37 not out. Chid Gooley, 22. And Aaron Bravo, 15. Couple of 15s. Jeremy Solozano and Keegan Simmons both got 15 as well.
A change of bowling here from the media center end. Ransford Beaton replacing Kimo Cole, and we know that Ransford Beaton would have been bowling from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy end for most of the innings. In fact, all of his spell, I think, was from that end. So interesting to see how he fares from this side. And as you noted the scores from the openers there, Kadir, I think they should be mindful of the pressure being put on them by the batsmen in the local circuit as well. As we mentioned, young Kamal Puran scoring a double century and then 100 in back-to-back weekends, as well as Sukhdev Singh from Clark Road scoring a century and a 50 as well. Vikash Mohan scoring runs as well. So lots of options there. Isaiah Raja. So these batsmen need to make sure and make runs when they get the opportunity to allow them to have that place comfortable in the team.
Yeah, definitely. And, as an opening batsman, you want to get your average up. You want to have your average up in the high 30s, early 40s. And that's the thing when you look at the Australians and the English and the Indian teams, those test teams. You got to be averaging in the 40s or 50s as an open batsman to get a place in the test team, in the test, actually playing the 11. So these are the modules we want to follow as a Caribbean, as a cricketing nation. And it's only gonna better our cricket holistically when you're looking at West Indies cricket on a whole. Once we have batsmen scoring heavily and getting their averages up, it's only gonna benefit our team. Keshav.
And it will certainly benefit our team in terms of our national teams, but as well as the region on the whole. Because when you start to apply that discipline from a young age, even say school cricket, it is certainly a feat to take note of. Because these batsmen, as you say, let's look at India, for example. This stat that we noticed with Safraz Khan having a first-class average of around 70 or 80. And he can't even get a look in the India squad. So, granted, they have a lot of more cricketers to choose from in their vast population. But at the same point in time, the amount of talent that we have in Trinidad and Tobago is so immense. The quality of cricketers that we produce here, as well as Guyana, that have produced for the West Indies, and Jamaica, Barbados, the entire region, windwards, leewards. There's a lot of talent, a lot of quality around, as that one is left alone there to the keeper. And I think the talent just needs to be harnessed in the right manner, whereby these players have to focus their mental strength to combine with that physical talent. Bat long, getting good innings. When you're playing cricket here as a professional, this is your job. And everyone knows that you would want to do your job to the best of your ability. So the same seriousness that you would apply to any other job, whether it be a doctor, lawyer, engineer, anything of that sort. You play sport, you have to give it the same amount of dedication.
Yeah, well said, Keshav. I'm forced to agree with you on that note. And we all hope that these batsmen, you know, they definitely would take everything in good stead and, you know, just to try and better their game and better their stats going forward.
I recall a few years ago, back when I used to play youth cricket, national and zona youth cricket, there were high performance centers set up in different camps around Trinidad and Tobago and around other countries in the region. And these camps were really great because you would spend a weekend with the best players in your zone. And from the Friday afternoon, you would literally be assigned homework to do that night, you know, just to make sure that you had also keeping in line with your academic as well as your sport. Because most of these cricketers in those camps would have been playing games 3 to 4 days for the week, you know, and keeping that balance is so integral to the development of these cricketers, because we would have training Saturday morning, you wake up, physical fitness, then you train whole day, again in the night, homework. Whether it be cricket homework or whether it be your actual schoolwork, they ensure to give that sort of stability and that all-round nature, which many of the cricketers who have passed through that camp have actually made it to the Red Force lineup as well as the regional team lineup. So, you know, it's a good foundation to have and to reintroduce into each of the islands in domestic and regional cricket.
Yep. Right on cue with that point there. So Pomal once again from the southern end. 141 for 5, Red Force. Just stitching together small partnership here so far, Keshav. And we'd hope that this partnership continues to tee from a Red Force perspective.
Both batsmen going very well. Pumal dropping that ball in the same spot almost each ball each over, you know. It just shows his experience and his ability to repeat that delivery over and over.
Yeah, and that's an interesting fact, because I was looking at him warm up this morning, and there was some cones on the ground, spot bowling, and he was actually hitting those areas consistently for a period of time. Just the hallmark of how good he is in those areas. Really, a champion bowler at this level is Versami Pomal. This time, the inside edge and a single
Yes,
to the man at.
I remember infamous left-arm West Indian spinner Rafiq Jumadeen as well, you know, who's also a coach, and he, in some of the training camps, he used to put a coin, not even cones, and he would literally hit that coin almost 6 balls out of the over. Sometimes not every 6 balls, but at least 4 to 5 balls, he's hitting that coin with the ball, and effortless. So these bowlers, I mean, the amount of overs they would have amassed in their career at this point, you know,
Yeah.
it's really second nature for them.
Django, 14 from 21. Another good delivery by Pomal, as Django is just shadowing a sweep shot. Maybe just thinking about getting it into some make-up space, leg side. The end of that over, Red Force 142 for 5. Batsmen to come: Brian Charles, Imran Khan, Uthman Mohammed, and the debutant Justin Manik. So from a Red Force point of view, Jason Mohammed had spent some time out there, and he's done well. 39 from 80 deliveries, and we'd want to continue. We'd want to carry his bat for as long as possible. Short delivery and just uppercutted over the slip cord, and a safe shot Runs into the third man boundary for 4. A good shot there from Jason Mohammed.
Great innovation there, not the tallest guy, Jason Mohammed, so that ball getting up about chest height, I would say, or reaching to around the head area, and a slight jump and as he hit that ball over the top there, just guiding it using the pace down to that vacant position at third man. So he moves along to 43 and would surely be eyeing a 50 once he just takes his time here and continues to put away the bad deliveries while putting pressure on the fielder for the singles. Since Django has come in, we have seen a lot more quick singles and good running between the wickets, so these batsmen looking to up the momentum.
Fuller delivery from Beaton this time. And Johnson still on the attack. Still looking for wickets. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. Fine leg and a man out at deep square leg. So just being mindful of that short ball. He's put the protection back. A man at on the square leg boundary for maybe that top edge. And there's also the man back at fine leg.
Yeah, I would think with that face, that field placing and that fielder out on deep square, you might see some more short balls from Ransford Beaton into the body of Jason Mohammed, trying to probably encourage him to pull into that region, as you rightfully said, maybe sky one into the air. Thus far this over, we've only seen the one short delivery wide outside the off stump, and then the rest have been pitched up, so it could be part of the plan in terms of setting up the batsman here. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes with these other 3 balls, whether they are short or full or a mixture of the 2.
Wide on the crease this time, Beaton. And well left by Jason Mohammed. Exaggerated leave from Mohammed.
You see him signaling there to the skipper to bring in that same fielder we now mentioned from deep square leg on the boundary. Comes back into the 30-yard circle, so seems to be a decision that he's not going to go with a short ball. Or again, this could all be part of the master plan and the tactic. And we can very well see the short pace delivery into the body here.
Wide on the crease this time, a lifted delivery. Mohammed does well to pull away the hands or drop the hands.
That's a cracking delivery there. My word, a lot of pace. Movement right off the seam as it pitched. And so close to that outside edge of Jason Mohammed's bat.
Yeah, wide on the crease, angling in. And some lift there from Ransford Beaton. Bending his back is Beaton.
Yes, his action is indeed interesting as well, because he doesn't really jump before he delivers, and his release point is not too high.
Yeah.
So he tends to stay low to the crease, He has a decent height as a fast bowler, and a lot of his balls are generated from that angle. So that's why he might probably get some of that skid after the fact, Most times he tends to pitch the ball and bend his back, as you say, to generate that pace. So maybe if he releases the ball from a higher point at some times, or even a bit of a leap before he reaches there, might get a different variety in how the end of the delivery is.
Interesting from Ransford Beaton. But the fast bowling, the seamers from Guyana have been on point. They've been on the money all throughout this innings, led by Kimo Paul, of course, with those 3 wickets. But he's been well backed up by Niall Smith and Ransford Beaton. And from Sammy Pumol just doing this holding job from the southern end and allowing Skipper Johnson, to rotate the seamers from the other end. This time it's a glorious sweep shot from Django in the gap, and 4 runs the result.
Very well played there by Django. Again showing his confidence seems like he was around off stump when he finished after that shot, you know.
Yeah.
So stepping across a bit there and just using the ability. This partnership 32 from 58 already. So good signs here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as they look to reduce that battle for the trail. And that one's skied, and it's a great catch diving forward. Just as we spoke about Django, knowing which balls to hit and which balls not to attack. That one was a bit too easy there and a soft dismissal after he went so well. As they say, Kadir, if you're going, you need to go hard. And out in that manner with the ball not even reaching to mid-off, you know.
Django has to go for 18 to score on 150. I'm just wondering the thought process. Keshav, you've just hit a boundary. The mid-off is up inside the circle. And Django is rightly so disappointed with that. Gone for just 18, just as he was looking set and looking positive. His attacking nature letting him down this time. And the experienced Imran Khan, we really need some of that experience at this stage from senior pro Imran Khan. In at number 8 for the TNT Red Force. But Keshav, the thought process from some of the dismissals when you look back from the Red Force batsmen, you just wondering, you know, what's the thought process? I mean, the mid-off was up inside, and why chance your arm? If you're going, you're looking to go over the top, or maybe just hit it down the ground.
Exactly, and you just scored a boundary, a very good shot along the ground. It's a vacant part of the field. And, I mean, yes, if the ball is there to hit, by all means hit it, but that ball didn't really seem to be too much of a poor delivery from Purmall. I mean, it was flighted, it was in or around the region to be driven or even played defensively. But as a batsman, you would know to yourself if you have the confidence to drive a ball along the ground, or whether you think that it may go aerial based on your balance. At that point in time, I'm not sure of the thought process either, Kadir, you know, or if there was in fact any thought, because it just seemed to have been a bit of overconfidence or exuberance. As you know, the high of hitting a boundary the ball before, you would tell yourself, well, sure, I can hit a boundary again this ball. But again, Purmall is so experienced and such a seasoned campaigner. He would have known just to hold back the flight a little bit, or a simple thing as in the angle he bowled that delivery from was noticeably an inch to the left, different to the ball that was swept. So mind games are being played here, and the Trinidadian batsmen at this point in time are not winning that battle.
I think he was caught in two minds, whether to go over the top or to just hit it on the ground. He did neither of the two. Just spooned the catch to Kevin Sinclair at mid-off. And 6 wickets for 150. TNT Red Force really staring down the barrel here. Keshav still trailing by
Guyana have done really well in the field apart from those two drop catches in the first half hour of play. One off a no ball and one off a legal delivery.
Yeah, still trailing by 174, and now a change in field as Kemal Savory is going at Silly Point. The offside. Matthew Nandu is at Pat Pat on the leg side, and Khan is off the mark. He turned this one down to the square leg region, picks up a single.
Another veteran in local Trinidad and Tobago cricket, Imran Khan. There's always been a question lingering around regional cricket. Why hasn't he played for West Indies? In terms of getting a constant run, or at least a few series, as one of the premier leg spinners over the regional 4-day format from some time.
That's a really touchy issue, Keshav. So at the end of a successful Versami Purmall over, Red Force slipped to 151 for 6 after 47 overs. Jason Mohammed is stand out so far, 43 unbeaten. But again, another start from a Red Force batsman are not able to carry on. There we see the coach, Red Emirates, skipper Darren Bravo, in conversation. Think
Sure.
tank of the Red Force.
Yes, yes, indeed. I'm sure Bravo is probably still pondering on that dismissal, you know. He was set up for it from ball one. They changed the field placing. They bowled him short attacking deliveries. They even gave him some looseners to play attacking shots to give him that confidence. And then on cue, a short ball into the body and fending it off the short leg for a very, very simple catch at that time. So, I mean, as a batsman, we all know we have weaknesses. Bowlers all know they have strengths. And it's really a matter of knowing how to handle that
Presence
situation.
of mind.
Exactly.
Presence of mind.
And to work on those weaknesses as well. To me, if you know that's your main downfall in many of your innings, you go into the nets, you go with the bowling machine, you work with the coaches, and let them fix that for you as best as they can. You know, similar, I remember Ramnari Sarwan, who always loved to pull and always loved that shot, where many times he would also be set up from ball one. You know, the Australians, the English, they would send that fielder back to the boundary, give him short balls, and get him hooking.
He was somewhat of a compulsive hooker. Just could not resist it.
Dinesh Ram there with a cut shot.
And it
You know?
often lead to their downfall. Sometimes what's your strength can also be your downfall. Got to really be mindful. Imran Khan just off the mark, so 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, pad in Matthew Nandu, and fine leg. This one's keeping a bit low, and Jason Mohammed is calling Khan through for a single. So Beaton just getting into the danger area as umpire Wright is just giving him a quiet word about.
Khan is capable with the bat, as he has shown over the years, so it's really to stick together with Jason Mohammed here, who has to take the lead at this point, and you know, allow the other batsmen to still get their eye in while he stays there and picks up the runs. I like how they have been taking the quick singles since this new partnership. Already 2 or 3 singles there thus far, so
Not a good delivery by Beaton. Beaton has been quite good too. Keshav 10.4 overs, 1 for 25, not giving away much.
the economy for the Guyanese bowlers have been good overall. I think most of their bowlers have been just under or around that 3-run per over mark. As you know, Kimo Paul, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 wickets for 37 runs at an economy of 2.84. Niall Smith, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39, economy of 4.33. Runs for Beaton, 10.5 overs, 3 maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket, 2.38 the economy. Kevin Sinclair, just the 3 overs. I'm sure we'll see him at some point again in the day. No wicket. And Virasamy Purmall, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34. Economy of 2.83.
Yeah, this one just helped into the leg side. Thinking about 2, they'll get back comfortably. And Mohammed continues to soldier on. And that's the end of Beaton's 11th over. 154 for 6.
The fielders will certainly be buoyed by the fact that only 48 overs have elapsed and they already have 6 scalps of the Red Force team. So essentially, if they can get this, I would say by about the 70th over, they'll be even to probably try and bowl out the Trinidad and Tobago team and send them back in if they don't make the follow-on, or start to bat themselves before the second day is over. And it also helps when you finish the day on a winning note, whether it be you win that session or you win the entire day based on the run of play. But that confidence is certainly paramount to how the teams go about their game.
Yeah, just as Pomal begins his 13th over. No chance of a single. This one is hit a bit uppishly. Kevlin Anderson preventing any chance of a single. Imran Khan is looking like he wants to get after the bowling. Looking like his short stay so far. He's looking to get after Pomal. Yeah, just to run through the batting lineup so far. Keshav, Jeremy Solozano and Keegan Simmons starting this morning. Well, Keegan Simmons was the first man to go caught and clear of the bowling of Kimo Paul for 15. Jeremy Solozano bowled Kimo Paul for 15. Oh, and this one goes right through Imran Khan. Played forward and somehow it got through the defense of Imran Khan, and Pomal strikes once more, goes through the gate. This one looks like it was just sliding on from the experienced Versami Pomal, and Khan has to go for 2. What another breakthrough here for the Happy Eagles as they're really soaring now. Red Force slip into further trouble at 154 for 7. Some further thoughts from Keshav.
I am honestly just in amazement here at Pomal in terms of how he set up Imran Khan, and you could have seen the celebrations from Captain Leon Johnson as well as from Pomal. This was a very well executed wicket in terms of how they went about this here, because really and truly, first couple of deliveries just outside the off stump, also encouraging Imran Khan to drive and to play. And then that one seemed to have been the drifter, because it just hung in the air and angled into the batsman, coming between bat and pad. It seemed to be a very solid forward defense on paper, as well as how it looked even after the stumps were rattled. But the fact that the ball was able to reach there, a lot of guys, a lot of deception in the flight. Even Pumo's 2 wickets, when you note career, one was a caught on bowl, Tian Webster driving it oppositely to him. Second was Amir Jangu being caught just in a couple overs ago when he drove oppositely to the mid-off area. Khan, 2 deliveries before his dismissal, drove oppositely to the mid-off area. So Pumal is very well aware of what he's doing here. He's enticing the batsman to drive, to get them to play shots. He has no difficulty if they get a boundary. They have 170 runs to fend with. So this attacking approach by Johnson here, as soon as he got the wicket, he turned around to the dugout and just raised his hands in triumph, as in this team seems to have been planning for these batsmen a while now, and it certainly has been showing here on this game of play.
Yeah, definitely credit must be given to Leon Johnson and the way he marshaled his troops. He's done an excellent job. And credit to the bowlers as well. They've stuck to their plans and they've really ensured that Skipper Johnson and his field placing was on point. And really it's not looking good for the TNT Red Force with a score of 154 for 7. Pomal completes another successful wicket maiden. 49 overs have elapsed here. Jason Mohammed, the lone man, at 45 from 90 deliveries.
I'm just noting a very amazing stat here about Veerasamy Permaul. In first class cricket, he has been playing since the year 2007 up until present. He has played 132 matches, bowling in 237 innings, an average of 21.05, and he has 582 wickets in first class cricket. Truly a wonderful stat, Kadir.
Yeah, most definitely. Really stalwart of Guyanese cricket is Versamy Pomal. And he's looking in supreme touch, in supreme form. Credit to him and his fitness. Always worked hard on his game, really paying dividends. Beaten again, wide on the crease, and again turned down to fine leg. Just a single brings new man Brian Charles on strike.
And Brian Charles doing well in the first innings to get a couple of wickets. Similarly, as we noted since this morning, the pitch has not been turning an extensive amount. So for the spinners to get wickets, they really have to use their intellect and to use all of their tools in their arsenal to try and deceive the batsman and get a wicket. Permal, I mean, he has been the exemplar of that thus far for Guyana, and I'm sure if Sinclair gets another opportunity, he'll try to resume in that stride as well. But Brian Charles coming to the crease here. Good young cricketer, very athletic in the field.
Well, I think there's no need for Kevin Sinclair at this stage because Sami Permal is bowling so good from the southern end, and the seam-up bowlers are doing well from the northern end. Oh, it's a peach of a delivery, angled in and just started to move away from Charles. Virtually unplayable from Ransford Beaton. As we look at this one, angled in and out.
Not the best delivery you'd want to face as your first or second or even third at any point in time here.
I think even the well-said Jason Mohammed would not want to face a delivery of that nature.
What I like about the seamers as well, Kadir, is that they have not tried to bowl too hard. As you know, a lot of fast bowlers in cricket these days, they try to bowl as fast as they can, with no real purpose at times. And these bowlers have just tried to maintain their line and length and use that movement as best as they can to try and get the wickets.
Yeah. Short delivery. The appeal is going up. Umpire Wright has raised the finger. And that's the end of Brian Charles. He goes for no score. Ransford Beaton with a short delivery. And Charles trying to get out of the way. Just taking the glove. Didn't get the glove out of the way in time. Snort of a delivery from Beaton. And Charles has to go. Keshav, my, 155 for 8.
Is it that they will not make the follow on right now, Kadir? Because, I mean, at this point in time, wickets are going hard and fast, and Charles understandably disappointed there. I mean, that was one of the most brutal, experiences in fast bowling, as in the first couple of deliveries he faced, beat the bat very, very easily in terms of how it moved away from the seam. And that one, a nasty short delivery there. Really and truly, if it didn't hit his gloves, it would have hit him. So he tried to get out of the way, but too much pace on the ball. Beaton has been mixing his pace well with the movement deliveries, because when he bends his back extra, he gets that effort ball to just rise and to climb on the batsman. So very good use there of his difference in deliveries. Some full of length, some short. And Beaton getting his second wicket. Much deserved, I must say. As you see, Beaton and Permal to the left of the
Charles
picture
was
there.
beaten by Beaton.
Charles was beaten by Beaton indeed.
Well, I'll give you an interesting stat, Keshav. Uthman Mohammed, the new man to the crease, on first-class debut against Guyana at the Queen's Park Oval, he scored a 50 against Guyana. So,
I hope he
maybe
has fond
history
memories of
can
that
repeat
day.
itself.
I really hope he has some good memories of that day, and he can use those memories to create some deja vu in this instance. A 50 from him at this point would be very, very welcome.
Like gold dust.
Yes, indeed.
Well, he's no slouch, with the bat is Mohammed.
As all fast bowlers, usually a bit aggressive in nature. And he hits the ball really hard. So I'm sure Beaton would be very well aware of how Uthman Mohammed plays. And he's not going to give him any chance to swing those levers.
Right behind it is Mohammed. And I'll tell you what, he's not going to get too much pitched up deliveries from Ransford Beaton. But excellent bowling from all of the Happy Eagles bowlers so far this innings. They've really been outthinking all the Red Force batsmen, and some of the dismissals, you have to say, it's been a letdown. Short delivery, Mohammed gets under that one. Wry smile from Mohammed. The end of 50 overs and another successful beaten over. 155 for 8. TNT Red Force in danger of not avoiding the follow on here.
Certainly some risky business here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It is a try to get over the line. Ransford Beaton enjoying and relishing this opportunity to get more scalps. Uthman Mohammed, being a fast bowler himself, would be well aware of the tactics that they would employ. There's an unspoken code of conduct between fast bowlers where you bowl short to me and I bowl short to you. And they can't wait to meet each other in the crease when they get that chance.
It's always a battle within the battle. Those fast bowlers.
And I like this combination very much in terms of short, aggressive fast bowling from one end, and then Purmall from this end with his little tricks up his sleeve. It's certainly a very well meshed pair in terms of how they understand to approach the innings, how to complement each other when they're bowling in that essence.
So Jason Mohammed 4 away from what would be a well played half century if he gets there. Wickets falling all around him. Really playing a lone hand so far for TNT Red Force. This one is sweeping and in the gap, and Beaton able to pull it in as they come back for 2. Good work from Beaton on the square leg boundary. His effort being applauded by all his teammates as he just bowled that over. Great commitment shown by Ransford Beaton there.
A really good pick-up and throw. In fact, when he picked it up, he was off balance and close to the rope. So he had to hop 2 to 3 times there away from the rope and restricted the batsman at 2. Mohammed sweeps again here, and this one goes straight on to Beaton. No run taken by him. So Mohammed will be very mindful of being on 48 and probably looking for that boundary to get over the 50 mark to at least secure that initial landmark there, and then look to further score some runs for the team as they try to get past that follow-on mark.
Yeah, just looking to farm the strike is Jason Mohammed, not looking to expose Mohammed.
You see the field is spread as well as long off and long on have gone to the boundaries. Previously, both of them being in the circle.
Just inviting the single.
Oh, bowling.
And when you look back at those lower order runs for the Guyana Eagles yesterday, Anthony Bramble with 56, Kimo Paul with 46, Kevin Sinclair with 69 was so valuable. Was at one stage Guyana were 130 odd for 5.
Come now.
And those low order runs was so crucial in them getting up to 324. We're seeing it here now. Those contributions mean a lot. And even for a lot of batsmen, it's you wanna contribute.
And from the onset of this morning, we noted that the difference in this game could very well come down to about 100 runs. And between those 3 batsmen with their attacking nature yesterday, they seem to have just taking away the momentum from Trinidad and Tobago as they came to the close of play. Mohammed is chipping forward here and just plays that one softly. Would have been looking for the single there, I'm sure, to retain the strike, but it seems that it's almost time for tea here, and umpires are looking like they would allow one more over.
Maybe we're going to get one more.
I think it's only fair as well if they have minutes left until the scheduled time. You have to go with giving the team who's in charge right now. I mean, Rod Sodbito will be certainly eager to run in here, already getting back to his mark quickly to try and get this over completed with the new batsman on strike to see if they can get another breakthrough before this tea interval.
Yeah, Ransford beaten with his tail up. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point. Cover. Mid on. Bat pad on the leg side. And this one, Mohammed is helping along. And he's going to get a single down to the fine leg position. Fine leg region. So Mohammed gets off the mark. Mohammed 2 away from a 50. Lets this one go by. I've noticed that Beaton is not getting too close to the stumps. He's running wide of the crease, looking to angle that ball in to Mohammed. And on pitching, just trying to get it to go away. This one down the leg side. Good hand from Anthony Bramble.
What's that?
Mohammed will be watchful here of these 3 deliveries. As you note, we have to distinguish the Mohammeds now. We have Jason and Uthman. Both different spellings, but I assume different pronunciations as well. Muhammad and Muhammad.
Yeah.
The flick into the next side. He's looking for 2 here. He's hustled and looks like he'll get back for 2 safely, and that's an excellent half century by Jason Muhammad in the circumstances, as all of the players applaud him from the Trinidad and Tobago camp as well as the supporters in the stands. Jason Muhammad showing his worth here. Many questions would have been asked in terms of his inclusion as well as, the reason for him being here, given that he hasn't performed too well recently in the regional or the club format, but proven to the selectors and proven to everyone watching at this point in time that he still has the patience, the merit, and the ability to score runs for his team and take them out of a hole when needed.
Oh,
And
fantastic delivery.
I've spoken too soon, Kadir.
As soon as Mohammed got to 50, a picture of a delivery again from Ransford Beaton. Angled in, took the edge, and Bramble did the rest. Ah, what a delivery from Ransford Beaton. 160 for 9. Mohammed lone hand comes to an end. Goes for exactly 50. And the Red Force 160 for 9. So I think at this stage, we're gonna get probably the extra half an hour as 9 wickets are down.
Yes, certainly. We just saw the signal from the umpires to the reserve umpire off field that they're going to go ahead and play in light of the circumstances. The debutant Just Take Mine to come on, just waiting for Jason Mohammed to clear the field. But again, career, just speaking about Jason Mohammed proving that he's able to reach at this level. And admittedly, it was a very, very difficult delivery to play.
Yeah.
So beaten there, you know. That ball just angling away from Jason Mohammed at the last point and taking the edge from the back.
Yeah, I was just speaking about runs for beaten, jumping wide on the crease and angling it into Jason Mohammed, and on pitching it's leaving Mohammed. So the natural angle is coming back into Mohammed, and then when it's pitched and hit the seam, it's going away from him. But that one was on a very good length and line. Mohammed had to play, and brings to the crease now the debutant, the 21-year-old Justin Manick,
Middle.
out of Central Trinidad.
Don't sashay.
Comes to the crease. He's no mug with the bat, Keshav.
Right
He
arm
can
over,
bat,
one to come.
but I'm assuming, as being the debutant and being predominantly a bowler in this team, you have to start at Jack.
Yes, it's always down to the pecking order. And I'm sure he would have some nerves as well, a bit of anxiety. His first innings in first-class cricket, didn't get to bowl as many overs as he would have liked in the first innings for the bowling aspect. But let's see if he can show his batting skills here as Beaton runs in.
And this
And
time
this
he's
one he
offering
leaves
no
alone
shot.
on first ball.
Oh, and Justin
He's given
Manick,
Plum
my.
First ball here, career, as we see this replay. It looks like he shifted across the stumps, stepped back and across the middle, and that one hit him certainly plumb on the stumps there. Would have gone on to head leg stump.
My, Justin Manick, no shot offered.
No shot offered whatsoever. I think he would have assumed that this ball would have moved away.
So that's the end of the TNT Red Force innings, all out for 160 after 52 overs. Runsford beaten the pick of the bowlers for the Harpy Eagles with 4 for 31. And Kesha have a very sorry looking scorecard as we just run through the scores. Jeremy Salazano, the first man to go, bowled by Kimo Paul for 15. Keegan Simmons caught Kevin Sinclair, bowled Kimo Paul for 15. Darren Bravo caught Matthew Nandu, bowled Runsford beaten for 15. Jason Mohammed, the penultimate batsman out, caught Bramble, bowl beaten for 50. The top scorer, Jed Gooley, caught Smith, bowl Paul for 22. Theon Webster caught and bowl Pomal for no score. Amir Django caught Sinclair, bowl Pomal for 18. Imran Khan bowl Kimo Paul for 2. Brian Charles caught Bramble, bowl beaten for no score. Mohammed remained not out, and last man out, Justin Manick, LBW, to Runsford beaten. So that's the end of the TNT Red Forces innings. And just to run through the bowling for the Harpy Eagles.
Yes, as we note there, Kimo Paul starting off the attack with Niall Smith. Kimo Paul, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 wickets for 37. Niall Smith, 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 39. Runsford beaten, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 31. Kevin Sinclair, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. And Virasamy Purmall, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 36. So Runsford beaten, getting 4. Virasamy Purmall getting 3. The pick of the bowlers, and as we saw with the Guyana team just walking off the field there, they allowed Purmall and Beaton to walk off first with all of the players clapping and, you know, understandably a lot of smiles on their faces, because to restrict Trinidad and Tobago to this total is certainly what they would have dreamed of at the start of play this morning. And I mean, even from the warm-ups, Kadir, I think we could have noticed the difference in intensity. So in terms of how the Guyana approached their start of day, you know, they were very intense in their warm-up. They were having fun. They were serious. They were getting down to all of the activities they had to with urgency and with that passion. I know it seemed like the Trinidad and Tobago players would have been a bit not as buoyant, given the fact that Guyana finished on top yesterday with such a positive score. I mean, this game could have easily gone the same way as yesterday, but we saw a difference in that both teams would have been around the 130, 140 mark for the loss of 5 wickets. And really and truly, how the teams fared after that point in time is what has led to this difference here. that difference of our 164 runs that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trailed by, that could easily have been down to Kevin Sinclair, Anthony Bramble, and Kimo Paul with 3 aggressive innings down to the latter half of the Guyana batting, and they certainly just took the attack to the bowlers. And it seems like when Trinidad and Tobago bowlers or batsmen tried to do the same thing in this rounds, the Guyana bowlers deceived them and outsmarted them much better than Trinidad was able to do yesterday. So it's really interesting to see how they will regroup and come back here, as I'm sure the coach would have a lot of things to discuss with the team, and the players will be minded to do well. So we'll take a break there, and we'll come back at the resumption of the next innings.
Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Taruba, Trinidad. The news from the middle, yes, the news from the middle is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've been bowled out for 160 all out. They were replying to 325 all out from the Guyana Happy Eagles. The Guyana Happy Eagles choosing not to enforce the follow-on, so they're going to take a knock. And so they're going to carry back out the Trinidad and Tobago team into the field. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they'll know that their back is against the wall. They trail by 164 runs. Getting the wickets for the Guyana Happy Eagles, it was the chief destroyer, Burton. He got 4 for 31 from his 13 overs. Kimo Paul, he also bowled 13 overs, and he took 3 for 37 from his 13. The other wicket taker was Versami Pomol, taking 3 for 36 from 14 overs. And the other bowlers used, Kevin Sinclair, just getting us 3 overs for two maidens, 6 runs, no wickets. And Niall Smith, he bowled 9 overs for 1 maiden and 39 runs. Well, they're back in the middle here, and it's going to be an interesting period of play after the interval here on the second day of this 4-day regional championship match. I'm going to pair together with
Good evening, Gordon. Keshal Badr Singh again here.
Keshal Badr Singh as we get ready for the action. It seems to be going to take the new cherry coming from the southern end. It's Webster. So Webster, it is going to be bowling from the southern end.
Interesting change up here in terms of the opening bowler for the Red Force. As we note, they have the debutant, young Justin Manick, who fared well in the first innings. Bowled a nice line and length, didn't get too many overs, but we also saw Uthman Mohammed from the other end. I'm sure he'll be taking up the attack from the media conference end in the next over. Darren Bravo had some medium pace as well, a good spell, where he got a wicket and also troubled the batsman at some points. But all in all, you would want your opening bowlers and the ones who are picked to be the opening bowlers to try and get you those wickets and at least give them enough overs to show their worth.
There's a cloud cover overhead. The breeze still up though. Webster, he's gonna be bowling to Tevin Imlak. Uping partnership here for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Matthew Nandu. And it's short, it's pulled behind square, and he's immediately off the mark. So Imlak off the mark in this one.
Yes, Webster being a bowler with not too much pace, generally a gentle medium, and he tries to keep it wicket to wicket. So I think the tactic here from the Red Force would be probably trying to use the movement of the ball, the wind and the slightly overcast conditions, to see if Webster can probably get that ball to move as freely as the Guyanese bowlers did, and probably prize a wicket here from either Nandu or Imlak.
So it's Webster. Nandu looking to face up. And just turns it on the onside. No run scored.
Go boys. Couple of those scores are average drop drastically, yeah?
Go Abby, let's go Abby!
Come on, boys. Keep
One early
going,
wicket
boys.
there, boys. One early wicket there,
Couple of
boys.
those scores are average drop, boys. Come on.
Come on, Abby. Come on, Abby.
first innings. It's into the vacant mid-wicket region, and they're able to just choke through early for 2 runs.
Going boys, keep going boys, keep going boys. Working boys, keep working boys.
So Nando is off the mark. In the first innings, he was only able to get 10 runs. Imlak getting only 4. So they'll want to do better. Nando though faced 54 balls for his 10 runs, so he took some shine off the new ball. A very patient batter, this Matthew Nando. He loves to bat long.
Keep going, Tian. We got
I
it.
don't think that would be the intentions of the Guyana Happy Eagles in the second innings. They already have a lead of 164. They'll want to definitely score some quick runs and then put the Trinidad and Tobago team back in and wrap things up probably on the 3rd day. Right to the edge.
It's a good take there down the leg side by Amri Jangu.
A little seemed to be some sort of edge. Wow.
Some good movement. In
Yes,
fact,
some
the
good
ball just
movement there.
swinging into the left-handed batsman and beating that gap there between bat and pad. And as you rightfully stated, Gordon, Nandu is certainly one of the more patient batsmen in the regional setup, having been one of the West Indies under-19 players in recent times. I recall an interview with him. I believe he is Canadian born as well, and then played his cricket in Guyana. He always noted that Chanderpaul was a big figure. He modeled his batting after. So it certainly speaks volumes in terms of the patience that he's showing, and he's exercised in his career thus far.
His first-class career thus far, 2 matches. He scored 204 runs. His batting average 51.
And that batting average is, in fact, much better than the opening pair for Trinidad and Tobago, as we see a shot here of those in the Brian Lara Cricket Academy Media Center. All 3 tiers. We have at the bottom tier our cameraman waving there happily, as we see both Gordon and myself and Kadir in the rice case. Gordon waving very happily there as well. Then we have the 3rd umpire in the upper levels and also the other match officials.
Well, it's back to action on the pitch as it's Mohammed. Uthman Mohammed here looking to get that breakthrough. An early breakthrough is very important here.
Light work, guys, come on there.
Pushing that one outside the off stump. It's left alone.
These bowlers will be looking to get into their rhythm sooner rather than later, Gordon, as they wouldn't want to allow the Guyanese batsmen to get a good start. We see the fans enjoying themselves there, as we're hearing some lovely soca music in the background.
Let's come back home. I think that's a song by Nyla Blackman.
Yes, the crowd favorite for Carnival, as Bungie Garland's Heartfelt One Road March, but everybody wanted Carnival to come back home with that song. It's on wider again outside the off stump. How was your Carnival, Gordon? Did you enjoy it?
Very quiet. I enjoyed it in my home, doing some steady reflection and studying as I prepare for the rest of the year. Not much of a carnival man. Of course, we all enjoy the festivities. Lots of high food this carnival. But I try to refrain as I focus on the future.
I could have sworn I saw you on the papers in one of those all-inclusive fests.
I'm sure it wasn't me.
It could be your twin then.
Uthman Mohammed there is short and he's cut away. It's going to run pretty close to the boundary. A good chase there. And he pulls it in and he gets 2 runs there. Imlak looking quite confident.
Mohammed just straying a bit outside off stump and allowing the batsman to free their hands. their shots thus far. I probably look to pitch the ball up a little bit more and see if we can get to the swing away from the right-handed Imlak. This one short again on the offside, and Imlak just playing that to the short cover position where Captain Bravo is fielding.
When you consider the performance of the quicks for Guyana, you'll think that these Trinidad and Tobago medium pieces will be encouraged and should be looking, to really get something out of this track. It's a track that if you put your back into it, you can get results. As the scores with Jamaica versus the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands beating him outside the Ostam. The Windward Islands in their first knock at the crease, they made 217. Then they scuttled Jamaica out for 101. And with their second turn at the wicket, they're 228 for 4. And
71 minutes.
Athens just missing out on what would have been a well-played 197. Oh,
And he
Yeah.
also made 81 in the first innings.
backing up here, the 81. So he's ponging down the selection door for the West Indies senior team. So
71
that
minutes.
brings the
Before you come back.
end of the Mohammed over turn in. At the end of 2 overs in the second innings, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 5 without loss. Imlak on 3, Nandu on 2. Webster bowling just 1 over, and Uthman Mohammed also having 1 over. But what a story here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all out for 160 in reply to 324 by the Guyana Happy Eagles. Top score of 50, and even 50 by Jason Mohammed. Your thoughts on that batting performance of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force?
The batting performance could have been much better from a team with a mixture of experience and youth. And even the younger cricketers in the Trinidad and Tobago team have been playing in the regional format for some time. So really, Gordon, I think there should be no excuses on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago team in terms of not being able to post a score either past the Guyana's first innings total of 324 or even close to that mark. They didn't even cross 200. And I think, that's a very poor performance in terms of how they approached the innings. And again, credit where credit is due. Guyana's bowling was on point. We already see the difference in how Trinidad opening pair has been thus far. Batsmen don't really seem to be too troubled, but from the time Guyana started their innings with Kimo Paul, Niall Smith, these guys got the ball to move. They got the ball to deceive the batsman, pass the edges very often, and then set them up with certain game plans to get the wickets.
Well, it seemed to be a Trinidad and Tobago thing because at the Queen's Park Oval, Barbados, after scoring 322, the Leeward Islands in reply, they have been bowled out for just around the same score as Trinidad and Tobago, 154. And Barbados, they decided not to enforce a follow-on, and they're back batting, and they're 6 without loss. So like scores in Port of Spain as well as here in Taruba.
Yeah, certainly something seems to be going around in the air, Gordon.
Yes, 300 plus runs for Barbados at the first innings, and the next side just going just over 150.
Very similar, because in our situation, Guyana with 324, Barbados with 322, and then Trinidad and Tobago with 160, and Leeward Islands with 154. So,
And even as we speak, they score 6 without loss at the Queen's Park Oval, and here at the Taruba Stadium, Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's 5 without loss. Webster forcing the batsman to play. That's so important. We saw it earlier this morning when initially the Guyana Happy Eagles bowlers, they were pitching outside your stump, and the openers were just going across and leaving. That's Solzano and Simmons. And then they went around the wicket, forcing the batsman to play. Because you don't want a batsman on this type of track to just have the opportunity to see that ball go into the keeper's gloves. After a time, when you get accustomed to the pace of the wicket, the conditions, you're going to be seeing the ball big as a football. So you want him to be forced to play. You want him to react to the different lines and different lengths. But it's no good just pushing that ball on a good length outside your stump and the batter just coming across and shooting his arms.
And then Webster doesn't have the most threatening pace. So I think it will be easy for the batsman to get comfortable once they can see the line and have sight of the ball, because even though he will be getting some movement in or out with his swing, if the pace isn't there to trouble the batsman, they can shift to suit and play shots. So, and that one seemed to have
Beauty of a delivery, cutting him in half there.
been lower than most of the deliveries previously.
I was now going to say a hint of the ball keeping low. Yeah, kept low and straightened as well. Not going across the left-hander with the angle. Pitched and straightened, kept a bit low. So something is there in the pitch. Probably the reason why the Guyana Happy Eagles chose to bat and not enforce the follow-on.
I'm interested to see if he brings on young Manik as the first change or not, because just contemplating the team selection, we see Purmal, the left-arm orthodox, getting 3 wickets for Guyana in that innings, and Trinidad and Tobago opted to include Manik as a pacer instead of Kari Pay as the extra spinner, because granted they only have one premier fast bowler in Uthman Mohammed and Darren Bravo and Tian Webster, who are usually medium pacers during the middle of the innings. They have bowled more to the forefront. But given that they have selected an opening fast bowler and not using him at this point in time, I'm just curious as to the tactics to be employed here by the Red Force.
Well, not quite sure what's the tactics. The young man, I just hope that, he's been tuned in to the battlefield and it doesn't affect his confidence. As a young fast bowler, you want that red cherry in your hand. First up, you want to be able to defend your work, prove your worth. Oh, it's up in the air. He's running back. Can he get it? Oh, a brilliant catch. Jason Mohammed, he kept his eyes on it. Imlak goes for 3. The breakthrough comes. It was a short ball. He went for the uppercut. He purposely tried to uppercut it. I think he got more under it than he would have liked. And a good running back catch by Jason Mohammed. He kept his eyes on it all the way and was able to take that catch. A timely breakthrough. Imlak adding to his failure in the first innings with just 3 runs in the second. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force on the charge.
A very good catch by Mohammed there. We all know that's one of the most difficult catches to take in cricket. And he kept his eyes on it all the way, caught it with 2 hands and made it look very easy in the end. But at this point in time, Imlak would be cross with himself, because that delivery, Gordon, stood up to be hit. And it seemed as if he just didn't go through with the shot full-fledged, as if he was a bit hesitant, and that would have led to the ball being skied up at that point in time rather than convincingly hooking the ball, or even, as we saw from Jason Mohammed in Trinidad's innings, just opening the face and guiding the ball over the slip cordon. So,
yes, most definitely. It's one over the umpire signaling that it's one over the shoulder. That's reef on this end.
Right arm over 5 to come.
Isn't it? That's so reefer on this end.
Let him breathe. Let him breathe.
yes, as we hear refer through the stumps mic there, giving the batsman his mark and telling him 5 more deliveries to come from Uthman Mohammed as Kevlon Anderson settles in. Didn't get a big score in the first inning, so Trinidad will be looking to see if they can send him back early as well. Another short delivery there rising, and Anderson not interested, just leaves his bat hanging down and casually walks away from that delivery. What do you think about the short pitch bowling from Uthman Mohammed, Gordon? As in, we have seen more short pitch deliveries from him, but they have not really attacked the batsman per se.
Yeah, definitely. It's the difference between the 2 bowling attacks. You saw good fast bowling this morning. You would have seen, as soon as Darren Bravo came to the wicket, beaten, shortening his length, he started to bowl at the body, and it got the reward of getting Darren Bravo out. You also would have seen that Kibo Paul he would have kept that short ball in his arsenal. So he would have been bowling on a length, and then just when the batsman got comfortable, he was able to shorten it and keep the batsman awake. I think the short ball has to be used as a weapon. You must not allow the batsman, just as the ball on a hard length outside the stump, it mustn't be a ball that he must be able to see. It must be something that forces him to play. You're seeing the man at limit on coming in there. So they're looking to bowl at the body here of Anderson. Anderson yet to get off the mark. And he was expecting that short ball because you're seeing that they has put the man in at limit on.
Yes, and a lot of the fast bowlers from Guyana, in terms of the short bowling, we saw they either had the batsman ducking or playing and missing. So it wasn't just short bowling for the sake of it, but it was certainly targeted, and they mixed it up in the overs as well. You know, pitching up the ball that would have swung away from the batsman and biting the outside edge, as compared to hitting a short delivery and having them ducking and moving. So always keeping the batsman on their feet and thinking. That's
There's
when
a
it's short
short
and
and it's
wide.
wide outside your stump. He gets up and cuts it over the top of the infield, and he gets off the mark. So just as we've been saying, the short ball, it's been short, but it's not been well lined. You know, and Anderson gets off the mark. It brings Usman Mohammed overturning. He's able to get a wicket from it. So it was a successful over for him. So at the end of 4 overs, the Guyana Happy Eagles in their second innings, they're 7th for the loss of 1 wicket.
Real comfortable. Go boys, there we go boys. Go the emergent player boys, go the emergent player boys, come on. Get the emergent player here boys, let's get the emergent player boys, come on.
Webster to continue with his 3rd over. None for 3 thus far. This one is left alone by Nandu. Some brilliant sunshine coming over the field at this point in time as well. This really has been a lovely day for cricket.
It's been a brilliant day for cricket early here. Webster just finding that good length there. I think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force still be disappointed with their effort today with the bat. They'll probably try to balance out that here by finishing this session strong. In fact, they lost 7 wickets in the after lunch period for the addition of just 79 runs. That's a nice flowing drive. Slide comes. Oh, he was into the fence, but there's no. That was man. In fact, that was a Salazano. Yeah, but that was very, very close to the boundary line. I think the slider, you saw him pull back his legs, but no video referral. So it's going to be 3 runs. So Anderson is going to be facing Webster. Oh, he's flashing outside the off stump. Ball going through to wicketkeeper Django. Just a solitary slip. No, it's 2 slips. But flirting with danger there. Kevlon Anderson. He's driving it. Appeal by Bravo. Bravo probably saying it was pad first and then bat.
Hard to play one game and get drop off, so.
Very interested. The skipper. Just finding that length outside the off stump. So at the end of 5 overs, the Guyana Happy Eagles batting in their second innings. They're 10 for 1.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be relatively happy with the start, getting that early breakthrough. The key is to maintain that urgency and sort of keep their foot on the accelerator, as they would say, because we have a habit in regional cricket, as we see with the West Indies many times. We get ourselves in positions that the advantage is there to be taken, and we just choose to let it go.
I think they will want to definitely force the Guyana Happy Eagles to probably lose a couple more wickets. If they could bag 2 more quick wickets here, I think the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, he'll be quite happy. Nandu taking his time to get set here. If we look at the over rate, not the very best. I think for the day, they would have just had about and he's just flicked off the legs. So Nandu just flicking it off the legs and going to the non-strikers end. Anderson will be up to face Mohammed. If you had the words to tell the young Manik, Justin Manik, what would be your words here? He's not giving the red cherry, the brand new red ball to open the fast bowling attack.
Well, firstly, I would reassure him that the fact that he has reached to this stage and been selected is a great indicator of his talent and the amount of potential he has in first-class cricket and potentially even West Indies cricket. So at a young age to be given the opportunity, not all the time it will go as you imagine, as we would all want our debuts to be filled with 5 wickets and 50s and, you know, everything that we dream of when getting that chance to represent our country. In this instance, again, we're not too sure of the reason for the tactics in him not being employed as the other opening bowler with Uthman Mohammed, who we knew was going to take up the attack from this end. But as that one is bowled into the body, just flicked on the legs for no run. But I believe, young Manik, what I would tell him is that keep your head up, keep working at your game, try to constantly improve, and everything happens in its right time. You know, there's a reason for everything, and I'm sure even though sometimes we might not understand the reason or be fully in agreement with the reason, sometimes it's out of our control, and we really and truly cannot predict what our captain or our coach would do at any instant. So we just have to roll with the punches, but don't let that defeat us, and most of all, keep his ability at the highest.
Short. He's banging it. Straight to the man at backward point.
Still a bit too short for my liking, Usman Mohammed.
Yes,
I think
definitely.
if the short bowler is not intimidating the batsman, then it really isn't serving much of a purpose except giving them the opportunity to free their hands either side of the wicket.
It's given too much width on offer there. As Mohammed short again, and he just clips it off the hip. He runs the first one quickly, but one will be all he'll get. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander and over the wicket to the left-hander. Strange ploy.
Strange indeed, as just saw him change back there for the left-hander Nandu and strike. Nandu, as we can see from his height to the stumps, not the tallest batter, so these short balls to hit may or may not have any kind of impact because they can easily just go over his head and be signaled 1 or 2 for the over. So I think Uthman's ploy here, I haven't really seen much swing from him thus far in his opening spell. So I know it's not one of his main assets, but it would be good to see them using the new ball and maximizing the advantages on offer.
Yeah, there's another short delivery. Goes over the head of the batter. And that brings the overturn in. At the end of that over,
Chris, since we going to 5:30 here,
11 for 1.
it was what I just
I think there's going to be a change at this end. So I think I'm going to reunite you with Kadir Mohammed as they continue. So it's going to be Kadir Mohammed to join as you put the fabulous pair together again.
Welcome back, Kadir. Certainly been waiting anxiously for you to return.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon again to you viewers. And Keshav, 11 for 1 after 6 overs. Kevin Anderson and Matthew Nandu. And Chris Webster to continue from this end. 3 overs, none for 6. 2 slips, a gully, cover, short cover, extra cover. A man back on the point boundary, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. Sanderson is driving this one, but can't get past Muhammad.
You didn't trust yourself, man. You didn't trust yourself. You didn't trust yourself at all. 2 different battles of you.
So here, a bit of chatter being given to young Anderson here from Captain Bravo and the keeper. Almost every delivery, they seem to be walking up and just having a little extra something to say. Good delivery from Webster there, beating the outside edge of the bat and going through to Django. In fact, I think Webster, even though Mohammed has the wicket, Webster has probably beaten the bat more times than Mohammed, apart from the balls that have simply sailed over the batsman's head in terms of being too short and just going there unnecessarily.
Ball swinging, bro. How are you looking to? Ball must swing on you. Are you looking at that?
Trying to get in the mind of Kevlon Anderson. Young man in his debut as well. First class debut for Kevlon Anderson. And of course Kevlon would have started the season down here with Prisal. Scored 100 on debut for them. And of course a former member of the West Indies under 19 team that went to South Africa with the likes of Jaden Seals.
I think the Red Force is certainly missing Jaden Seals as well as Anderson Phillip. I think even West Indies is missing Jaden Seals because that young man has proven he's going to be one of the main focal points in our bowling attack for many years to come. And, you know, I certainly wish him a very speedy recovery. I know that he's doing well in his physiotherapy since he had that operation a while back. And, you know, it's very excited to see him back walking again and hopefully back on the field training again soon. You know, I must commend the people at Sport Medic TT who have done a wonderful job with a lot of the national athletes and a lot of the players in terms of getting them back to training, to performance, and being able to go on the field as if nothing happened before. So kudos to Sport TT for all the work, Sport Medic TT in St. Augustine.
Yeah, definitely one with a bright future. Jaden Seals.
Looks like anyone can bat 3 for Guyana now, boys.
But at this stage, Keshav, 7 overs gone, 12 for 1. Guyana lead by 176. 176. So essentially it's 176 for 1. And looking to build a lead here and really just bat TNT Red Force out of this game. It's the end of the Webster's over. Maiden 1. 12 for 1 score after 7 overs.
I think that's why the Guyana Happy Eagles batsmen shouldn't be too worried at this point in time, because good point you stated there, Kadir, we have to take the lead into account. Yes, it's 12 for 1 at this point in time, but 160 being the lead is essentially 172 for 1. And a simple score of 150 or 200, if Guyana can get that in their second innings, will have a very, very substantial lead for Trinidad and Tobago to try to get the victory, if it is they can manage that at this point in time.
Sorry, Meadows.
Yeah, maybe looking to amass some batting points as well,
That's what we're supposed to play.
which is why they didn't enforce the follow on in the first place. Mohammed again from the northern end. Pitch top delivery. Nice looking drive from Nandu. When you look at the Red Force's innings, Kishav, they were not able to bat, well, essentially they were able to just bat 2 sessions. And if you're looking to win a 4-day game outright, you know, that's just not enough time to bat. You really want to spend a lot more time than that. And the crease this time a bit straighter. Driven a bit straighter. Can't get past Manik once more.
Yeah, time at the crease is very important here. Batsmen certainly need to take their time, get their eyes in, settle in properly, and be able to play their full range of shots, because confidence is one of the most important things that a batsman can have, in addition to his natural talent and the skills and ability that they have to offer. So pitched up here, flicked into the leg side. Darren Bravo picking that up in the short, in the wicket region. Bravo would have certainly been upset that he missed out on not scoring runs today as he would have liked, given the fact that many persons thought he was in for 100 today. I mean, over the weekend for Queen's Park, back-to-back ducks, but in the regional format, back-to-back hundreds. So, started well, and unfortunately was set up by the Guyana team with some pretty good fast bowling by Ronsod Beaton. And the pair of him and Kimo Paul came together, attacked the batsman, and were able to get that breakthrough when they needed. As you see here, Nandu is settling in well.
Martin Nandu loves to spend time at the crease. This time, just works this one off the hips. Picks up 2 runs. Went close to Keegan Simmons, who was stationed at bat pad. And of course, it went all along the ground. No chance of a catch.
The troubling thing with young Nandu is that the more time he spends at the creases, the more dangerous he can become, because he has shown over the time that he does not wither away easily. You know, the more he bats, the longer he stays and the more runs he makes. So this bowling here, if it doesn't really trouble him to unsettle him or make him uncomfortable, he would just take his time and allow those deliveries to get the ball, get the shine off the ball. And maybe the bowler's a bit fatigued, so that coming closer to the end of the day, he can capitalize on any scoring opportunities.
Yeah, most definitely. Time not an issue for Guyana Happy Eagles at this stage. I think this game has gone along faster than we expected. We're already into the 3rd innings of this game, just day 2. And still have quite a few overs remaining in the day's play. Webster again wicketless so far. from Uppersley. Kevlin Anderson, 5 from 19 in deliveries.
No, but you back to players.
Back of line delivery from Webster.
Webster into his 5th over already. As you see, one of the loyal fans here of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The infamous doggo, man's best friend as they like to call him.
He's making his way around park.
Certainly no better company to have
It's
while
a bit of a
watching
change in the
cricket.
field. Keshav. Darren Bravo is going to silly it off. And then there's Imran Khan not too far from him in a catching cover. And this one takes the edge and goes through the slip cordon wide of Jason Mohammed, who was at third slip, and goes into the boundary for 4. So a bit of luck for Kevlin Anderson. Unlucky for Tian Webster. And there we see it again. Shipping in and just started to go away.
And Webster looking disappointed there, but from the replay we see it was far from the reach of Jason Mohammed, in fact. So not even a half chance, as they would say. The ball was certainly a good distance away from him and unable to catch that one, or at least put a stop to it and prevent the boundary.
Just not going the way of the TNT Red Force at the moment. Play and a miss again from Anderson. Webster looks bemused. He's beaten his bat on a number of occasions, and none going to hand.
See Nandu here just walking down to talk to his fellow batter, knowing fully well that he's on debut and giving him a bit of encouragement just to keep your head and keep on pushing. Very good to see a young player as Nandu showing that maturity to still go down and give his fellow batsman some comfort.
Yeah, both young men, of course, but Matthew Nandu. Another play and a miss once more from Anderson. Webster standing there, just wondering, what have I done wrong?
I think we already seen a difference there as well in terms of Guyana, because no matter how many times Kimo Paul or Niall Smith, who runs the beaten, would have passed the outside edge of the batsman, their reactions weren't as distraught, or they weren't, as bemused by that. They just kept on doing what they have to do and kept pushing on. So I hope that Webster can reciprocate that same passion and that same drive, as in, yes, you would obviously not be as happy if you don't get the edge, but doesn't mean that you have to give up.
Back over length delivery. Over in which it was a fortuitous boundary, just 4 runs from it. After 9 overs, Happy Eagles 18 for 1. There's the 1 wicket to fall so far. Devin Imlach caught by Jason Mohammed, a good running catch of the bowling of Muhammad, Uthman Muhammad. 4 overs, 1 for 8. His figures so far.
Just to note the score, as we see one of our supporters on the live stream messaging that head coach of South, Chris Singh, acting head coach today, noting that South made 307 for 6 in the under 19, I believe. Under 17, in fact. And Southwest are currently batting 92 for 2. So good to see the young cricketers as well. One cricketer of note, Riyad Mohammed, who has been making a lot of runs for Presentation College San Fernando, as well as South Zone under 17 and 19, again making 92 today. So he continues his rich vein of scoring, and you know, it's great to see all these up and coming cricketers.
It's always refreshing to see young men getting big scores, looking to put their hats in the rings for national selection at age group level. Nando just working this one off his hips once more and gets a single. And
Coming over.
at what stage, Keshav, do you think we're going to see the introduction of spin in this innings?
Well, I know in the first innings they introduced it rather early. In fact, Brian Charles came into the attack and got the wicket off one of the opening pair. So this one is Fuller and
Another
Triffin.
uppish drive. This time in the gap between gully and second slip, and runs into the vacant third man area for 4. Anderson again with luck on his side.
Living a charm life there, Anderson. Many balls passing the edge. That one taking the outside edge and getting a boundary from it. So trying to keep us cool here as we see Django again, giving him a little earful. So Trinidadian fielders are trying to unsettle him, knowing that the young man is on debut, as they all would have been at some point in time. And I'm curious to see if we might see the debutant from Trinidad before we see the introduction of spin, Kadir, or whether they would go straight to spin with the option of Brian Charles and Imran Khan being the main wicket takers in the first innings. That one driven there just to the left of the fielder. Could have been a single, but batsman seemed a bit unmoved. Nandu at the non-strikers and just signaling Kevlon Anderson to bat on, take your time. The runs will come. As he has 2 more deliveries from this over from Mohammed.
Short delivery. And worked away. Manik gives chase. And they're going to come back for 3 runs.
Come on. Not bad.
No further success for the Red Force bowlers so far. Just the 1 wicket. Gone past the edge on a number of occasions.
That's over.
Nandu, though, looks a very solid, compact player.
No, I said give it to the pacer.
Looks as though he's relatively untroubled by the Pacers.
You hear that, bro?
Seems to be getting in line quite comfortably. Playing the ball right under his eyes. All the signs of a good player.
Looks like Webster is going to be taking another over here. I think, and the irony of this, Kadir, is that in my youth cricket days, when T.N. Webster used to play around that age group, he was actually an opening bowler and not an opening batsman. In fact, he used to bat lower than the middle order, and most times playing for North Zone or for his school. And he was the opening medium pacer for them. So it seems like the tables have turned, you know. He has relinquished his opening batting spot, seeing that he batted in the middle of the order Didn't seem too confident when he came out in for 0 of 12 deliveries, just playing it back to Purmall very casually in his dismissal. And then now opening the innings here with his attack. So I still think with his pace, it's not really enough to threaten opening batsmen who are accustomed to pace and swing.
Yeah.
And if you have one of the two, it might in certain circumstances assist you. But in this situation, based on the pitch and the conditions we have seen thus far, you need a little extra bit of pace to really trouble the batsman with that movement.
Yeah, he's not going to blow you away for pace, Tion Webster. But I think his all-round game has really come to make mention of. His batting has come a long way. Of course, we know his aggressive nature. I think he just needs to be a bit more curb that aggressive nature slightly, taper it. I'm not saying to come away from your natural instincts. Just about go about it smartly. And of course, once fit to bowl is always a handy option to have. Nicely driven by Anderson. Can't get it past cover region. Tucked away into the leg side. Django gives chase, just a single result.
There's no protection on that leg side, interestingly.
And not only a chair with cushions as well.
Yeah, there's no one on the leg side. And in fact, for the left-handed Nando, there's a man at mid-wicket, mid-on, and fine leg is dropping back now in Justin Manick. Again, it goes through the vacant slip region area and goes into the boundary for 4.
That one looked intentional from Nandu, in fact, as he just opened the face of the bat and angled it relatively along the ground. I think it, in fact, dropped before the slip cordon as it then sped along to the boundary on the carpet. That is the Brian Lara Cricket Academy outfield. But it goes back to the same point that we've been stressing, Kadir, not to overstay the point, but really and truly, if you keep bowling the same deliveries that do not trouble the batsman at all, they will get extremely comfortable and they will start to use your own field setting against you. As we are seeing here, a slight change in the field, one of the slips coming out and going into a bit of a wideish point region.
Fernando solid in defense.
As you see the end of that 11th over there, Happy Eagles 31 for 1. Nandu on 14 from 28, Anderson on 14 from 30. Usman Mohammed 1 for 16 from 5, and Tian Webster none for 15 from 6.
Bowling change from the southern end. Skipper Darren Bravo with the ball in hand.
Right arm over.
Darren Bravo with some of his medium pace swinging stuff.
Yes, the skipper taking the ball and the mantle into his own hands here. Going to see if he can lead the Red Force from the front and get a breakthrough. That's much needed for Trinidad and Tobago at this point. That one is swinging and wide down the leg side. Some big movement there. So he would be encouraged by the movement and try to see if he can start the ball wide outside off stump and angle it into middle and off.
I think with that exaggerated swing from Darren Bravo, I think he has to be in that corridor, that fifth stump, because the ball is always going to come back in. Needs to be there, needs to live there a lot longer. If he's to cause any problems to both Anderson and Nandu.
Agreed, and he also needs to be mindful of not pitching too full, because as we saw with that delivery, that was a bit too full, and yes, there was movement, but encouraging the batsman to drive very comfortably. So if he can pull it back just short of a length and get him to drive uppishly, as we see there, that's a great delivery. Oh, and he's got the wicket here. Breakthrough again from Darren Bravo. The captain taking the lead and getting, look at that celebration there. This one pitching exactly where you'd want to, starting outside the off stump and then angling into the batsman.
Well, is it that he's gone LBW, or is it that he played ball onto his pad and caught by Django?
At this point, I think...
Nonetheless,
I'm not sure.
It's
As
a
you see
wicket to
the
the
replay
TNT
again.
Red Force. Tailing back in. I'm not sure.
I think it's either one of those two things, because if it went onto the pad without getting any touch from the bat, certainly would have been plumb. And likewise, if there was a bottom edge from the bat, it seems to have just hit the pad and then skied up to the keeper. So we'll wait for confirmation from our scorers in terms of
Let's go, boys.
the
We already
method
down a little bit.
of dismissal there. But Trinidad and Tobago would be very grateful for that breakthrough, Kadir.
Bravo gets Anderson in both innings. Kevlin Anderson would be bitterly disappointed with those dismissals. Both innings falling to Darren Bravo. So justifying his bowling change here, Keshav, immediately removing Kevlin Anderson.
As we noted rightfully, he came on here to show the other bowlers how to do it and to take charge, and getting Anderson's wicket in both innings makes more sense in terms of the reason why he would have been in Anderson's air from the time he stepped out onto the field. Bravo. So he was just raring for this opportunity to get ball in hand, and his celebration was indicating how much that he waited for that wicket, not only to get a breakthrough for his team, but also to be the one getting the same scalp in both innings, which is a feat for any bowler.
Definitely. So it's Savory, Kimmel Savory. Contributed a nice 43 in Guyana's first innings. Another solid, compact player, Kimmel Savory.
Hey, I bring my ball faster than that. Shadow.
So 31 for 2, Keshav.
And Bravo would be excited here with two left-handed batsmen at the crease, as his natural movement is to angle the ball away from the left-hander. So we know that he has two slips there, gully, and a very strong packed offside field. This one, however, pitching more to the leg side and comfortably clipped off the legs by Savory for 2 runs down to Imran Khan at that wide fine leg position with just 2 fielders on the onside, 7 to field. Lots of gaps there once you stray.
Yeah, just getting a bit too straight. Bravo. Not bad. to finish from Bravo. And that was successful over. 33 for 2. Score after 12 overs.
To me, just outside though.
Just outside.
Yeah, just outside.
So we've now got confirmation here that Kevlon Anderson, in fact, when caught Django bowled Bravo, so he did get an inside edge on back onto his pad,
Keep going, Manic.
ballooned up in the air.
All of a sudden, that chest look a lot smaller now. That chest look a lot smaller now, boys. That chest look a lot smaller now. That chest not buff out anymore.
So a bowling change from the southern
When you
end.
chest bad.
Justin Manick being introduced here. So Manick would definitely hope for a better showing in this innings, the second innings. Look to make the batsman play. Operate in that good area, in about that 4 to 6 meter area.
And we finally see Justin Manick getting his opportunity here.
Starts off with a short delivery, well fielded by Solozano. A real loosener from Justin Manick to begin with.
Boys, they go boys, they work hard there, fellas, they work hard there, fellas. Come on, boys, come on, boys. Yeah, made up. Same leg, same leg. Go, Manic, keep going, Manic.
Another short delivery. Protection out on the extra cover boundary. Just a single.
Share with you, Manic. Hey, Lance. Thank you.
He will certainly be raring for this opportunity, Kadir, as he has now been given his chance here in the 13th over. Ball would not be as new as he would have liked, but again, that shouldn't be able to phase him, you know. Once you get your opportunity as a debutant, as a young fast bowler, a young cricketer in general, you grasp it with both hands.
Yeah, good area. That from Justin Manick. I just want to see him be a little bit more patient and a little bit more consistent in that area. And I'm sure he'd take this opportunity and as all part of a learning process and go back and work on his trade. Straight to delivery. And Savory able to pinch a single.
Lakmal. Come on, boy, come on, boy, come on, boy, come on, come on. Go big boy, let go big boy.
And Manick seems to have a nice, smooth run-up, free-flowing action. Not seen too much movement at this point, but then again, he's probably trying to bowl strategically to Nandu and just get that ball to angle across him.
Yeah, just
Too
think,
wide there.
just to make Nandu play. Yeah, a bit too wide for Matthew Nandu.
We see Nandu reminiscent of Chandapal there, each delivery walking away from the crease, fixing his pads, his gloves, scraping the ground off the turf. And he has a trademark where he knocks the bat very quickly twice each time before he faces the delivery, as we just see there again. This one is played lovely through that cordon. Again, short and wide from Manick, and Nandu using his experience from being out there on the field thus far and playing a couple boundaries in that same region, just guiding it along the ground and cutting it for 4 runs there. Lovely shot, Kadir.
Yeah, but nice back cut. Got the width and put it away, Matthew Nandu. So, not a bad start for Justin Manick. Just needs to be a little bit more fuller. A bit too short in that over. Conceding just 6 runs in it.
Dan Bravo with his second over here. Would be excited after his wicket in that first over.
Yeah, Bravo operating with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on. And a man at deep backward square.
A lot of swing there from Bravo.
Yeah, exaggerated swing, but just not close enough.
I wonder if he's planning this over the same way as the last one. 2 deliveries out of wayward, and then the third one bang on target. So we'll see how it goes. But with that amount of swing, he can be very dangerous if he is consistent with his line and his length. And with 2 left-handers here coming around the wicket, it's essentially his advantage.
Again, a no ball signaled by umpire Leslie Reefer.
As fellow commentator Gordon Pear stated, there should be no excuse to be bowling no balls at this level, Kadir.
Yeah, Niall Smith in particular bowled quite a number of no balls. Beaton had some as well.
Niall Smith was, in fact, sometimes reminding me of Shannon Gabriel when he now started, because he had a serious problem with no balls. I recall even when Shannon used to play at the secondary school level and club level. I was a member of Pre-Sal at the same time, so I was fortunate enough to see him in training. And there was a point in time where the coach literally just worked with him on no balls alone, because Shannon's strength was raw pace. He used to bowl extremely hard. He was the fastest in Trinidad at that point, but he didn't know how to swing the ball, so he couldn't move the ball in or out from the batsman. And in addition to bowling no balls, many times because of the pace, the ball would easily just go for boundaries, whether it be off an edge. In fact, there were times where I saw the batsman ducking, the ball going over the keeper. And there was one time where Shannon had 6 runs in terms of the ball boxing over the keeper. No shot was played or anything, but 6 byes conceded just from how fast he was bowling. And the pitch in Pre-Sal at that point in time was essentially like glass. This one is swung and driven straight down the ground. Nice looking shot there, only for a single, not getting the timing as he would like. But that issue of no balls has been around for a long time, Kadir. And you know, it's tough for a fast bowler because they measure their run up 15 to 20 steps most times. And that run up guarantees that when they jump and when they land, their foot will be on the crease. So sometimes we see the replays and it's the heel past in the crease very, very minutely, or it can be a big no ball in some instances, as with Bravo just now. But really and truly, to get that gauge is difficult. And we see even spinners having that problem too, which to me should not exist at all.
Yeah, overstepping that front crease. But that point you made where 6 byes, so the ball would actually hit the surface, go over the keeper and go over the boundary?
Indeed, it was shocking to me witnessing it live as well, but it was one of the first and probably the only time I would see that in a game, because at that point in time, Stephen Katwaru, former National Red Force wicketkeeper, he was the wicketkeeper for Pre-Sal, and not the tallest of characters, very agile, but he was keeping past the 30-yard circle. I kid you not. And that's how fast Shannon Gabriel was bowling at that point in time, as in he was just around the edge of the 30-yard circle. He would stand up behind it and he would walk up, as in most times keepers would signal their mark for the fast bowler. Kitty didn't need a mark in this instance. He knew the circle was there. And after that delivery, I mean, in that same game, Shannon got a delivery to break the stumps, as in literally the off stump was broken, it was cracked in half, and everyone at that point in time was so fearful. This was just when he got his national call-up. So, it showed the fact that he was able to defy all odds with the no balls and use his raw pace. But as we go into this 15th over here, we see Brian Charles coming into the attack, former teammate at Presal, and we would like to reintroduce Gordon Pear into this attack in the commentary booth.
Brian, keep going there, Brian. Keep going there, Brian.
So Brian Charles taking over from Justin Manick. Just the one over for Manick. And immediately removed from the attack. And the first signs of spin in this innings here. Mr. Pierre, Gordon 41 for 2 after 14 overs. Game really meandering along as the Guyana Happy Eagles lead goes past 200.
Yeah, they're looking to really badly trying to make a red force out of it. And the approach, it seems to, I thought they would have used a more aggressive approach, but they've come out and just played each ball on its merit. Nando continuing in his normal style, accumulating 19 runs from 24 balls. Salvery, he's in. He'll be looking to get a decent total here. Strange the bowling choices of the skipper, Darren Bravo, in terms of Manick. Not getting he got only about 4 overs in the first innings.
Yeah, about 7 in the first innings in total.
Yeah, seven total in the first innings, and then this the second innings. Only given that solitary over. The young man on debut.
Yeah, it must be a real learning curve for young Justin Manick.
There you go. There you go. Trina, put down the butter. In prayer hands. RBM Fitness, put this on the bad boys.
They're very chirpy out there.
Yeah, led by Darren Bravo, of course.
Yeah, he's led by Bravo. Bravo is telling them to, let's get him out of here. But you could see Nandu just telling him that it's water break shortly. So back to the water break.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the remaining overs for today. It looks to be 24 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, so that scorecard, as you see the scorecard up there. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, the highlight of the day, all out for 160. Top score of an even 50 by Jason Mohammed. The Guyana Happy Eagles, they lead right now by 207 runs.
I want to ask you, Gordon, what are your thoughts on the Red Force's batting innings?
A pretty ordinary display. There's not much that I can say in terms of the scorecard tells it all. The tale of 1,000, as they say, a picture tells 1,000 words. And if you look at that scorecard, starting from the very top, Jeremy Solzano, 15. Keegan Sibbons, 15. Darren Bravo, 15. Jason Mohammed, the only bright spot among those scores, 50. Goalie, 22. Webster, Doc, Django, 18. Imran Khan, 2. Brian Charles, Doc. Usman Mohammed, 1. And Justin Manick, a Doc. A very poor scorecard. And I think the top 4 or the top 5, the top 4, they will be very disappointed. They would have gotten starts, all of them getting into their teens. And we see Carrie Pierre down there. He's been left out. When you look at the success that Versami Permal got, getting some crucial wickets at some crucial times, just when the Trinidad Tobago Red Force seems to be getting on top of the Guyana Happy Eagles, he got wickets. So you left out the established Carrie Pierre with his left-hand spinners, and of course his middle order batting, and his lower middle order batting, and you brought in Manick for his debut, and yet still you haven't used him extensively. So what's the think tank? It's a question I think that a lot of fans throughout the Caribbean will be asking. What was the thinking behind bringing in Manik and leaving out Carripier and then not using Manik at all, and the wicket showing in terms of Sami Pomalt, he was able to get 3 wickets, and we'll tell you the 3 wickets that he got. 3 vital wickets just when it looked so he would have gotten Webster, Django, and Imran Khan, just the lower middle order there. So, you know, those are the batting all-rounders that he would have gotten there. So, the bowling all-rounders, sorry.
But I wonder if the thought process in bringing in Justin Manik would have been turning up here on the morning of the game, which was yesterday, and seeing that green top with the live grass, and that would have been the primarily reason why Justin Manik would have made his debut ahead of Carripier. But in that instance, if you're picking Justin Manik, he's being picked primarily as a bowler. And why just 7 overs?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, you explained it even to more confusion in that if you picked him because there was a green top and Trinidad and Tobago had put in the Guyana Happy Eagles to bat, then he should definitely have got more than 7 overs, especially when you see the skipper getting a number of overs in both in the first and second innings.
I think a lot of questions are going to be answered, you know, from the think tank of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. As we have a water break here, a drinks break at the Brown Lake Cricket Academy. As the players take a break, we too will take a drink, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Yeah, welcome back to Brian Law Cricket Academy. Play just after the drinks break. Yeah, play resuming at the Guyana Happy Eagles in their second inning. 16 overs bowled, 45 for 2. 2 batsmen out.
We gonna make up, don't worry.
Tevin Imlak and Kevlin Anderson.
Shadow on the next end.
Brian Charles going to continue from the southern end. Kimal Savory and Matthew Nandu, batsmen out there for Guyana Happy Eagles. And of course, Happy Eagles lead by 209. Really looking to just bat the TNT Red Force out of this game. Remember, this is just the second day. So very progressed. A lot further than expected in this game so far.
Now, Kadir, how much you think is, as you look towards that declaration, how much is a good lead on this track?
Well, I think the Guyana Happy Eagles would be looking for, I'm talking overall, an overall lead of maybe about 350. Maybe about, in the region of about 350. So they would amass some batting points as well.
350 with 2 days to play, a day, more than a day and a half. Because
well, they already lead by 209.
Right, so you're looking at, by the end of the day, they'll be leading somewhere close to 300. So in the morning, it means to say that you just play probably an hour. If you use the projection, that's probably about an hour. And they'll be leaving a day plus 2 sessions and a half to get 350 runs.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a safe?
Yeah, looking at the equation, TNT Red Force, of course, batting last. And the pitch is not going to break up that much, but you're taking into consideration the experience and the smarts of Versami Pumal on a third and a fourth day track, if it in fact lasts that long. And of course, Kevin Sinclair. So I think the Happy Eagles would be happy with anything in that sort of a region.
It's an interesting period of play here. As the Happy Eagles look to really bat Trinidad to be out of it. Nandu.
But what would certainly change that equation is if the TNT Red Force can get 1 or 2 quick wickets here, would really just put a mini halt to the Happy Eagles' quest of getting to 300 or 350 or what score that the think tank might have in mind.
Judging from what I've seen of the Happy Eagles batting lineup, though, I think if the Trinidad Tobago Red Force are able to get a wicket now, I think it's going to introduce the more aggressive batters to come. And I think that may just cause the run rate to go up and also cause Trinidad Tobago to be batted out of this competition pretty quickly.
If you look at the batsmen to follow, the skipper Leon Johnson, there's Anthony Bramble, Kevin Sinclair, Kimo Paul, all of whom have batting ability and can really take the game away because they score very quickly. Anthony Bramble in particular. But I think, what are your thoughts on this ploy with Darren Bravo operating? Yes, he's swinging the ball exaggeratedly, but he's just not getting close enough to make the batsman play. Of course, he picked up that wicket, the very second ball he bowled Kevlin Anderson.
For me personally, he used Darren Bravo as the golden arm. He comes in, he gets the wicket, and he goes out. So he bowls in about 2 over spells, 3 at the most. For him here, I think this is 1 over too much. We saw it yesterday when he tried to bowl a 4 over spell, the last over coming costing just about 14 runs with a couple of boundaries, just about 3 boundaries in that. So I think he should. But when he's swinging,
push drive. Manik moving around smartly to his right. Can't prevent A single.
When the ball is swinging towards, but as he's getting into the swing, he may just feel that he needs a bowl. He can bowl probably one or two extra overs. But those in the coaching world will know that when you're not a frontline bowler, what has to happen after your turnover, your action, your biomechanics tend to go to pieces. You tend to not be able to have that level of control to get those repetitions of the 6 balls, in on the same spot, because it's a new role for him, as a well.
Well, I don't want to say it's a new role, Gordon, because he's been doing it in club cricket. He's been bowling overs in club cricket, but I mean, it's a whole different level.
I'm now going to say apples and grapes. He'll be trying to look at here. As you see, looks to be a black eagle.
Might be a happy eagle landing.
A happy eagle just entering the area here. Yeah, but it's
Now, Darren Bravo, he's swinging the ball a huge amount, but I think he's just not getting in the right areas.
and there's cut away short outside the off stump. Nandu just leans back and caresses it past the backward point region for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot from Nandu. Another short delivery from Bravo. No pace to trouble Nandu. And a back cut in the gap, picking up 4 good-looking runs, Matthew Nandu. He's on to 24 now, 24 from 42. Scoring a lot quicker in the second innings.
Well, it's just as I've been saying, and sometimes when I make the comment, it happens soon after. This is the over that he's going to leak some runs, because this is the over the biomechanics, just for not when you're not a frontline bowler. It just seems to go to pieces. You wouldn't have bowled, so it's the over that can just, so you use that golden arm bowler for just those 2 quick overs at the most 3. But 4 overs, it's a bit of a stretch, especially when you have the young Manik there, to come in and give you that over, or probably a couple overs. And I think even if you're not confident in terms of his ability on this track to make the breakthrough, it's a good time just to put him in. Bit over pitch, pushed into the cover region. Good work there by Jason Mohammed.
Ready?
So at the end of that over, the 18th over,
I'm here, boys. I'm here ready,
the
yeah?
Happy Eagles, they're 51 for 2. They've gotten to the 50 in the second innings.
Soaring high, the Happy Eagles.
Nandu, he's on 24. He's in partnership with Salvery. Salvery on 9, not out.
Yeah, don't tell the arms.
So Brian Charles to continue.
You have black cup, right? Are you not supposed to have a green cup? But Charlo, one good ball. One good ball here, Charlo. One good ball here, Charlo.
So it's Salvery. Slip still in play. Salvery long forward. Textbook forward defensive. Brian Charles looking to get a all-important breakthrough. Salvery again showing the full face.
Doesn't look like you want to chip on it on the ground, Brian.
Brian Charles picking up 3
Doesn't want
wickets.
to chip on it on the ground, Brian.
First innings. I think it was 3 for 84. Bowled 26 overs.
Very, very chirpy.
Ball, Charlo,
This
ball, Charlo, and again, and again, and again.
Trinidad Red Force team.
Stop. No!
So good over here by Brian Charles. Can he finish it off?
And I think Brian Charles is one of these guys that does his job so quietly. goes about his thing so quietly.
They're just going down the leg side, string into the pads. He's flicked down to the fine line region. Salvi gets one, so he gets into double figures. The Happy Eagles just quite welcome to allow things to go on. No great push from them in terms of intent.
So we're going to see a change. Justin Manick switches ends this time from this northern end.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Do you think this is a good move here by Skipper Bravo?
Well, it seems like he's hearing us because he definitely should not have bowled for me. Bowled that last over. That's Bravo, and he should have bring him Manic. No, Manic, he's a youngster. You have to manage him. You have to manage the energies. So you give him the cherry. If you see after the first over or the first 2 overs that he's not giving you what you want, you can do so and withdraw him. You cannot have a specialist bowler in the team, right? You've already given us your golden arm, and you bowl 3 overs. There's no need for that 4th over, because at that time, as I explained, the mechanics of someone who's not a bowler just seems to come unravel. And he goes past the edge immediately.
What a good delivery from Justin Manick.
And he's halfway down the track on his follow-through. The young fast bowler showing good aggression.
Very, very good delivery from Manick. Angle in and left as it touched down.
They're just straightening there on the batter. Rushing Salvi as well. Yes, forcing him to play. Yeah, so nice 2 deliveries there. Repaying my confidence. You got to manage young players, you got to ensure that he not only played, but you provide the environment for him to succeed.
Another good delivery on the line of off stump.
Yeah, he's forcing the batter to play. You're seeing Savory showing that the ball is angling into him. And just straightening on pitching. So he's building some good pressure here, forcing the batter to play every delivery. Pulling to the side of the wicket as well. There you go. Just like that, he gets the commentator's curse. String into the pads, it just flicked off the legs.
Yeah, just getting a bit too straight. Justin Manick maybe looking for that magic delivery. Want to crash into pad. See if we're able to just turn it into the leg side quite comfortably.
Yeah, you want to find...
But what do you make of his approach?
It's a nice rhythmic approach. Not the longest over as we look at him here. Yeah, nice rhythmic approach. Yeah. Bang on target. I think if you look at him carefully, you can get a bit more if he just goes a little bit over that front leg. Seems to not want to plant that front leg into the turf. A lot of bowlers, don't understand or appreciate the importance of really planting that front leg and crying the body over. Using the whole hip movement to get that ball, to get pace, to generate pace. A lot of bowlers, you just go over the front leg quickly. And they string into the legs. Come off the pad, I think. They're looking for 2. Good work out in the deep there by Mohammed. Uthman Mohammed there. Any signal from the umpire? Not quite sure. So probably he just got something on it.
Yeah, no signal from the umpire.
So good over there, good second over there by Manick, just 2 coming from it. going to be Charles to continue.
19 overs remain in the day's play. Just about 4:40 p.m. local time in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Maybe not come next year.
Charles to continue.
Oh,
That's
this
a
one.
good movement there. Earlier, Anil. So you see there, Brian Charles figures 3 overs, 3.1 overs, no maidens, 4 runs. And he's a bit short and he's guiding it. It's going to be a chase. The balls wins that chase. And it goes to the boundary fence for 4. Just easing up the pressure there. Releasing the pressure. It was short. Dissected the 2 fielders. Salezano and Uthman Mohammed in a foot race. Neither winning. The ball getting to the boundary ropes first.
Matthew Nandu seems to be very comfortable. He looked comfortable against the seam-up bowlers, both Mohammed and Webster, even Darren Bravo as well. And to the spin so far of Brian Charles, he's very confident in his movement, whether it be forward or on the back foot. Very asserted.
A player of his temperament, I think this is a good place for him to be. You know, there's no real pressure on him to score quickly. You know, he can just play his natural game and wait. You see he's very patient and wait for the bad balls. You know, and when they come, as they have every now and again, he's taking full advantage of them.
Yeah, he's been impressive so far, Matthew Nandu. We only got 10 in the first innings, but again, he spent some time, and he went a brilliant catch from Keegan Simmons under the helmet at Pat Pad. But in this innings, he's looked very good. Impressive stuff from young Nandu. 29 not out, he is. It's the 21 overs, Happy Eagles, 58 for 2.
So they need to find some. Manik, he's going to continue.
47 minutes. 47 minutes. 5:30. Yeah, that's what it's good. Because you can't get 18 over. But you do. But them do. Yeah, man. I ain't blaming you. I ain't blaming you. You got to stop Mike's buddy. So when I'm pick, you know.
So it's Manik. And that ball just pitching outside the off stump. Good carry. The youngster running in. So Darren Bravo there just querying the slow over rate. He's saying it has nothing to do with him. It has to do with the long run-up of the Guyana Happy Eagles, as we see on screen.
Yeah, Mr. Omar Khan on your right.
Sure that's Omar? I doubt that's Omar.
Is it?
No, he's too tall to be Omar.
Oh, it's not Omar Khan. My apologies. My apologies from my side on from where I sit. Look to be Omar Khan.
Yeah, just giving Omar some extra inches,
I
almost a foot.
apologize to Mr. Khan.
And he's just straying onto the pads there. Now, Manik has to be careful that he doesn't want to try to bowl out this batter here. He just needs to continue doing what he has been doing in the first over. Just find that area just on and about off stump. Pitched in a good length, one of those hard lengths, just up the 5 meter, 4 meter, 4.5 meter area. And allow the ball to do what it has to do. Yeah, that's what he has to do. Shaping away. You saw it shaping away. Now needs to get a little closer. Force the batter to play. Nandu is well set. You would see now, though, that Nando is moving away, pulling away. He's going to square leg. He would have seen the movement. And that will just play in his mind. He's been comfortable thus far. So Justin doesn't have to try to bowl out the batter. He just has to work him out. Yeah, that's a better delivery. Just pitching up a bit too much there. Firmly pushed into the cover region.
Yeah, just essentially just to be patient on a length, on a good line, good length, and allow the batsman to try to force you from there.
Yeah. Let them make the mistake. Nice rhythmic approach, though. Variation looked a bit like a slower ball. Did a lot in the air. Look at it. It looked like a slower ball, probably back of the hand.
Yeah. Oh, just a Yorker length delivery.
Yeah.
He got some tail back in this time.
Yeah, the ball was doing it did a lot. That's what he has to do. He just has to continue, find his line and length, and really work the batter out. It's something that comes with experience, but of course, the think tank should be telling him that, youngster, you're not tear away. Yeah, but you can't get so close to the pads.
Yeah, he's getting too straight. Easy for Nandu to pick him off.
Yeah, just two from the over. But at the end of the over, the Happy Eagles, they are 60 for 2. And they look quite comfortable at present.
A difficult learning curve for young Justin Manick, just 21 years of age. 7 overs in the first innings, no wickets. And then when he batted, he got a first ball, 0. So really,
welcome to the big leagues.
Yeah, really need to take all of this in good stead. And of course, the hard work now begins for him.
Yeah.
From a lot of the times we in the Caribbean, when we reach the higher levels, we tend to drop off on the work. But I think now is when the work starts for you to really cement your place in the team.
Yeah, I think he seems to have the right mentality. He did not drop his shoulders at no time while in the field. And he continued. He waited for his turn. He got the 2 overs and he ran in. Seemed to have the right mental attitude. That's a brilliant shot. It was timed to perfection. He just eased on it off the front foot. And Salvery just pushing it through the offside field.
Yeah. Very good shot, getting leg side of the ball and working it through that extra cover region, picking up 4. Classy shot from Kimal Severi.
4 good-looking runs.
65 for 2. Score here now. Severi goes on to 16.
Go!
Well, Brian Charles, he used a lot of the angles to really create a bit of doubt in the batter's mind.
That's the ball there, Charles.
And traditionally, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the surface, second and third, the best days for batting. And it's not let us down. Pitch looks in supreme condition. No muckers in the pitch, no demons. Bounces through. Really trust the bounce. And it's really not disappointed. It's lived up to expectations.
All the nice things you said about the pitch. Oh, so what was the downfall of the the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team? All out for
When you look at
160.
some of the dismissals, Gordon, it was really poor. It was really lack of concentration and just really giving it their wickets away. You know, going back to Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solozano, they spent time at the middle, in that early period where the Guyanese bowlers were on top. They got through that period, and then after there onwards, they just give their wickets away.
Yeah, a lot of the bowlers would have gotten starts, as we see a discussion there with Manik. He's getting some advice from, it looked like Solozano. Yeah, he's getting his third over here on a trot. Into his fourth over in total. He third on a trot. Just getting a bit of a spell, if you can call it that.
Yeah, when you look at the way Keegan Simmons went, induced a fall shot, caught at third slip. Good delivery from Manik again.
He's cut him in half. Let's look at it again. Oh, kept a bit low as well.
Yeah, a number of the Red Force batsmen really with some poor shot selection. Even Darren Bravo, they really just spooned one up in the air, really gifted his wicket. Amir Django looking so good, gifted his wicket. Wider delivery.
It's going to be 2 runs. Fila come across, and that's Jason Mohammed, who's patrolling the boundary out there. And Bravo just speaking to Manik there. Probably just telling him you need to be more consistent there, lad. You can't go wider there outside your stump. You're now building some nice pressure. Don't release it. You know, cut the batsman. In fact, it was outside, it went out past the outside edge. But you now had the batsman in some doubt. Just continue to do the simple things. As we learn, one of the first things we learn in camera work is keep it simple.
You said kiss, keep it simple. Kiss is K-I-S-S, keep it simple is.
Well, we leave the last S out. By Roddy Bikram, he told me the on-air version is keep it super simple. Yeah, so keep it super simple. When you're in the military or even in camera school, they don't tell you keep it super simple. They tell you keep it simple. The last S is a descriptive S. Don't try to overthink it. So you just need to keep it simple. Yeah, it's just like that. Build the pressure. And they're showing some aggression. And the batter showing that he can go for the big shot. So showing some fire there. Young Justin Manik. I think going through his mind now will be what he's want to bowl next. I think he should just know that, just relax. He's doing pretty good. And it's just a bit short, but he pushing it out on the offside. And they get a single. As we follow some of the other scores. The Windward Islands piling it on against Jamaica after bowling Jamaica out for 101 earlier today. They got to 285 for 9.
That's over.
That game being played in Providence in Guyana. And the other game at the Oval, wow, a shocker. The Leeward Islands 16. They have bowled with Barbados batting in the second innings. They're 69 for 8. So that one there, an interesting one there at the Queen's Park Oval. Barbados batting first, all out for 322. And then the Leeward Islands in response, they got to 154. But in the second innings, what a scorecard. Thomas. It's Thomas who would have taken the majority of wickets there. Devon Thomas with 4 wickets. And of course, Big Rack as well, chipping in with 4 wickets as well. So what a bowling performance. Devon Thomas would be putting probably up his hand. I think it's a new thing across the Caribbean where batters are becoming bowling, all-rounders bowling as well. Because Devon Thomas known for more his keeping and batting.
Yeah, Devon Thomas more of a sort of a utility player. He's bowling, he's batting, he's wicket keeping. More of an auxiliary player. Imran Khan from the southern end taking over from Brian Charles. First ball for Imran Khan in this second innings.
In the first innings, Rakeem Cornwall taking 6 wickets. And he's followed up with 4 in the second innings. Good work there by Manek. Got to it early and a good strong return right over the top of the bails. So interesting time there. Khan taking his first bowl in the second innings. Remember in the first innings he got 4 wickets.
Low appeal.
Not sure if it's for LBW caught behind or stumping.
Umpire Chris Wright unmoved.
All the umpires unmoved there.
But James ain't working with me.
It went past the outside edge.
Don't let you, James.
And then
Reef, don't even come, Reef. That's all right, but anything, I hear the word.
so Nandu there.
Yeah, man, Khan would have to use all of his experience. All of 440 odd first class wickets. We need all of that experience here. Good delivery from Khan. 70 for 2. The Happy Eagles lead overall by 234. Nandu down the track. Quick single. Mohammed Khan prevent it. And the Imran Khan's first over comes to an end.
Good first over, just 2 from it. It caused a spotter border to the batters. So there's going to be a bowling change at the northern end. And they've just changed around Charles. It seems like he's going to continue from the northern end. So they've just spinned around Brian Charles. He's taking a few deliveries from the northern end. Nandu to strike, to take strike. The run rate slower than in the first innings. He's just able to push it into the cover area. Gets a single. Salvi is going to get on strike. Nando just accumulating runs here. He slowed appreciably over the last 3 or 4 overs. Wow. That one span and bounce. So you beginning to see some turn. You saw some turn first from Imran Khan. And now I love to see that replay. Charles getting some spin and bounce. Beating Salviola ends up.
Yeah, very good delivery from Charles. Getting it to spin and bounce away from Savary. Good looking drive again. Can't get past Manik at mid-off.
So Charles really looking to get a breakthrough here. He's looking to get things going. Oh,
another good delivery. Spinning away.
Where did that one pass? It seems like he's batting with a door that you can open and close. Because not sure where that one passed. You look to have everything covered. Look at it here. Went past the outside edge. And he's going over the top. It's going all the way for 6. The first 6 of this innings here.
Yeah, Charles getting a bit too close to Savory. Just extending his arms on that one. Goes all the way for maximum.
Well, I don't think Charles will be too bothered by that. That brings the overturn in. I don't think he'll be too bothered by that. Normally, when a batter, after being beaten all day up, play that aggressive shot is because he's not really picking what's going on. He's trying to put you off your length. That one just a little bit further up. He found the middle of the bat there.
But it was a safe shot. Middle was up inside. So any good connection would have always gone over the head of the mid-off and the mid-off fielder.
Well, it's going to be Imran Khan to continue. They'll be wanting him to get a breakthrough here. He's short and it's going to be close. He's getting there. That was Salazano with the throw, doing the work.
Come, Sharky, eat your food, Sharky. Eat your food here, Sharky.
It's Salvery now. How is he going to respond here?
Good, sweet Sharky. Sharky! Sharky!
Very chirpy.
Again, Sharky! Again, Sharky!
The
Pull your boys, pull
keeper.
your boys!
He's very chirpy here. Applying some mental pressure to Salvery here.
Go, Sharky!
Targeting Kimmel Savory. All of the Red Force
Sharky!
players. Yeah, just trying to get in the head of Kimmel Savory.
No. Sweet
This one
Sharky,
he
sweet
just
Sharky, sweet Sharky!
working this one to the man at long on. The way Imran Khan has started, he started a lot better than he started in terms of pitching in the first innings. In the first innings, you're a bit up and down. This time, he's a lot more spot on.
Yes, definitely. It's into the hands of the man at the point reach on. A good catch. Yeah. He just went back and guided it.
And there we see the well set Matthew Nandu, a short wide delivery, and just bounced a bit, a tad too much. Couldn't keep it down, and a smart catch by Jeremy Solazano. So the end of Matthew Nandu for 34. Happy Eagles 80 for 3.
Yes, a good breakthrough. The veteran, when you need a wicket, who you gonna call? Imran Khan, not the Ghostbusters. Nandu, patient vigil comes to an end. Well, it's the captain. Is he going to be captain? Fantastic. He came in the first innings with his team in a spot of order, just about 33 for 3. And he batted them to a relative safety. He'll want to repeat that this afternoon.
Imran Khan with a timely breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but in the meanwhile, that lead goes up to 244. Another left-hander in. The skipper, and as we know, Gordon, after this season, Captain Fantastic, Leon Johnson, is going to be hanging up his boots. Going to be calling it a day. A great servant of Guyanese cricket, and I'm sure he's going to come back in some realm or fashion in the future. Remember, he led them to 5 consecutive 4-day championship titles.
Definitely been good, strong for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
I mean, Marshall troops well this morning, bowling out the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in just about 2 sessions. His bowlers responded well. Good first delivery from Imran Khan to Leon Johnson. Successful one for Imran Khan. At the end of 27 overs, the Happy Eagles 80 for 3. I'm going to take my leave, and Keshav is going to replace me.
Don't go too far, Kadir. I think you and Keshav will have to close the innings, the day's play. But welcome back, Keshav. The innings here, a very tentative position here for the Happy Eagles. You know, another 2 wickets, and the cat could be among the proverbial pigeons here at the Brian Lara Academy.
Yes, well, certainly Trinidad would be very happy to get those wickets in this second innings of Guyana. However, that lead of 244 runs, even though it's 80 for 3, certainly substantive already. So if Guyana can get up to a lead of 300 and over. Oh, and that one is a beautiful delivery from Brian Charles. Could have sworn that he chopped that one on there. But it seems as if it just missed it from the last moment as we watch this replay here. Good delivery, keeping low. And just missing the stumps there. So
ominous signs. In the last over that Savory faced Brian Charles, he had one that span out away from the bat. In fact, after he played and missed, I told him he was batting with a door that you can open, because I didn't know where it passed. Similarly there, that one keeping a trifle low, cutting him in half.
as Charles would have to call upon all of his experience and tactics here in trying to guide this batsman. Seeing that Savory is well set, 29 from 56, he would probably look to get Leon Johnson, who's the newcomer to the crease, coming off a good half century in the first innings here. But Charles, again, experienced campaigner at this point, even though he's still a bit young. You know, still has
a bit of a dogfight taking place in the stands.
Seems to have some rivalry here for commentary. The dogs want to get their say as well, Gordon.
Well, Brian Charles to Johnson. Johnson just playing it back up the off side of the pitch. Charles doing the fielding off his own bowling.
Charles noticed his father in the crowd supporting loyally. Comes almost every one of his games. So it's good to see the family and the friends of a lot of the players out here in the stands supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as we come closer to the end of play on day 2 here. Nice flight and that delivery, well played by Johnson. Comfortable players of spin are the Guyanese batsman, Gordon. As we know, Guyana has, throughout the years, have a battery of spinners. And in addition to that, these batsmen don't really seem to be too phased, you know. Even in the West Indies, the Guyanese are known for being some of the better players of spin.
Yeah, well, that brings the end of the over there. A good over by Charles. The Guyana Happy Eagles, 81 for 3. Imran Khan, he's come on and he's been able to get the breakthrough for his skipper. You want to get follow up by getting 1 or 2 more. I think if he knows the scores at the Queen's Park Oval, he'll be very, very encouraged if he can do as the Queen's Park Oval game was mirroring what was happening here at the Brian Lara Academy. Just punching it there is Savory.
Yes, as we saw Barbados, who were batting 59 for 1, were at a position of 67 for 6, then 69 for 8, and now batting 71 for 9. So anything is possible in this game of cricket. Barbados, similarly to Guyana, as we mentioned before, they started in a strong position and now in their second innings are reeling here and barely seem to be able to cross the 100 runs at 79 for 9.
Yeah, Big Rock taking on another 5-wicket haul.
Oh, and Barbados 78 all out, just as we say that there. Getting an update of the score. Devon Thomas with 5 for 22.
My goodness me.
And Rakeem Cornwall 5 for 19. I think the Cornwall 5-wicket haul at this point is not much of a shock because he has been getting wickets consistently over all of the seasons that he has played in regional 4-day cricket. But Devon Thomas, Gordon, what are your thoughts on Devon Thomas getting a 5-wicket haul?
Earlier I was speaking to Kadi when he had 4 wickets. I say, well, it seems like all the batters in West Indies cricket, they now want to become part-time bowlers. We're seeing it in the test team, of course, with Myers and Reefer. I know we saw it here today and earlier with Darren Bravo. And, well, Devon Thomas is saying, I will give up the gloves because I could take 5 wickets. Not only 5 wickets, but 5 for 22 as well.
And I do recall he actually bowled for the West Indies as well in a couple of the test matches that he played. And he has shown his ability in the outfield. A very agile and spectacular fielder, taking many, excellent catches and run-outs and so on in the field. So interesting to see this change in trend here in West Indies because I think they're taking a page out of the book from the international teams where every single player in this day and age seems to be an all-rounder. Down to 11, if you look at international sides, the batsman can bat. With the exception of some persons like the Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad and these guys, they will come out and certainly give the bat a swing. But most of the other teams, such as, New Zealand, Australia, India.
Charles, to continue. So just saw the scoreboard there. What a scoreboard. The Guyana Happy Eagles, 84 for 3. Brian Charles continuing from this to another end. He's up against Slavery. Salvery will be looking to really get a big score here. In the first innings, he didn't get much on the board, so he'll want to reverse that. Probably looking for a big one here. Time is not an essence.
That's good. Line and length from Charles here. I think I would like to see him just slow the flight a little bit with some of the deliveries. It seems that he's getting a good amount of flight, but the ball is pushing through a bit quicker. So easy for the batsman to come forward.
Broad face of the bat there. So maiden over there by Brian Charles. Just what the doctor ordered for the TNT Red Force. And over to build some pressure. As we see the scorecard up. Happy Eagles in the first innings, 324 all out. Trinidad and Tobago in reply, 160 all out. Now, the Happy Eagles in their second innings, 84 for 3. Sizable lead, 240 plus. 248 runs they lead by.
I think the game plan for the Happy Eagles would be to bat out the rest of this day comfortably, keeping all 7 wickets in hand, and then come out tomorrow and probably set a big score, probably until around lunchtime, and then send the Trinidad and Tobago team back into...
Yeah, just about 12 more minutes left before the end of the day's play. Of course, the scheduled end of day's play is supposed to be 5 o'clock, and then an extra half an hour because of the slow over rate. As we heard earlier in the stump mic, Darren Bravo was aggrieved when the umpire, I think it was Reefer, told him about the extra overs and what might be the penalty. He blamed it totally on the long run-ups of the Happy Eagles fast bowlers. That's a good flick off the legs there. It's well timed. It's going to run pretty close to the boundary. It trickles into the boundary fence now and gets 4 runs. So Leon Johnson showing some class. And showing that Webster ran all the way. So just sapping a bit of energy if he was to bowl this evening again.
Yeah, it was one of those shots that was so sweetly timed, you know, even though the ball seems as if it would have given you a chance to stop it. It just ran away along the carpet for 4. This one is driven straight back. Trying to put a hand to it, but didn't get everything, so the mid-off-fielder, Gooley, will pick up that one and return it just a signal to the batsman, but seems to be easy going here, apart from that dismissal of Nandu, which admittedly even he was shocked, you know, that delivery pitching short and wide, coming back to square cut it and just getting it a bit too aerial into the hands of that fielder at the point position.
I think he thought it was batting catching practice, because it was just the kind of thing you do when you're doing some slip catching, about just guiding the ball into the hands of the fielder there at the point region.
And after doing all the hard work of seeing out the opening bowlers, batting to that point of reaching 34, you know, you would have wanted to carry on and make a 50, but unfortunately had to go at that point in time. And we know sometimes, Gordon, the worst deliveries get the best of wickets.
Yes, most definitely. You call it getting drunk and honey. So at the end of that over, the 31st of the second innings, the Guyana Happy Eagles, the 39 for 3. Here we saw Reefer. Look at his watch. Just about 10 minutes, according to my watch.
Might possibly get around 2 overs here if the spinners rush through, depending on the time and the amount that they were required to get in.
The good thing about the stump mic, we have the proverbial fly on the wall. You're hearing umpire Reefer saying, "Let's get 3 in here, lads." So they're probably aiming for 3.
We know he has an aim.
But it's going to be a change in bowling. And it seems to be Bravo who's going to come back. So it's Darren Bravo who's going to take the ball. So probably, you're correct, probably it's going to be 2 overs.
And I just saw umpire Reefer there turn around to Bravo to sort of gesture, "Are you really going to bowl at this point?" Because I believe the purpose of the spinners coming on there was to speed up the over rate and, you know, get through the overs more quickly. And Bravo probably has something hidden up his sleeve here.
Well, he's getting that ball to swing away from the left-hander. very big. So let's see what he can do here. He starts outside the off stump. You're seeing the movement, but he started too wide. Johnson happy just to let it go into the gloves of wicketkeeper Django.
And again, a batsman of Leon Johnson's capabilities, you'd want to make him play in these final few overs of the day. You'd want to put some pressure on him.
Yes, most definitely. Short outside the off stump. Johnson going back. And then just thinking about it. After rehearsing what would have been a cut shot.
Yes, he would be tempted by these deliveries from Bravo. I think that's actually one of the reasons why he would probably just dangle that ball wide outside the off stump. Not saying that it's the best line to bowl, but he fully well knows that he might get Johnson to probably play that one straighter there and play it off the legs down to the wideish fine leg position for a single.
Yeah, so just getting through that there, a bit of a chatter between Bravo and Johnson, captain to captain. Probably saying good evening, how are you? Is all well? Johnson probably saying, I'm fine. My team is 254 runs ahead. What's your plan? The normal pleasantry said between opposing captains.
Yes, I'm sure it's most amicable after this day's play.
Yes, of course. You know, it's always, that's the spirit of sport on the pitch. You get at each other, but when you cross back that rope, it's all quite friendly, in the true sense of the word. Bravo just outside the off stump, not tempting the batsman. Savory probably looking towards tomorrow to come back fresh and just about 30 plus, but just about a couple to get to his 100. I mean to his 50, sorry. It's a good shot. Straight to the fielder, Webster.
Ideally, they'll just want to see out these overs, not play anything too rash. The lead is already a convincing one, 254 runs, and 2 full days of cricket still yet to be played. So Guyana really and truly just need to see out the rest of this day, let the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers toil, and do as best as they can to stay on top going into tomorrow's session. You know, the psychological advantage of finishing this day with a strong lead and wickets in hand will do a lot for Guyana going into tomorrow. I think this is another change in here for Brian Charles. We have seen him bowl from both ends. At least I think this is the 3rd time he's bowling at a different end in this inning. So one of the easiest bowlers in terms of having to rotate. You know, he's always ready and willing to go.
Well, he'd like to get something in that wicket column. And this is second innings. Johnson settles.
Catch it!
Just tickling it behind square. Gets a simple single.
Go Brian, come on Brian, come on Brian.
Salvery.
Go Brian, come on Brian.
He's punching this one out. Looking for the run, sent back by his captain.
Again, very quick through the air, Gordon.
Yeah. He's a bit rushed there, though.
I think many of the deliveries seem to be just darted in at the batsman Attacking the stumps, good accuracy. That one flighted, lovely. Oh. And just as we mentioned, the little bit of flight and the difference in terms of the speed of the ball. Getting the batsman to come forward on that one, just missing between bat and pad there. Good delivery from Charles, and he'd be encouraged by that delivery to keep on flighting the ball and just trying to get a batsman to come forward there. This one is flighted lovely again and played straight down the wicket back to the bowler. Comfortable for Leon Johnson here, just practicing his forward defensive strokes. This one flicked just wide off the short leg.
So that brings that over to an end. Let's see what the umpires will do. Right, just standing. Not sure if he would say that that has been enough for the day's play. So it's going to be Bravo to continue in what was an enthralling day of cricket. The Red Force fans will not be happy with what have taken place today. The Happy Eagles, though, they would be quite pleased. I've been getting to bowl out Trinidad Tobago for 160.
We see a quick change there, Gordon. Darren Bravo actually throwing the ball to Imran Khan after being spoken to by the umpire. So I think just in the interest of time here, you know, switching from pace to spin to get this last over through.
Salvi probably looking like he doesn't want to face it. He decided to
Got 2.5 minutes.
fly on the wall. Hearing 2.5 minutes left. And Imran Khan asking if this is the last over.
Be very interesting if he can get a scalp here.
Yeah, most definitely Salvi will want to get to the close of play without losing his wicket. He's forward.
I would have liked to see at least just for this final over, maybe another fielder close to the bat on the offside. You know, just to put a little bit of extra mental pressure on the batsman, because runs at this point in time are really not the main concern in terms of restricting the run flow, but getting wickets are.
Yeah, you want to put somebody in his line of vision. You know, it's a mental game, this glorious game we call cricket. You know, they call football a beautiful game, but I think the glorious game is cricket.
Of course, and the gentleman's game as that as well.
And he's able to get off strike. Imran Khan not happy. He'd have wanted Salvi to be there. And the two batters there, I think they just want to ensure that they're there to begin again tomorrow, God's willing.
Captain Johnson will have probably just been telling Savri there, no need to rush those singles in this over, just take it easy and wait until the bad ball comes. That one driven straight down to Manikat. Mid-off, no run, and Khan with 2 deliveries left to close out the day.
Pulls this one away. And it's just one. So Salvi will have 1 delivery to face. A day that Guyana would think that they would have punched all the winning ticket here. A day when the lotto in Trinidad and Tobago is 21 million, if you're interested.
One straight on
Six
the
that away.
pads.
Go, 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 go.
And they're able to come through for 2 runs.
I think the field had some difficulty with his eyesight down there on that part of the ground as he stumbled before returning it, allowing the batsman to come for 2.
And over on time is the call by the umpire. So that's the end of the day's play. So at the end of the day's play, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they're 96 for 3, batting a second time after they posted 324 all out in their first innings. Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force, they replied, were bowled out today just on the stroke of a T for 160. They posted Jason Mohammed, he top score with a score of 50, an even 50. And in reply, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they had the option to enforce the follow-on. They decided to bat again, and they are 96 for 3. The not-out batters, Kimal Salve on 24 not out. He's partnered by skipper Leon Johnson on 9 not out. They'll continue tomorrow for the Red Force taking the wickets in the second innings. We had 1 for Mohammed, 1 for Golden Dam, Darren Bravo, and 1 for Imran Khan.
Yes, definitely a great day of cricket here. Guyana Happy Eagles will certainly be the happier of both teams coming out on top. We've seen 13 wickets fall today, 10 of those to the Red Force and 3 of those from Guyana Happy Eagles. But a lot of great fast bowling initially from Kimo Paul, as well as Ransford Beaton, and then Veresami Purmal showing his experience and his grit to get some key wickets for Guyana in Trinidad and Tobago's first innings as well. And then we saw the batsman come out positively for Guyana, Nandu, soaking up a good bit of balls and making his 32 well in stride there. He was well set to push on, but unfortunately out to Imran Khan. And the other opener, Tevin Imlak, didn't really trouble the scorers too much, just making 3 from 8 as he was caught by Mohammed off Mohammed. So that was the 2 different Mohammeds, just to clarify. Uthman bowling and Jason catching. And Kevlon Anderson, he looked very nervy for the 15 that he made. A lot of pressure put on him by the fielders from Trinidad and Tobago, knowing that he's on debut as well. And Bravo getting his wicket, thus getting his scalp in both innings. So many highlights to take away from today as we finish here with excellent weather, the same way we started. The ground staff are ensuring that the pitch will be ready for tomorrow, and some of the players are just going to cool down with their physiotherapy and look forward to planning ahead as they resume tomorrow.
Well, we leave you here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba. We ask you to join us 10 a.m. in the morning as we continue our coverage of the regional 4-day championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Guyana Happy Eagles. So from all of us here, good evening and be safe.